Chapter 40-70. All the sword-shaped rocks had sword Dao imprints on them. Duan Lingtian's curiosity was piqued when he heard Yi Chunfeng's words. His eyes immediately fell on a nearby sword-shaped rock. At first glance, this sword-shaped rock looked no different from an ordinary rock carved into a sword. However, when Duan Lingtian carefully looked at it, especially when his divine consciousness enveloped it, he could feel the fierce aura contained in it. At this moment, every sword carved into the rock seemed to reflect the sword Dao's true meaning to his divine consciousness. Every sword strike was different. However, this sword Dao's true meaning did not follow his path, so it was not of much help to him. That is, after a while, Duan Lingtian looked at another larger sword-shaped rock not far away. He could see a dozen lines of words carved on it. The words on it could not be connected into a sentence, but every stroke of the words contained a strong sword Dao true intent. When one's spiritual perception enveloped it, it was as though one could see a sword Dao expert carving these words. Duan Lingtian looked at a few more sword-shaped rocks before he came back to his senses. He came back to his senses because Yi Chunfeng spoke again. Next, I will show the sword Dao's true meaning that I have newly comprehended in my small world. They were all inspired by your master, and the source is no different from the source of the sword Dao that you have mastered. They are different paths leading to the same goal. However, the sword Dao's true meaning that I have comprehended is actually not very helpful to my sword Dao. At least, not for the time being. However, I heard your master mention a bold idea. 2 different sword Daos may be able to merge into one in the end. 10,000 methods to one, 10,000 Daos to one. There was such a saying a long time ago. 2 different sword Daos may be able to merge into one in the end. Moreover, according to my and your master's guess, if 2 sword Daos were to merge into one in the end, the power would definitely not be as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. After hearing Yi Chunfeng's words, Duan Lingtian realized that his master, Feng Qingyang, and Yi Chunfeng were discussing the merging of 2 different sword Daos. Wasn't this too bold? Now, this was the only thought in Duan Lingtian's mind. After all, even his current sword Dao was strenuous for him to comprehend. If he were to divert his attention to comprehend other sword Daos, he would be powerless to do so. Most importantly, his cultivation still needed to be improved. Time was running out, and the pressure on his body was too great. He could not compare to Yi Chunfeng at all. Yi Chunfeng might have already reached a bottleneck in his cultivation, and only needed an opportunity to break through. Therefore, he did not need to spend too much time on increasing his cultivation. But he was different. This time, if Yi Chunfeng hadn't said that his newly comprehended sword Dao was from the same source as his sword Dao, he definitely would have declined Yi Chunfeng's favor. This was because if the source of the sword Dao was different from the one he had grasped, it would not be of any help to him in the short term. Even if he had the heart to observe, it would only be a waste of time. Then, as Yi Chunfeng began to display his newly comprehended sword Dao true meaning, a series of afterimages with swords flashed past. Duan Lingtian's eyes were completely attracted. After watching for a while, he saw a familiar figure among them. He is indeed walking the sword Dao of my master and mine. He doesn't need to spend too much time on improving his cultivation. He is just willful and has already begun to comprehend the second sword Dao. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart. He really could not compare to him. However, after a while, Duan Lingtian's heart was only left with shock. My God! How long has it been? Elder Yi has already comprehended the sword Dao that is from the same source as my sword Dao to such an extent? Moreover, there are many new things mixed into it. This is a sword Dao genius. Now, Duan Lingtian realized that there were many things in Yi Chunfeng's newly comprehended sword Dao that were of great help to him. He even felt that Yi Chunfeng's comprehension might be able to bring his sword Dao to a higher level and step into the next level. In that case, his attainments in sword Dao might even surpass the current Yi Chunfeng. Of course, he also knew that with Yi Chenfeng's current talent in Sword Dao, even if he temporarily surpassed him, Yi Chenfeng might catch up later. Elder Ye's Sword Dao earlier must have fallen into a bottleneck. Moreover, it is a bottleneck that is even more ridiculous than my bottleneck. Otherwise, with his talent in Sword Dao, it is impossible that he has not broken through after such a long time. This time, if I can really bring my strength to a higher level with Elder Ye's help, I will definitely not treat him unfairly. Along the path of Sword Dao, Duan Lingtian had actually walked out many things of his own. Previously, when he shared with his master could also comprehend some things. His current Sword Dao was following his master's path in the beginning. Later on, most of it was his own comprehension, which could be considered his own Sword Dao. After a while, Duan Lingtian stopped thinking about it and completely calmed down to observe the Sword Dao that Yi Chenfeng displayed. Because they were of the same origin, Duan Lingtian did not expend much effort to observe. Moreover, every once in a while, he would gain a certain level of comprehension and inspiration. Gradually, he really immersed himself in it. He forgot why Yi Chenfeng was displaying Sword Dao to him at this time, and also forgot why he was observing Yi Chenfeng's Sword Dao at this time. Time passed quietly. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. Early the next morning, Yi Chenfeng greeted Lu Fenggu and Zhen Pingfan without waking Duan Lingtian. Today's ranking battle shouldn't have anything to do with Duan Lingtian. After all, there is still Han Di behind him. Today, it will definitely end with Wang Xiong defeating Han Di. Of course, we can't rule out Wang Xiong directly challenging Duan Lingtian. However, I don't think he will, Yi Chenfeng said. Yi Chenfeng said, so, the two of us will temporarily not go over today. If Wang Xiong challenges Duan Lingtian, I'll bring him over. At this moment, Yi Chenfeng did not know how Duan Lingtian was doing. However, if there was no need, he did not disturb Duan Lingtian since he had not woken up on his own. Moreover, in his opinion, Duan Lingtian would not be able to comprehend too much in just half a day and a night. Okay. Lu Fenggu and Zhen Pingfan were not stupid. When they heard Yi Chenfeng's message, they knew that Yi Chenfeng was giving Duan Lingtian special treatment. He intended to help Duan Lingtian at this last moment. If Duan Lingtian's strength could be improved further, it might not be impossible for him to fight Wang Xiong to a draw. As for defeating Wang Xiong, Lu Fenggu and Zhen Pingfan were not the only ones who did not dare to think about it. Even Yi Chenfeng did not dare to think about it. Now, even Yi Chenfeng's greatest wish was that Duan Lingtian could defeat Lin Yuan and fight Wang Xiong to a draw, thus securing first place in the 7 prefectures feast. Duan Lingtian was the first to reach the top, so he had an absolute advantage in this aspect. When the group of people from Chunying School set off, the others also noticed that Duan Lingtian and Yi Chenfeng were not there. They thought that they had gone ahead of time, but when they arrived, they realized that the two were not there. At this moment, the other higher-ups of Chunying School had also vaguely guessed something. There was no lack of smart people among the group of prodigies from Chunying School. Of course, they did not feel good about this. At this point, what's the point of cramming at the last minute? Tomorrow at the latest, Wang Xiong will definitely challenge Duan Lingtian. Yeah, even if Wang Xiong does not challenge Duan Lingtian today, he will definitely challenge him tomorrow. Let's think of something better. Who knows, maybe Duan Lingtian and Elder Yi will bring us some surprises. Although this idea is a little whimsical, we are Chunying School's disciples. Shouldn't we think of them? When the people from Chunying School arrived, the people from other prefectures and other forces naturally noticed that Duan Lingtian and Yi Chenfeng were not there. Many people guessed the reason for this. Even more people snorted at this idea. Even the people from Chunying School felt that this was meaningless, let alone the others. Don't tell me that Yi Chenfeng wants to make Duan Lingtian's strength rise to a higher level in these 2 days? Wishful thinking. If Wang Xiong challenges Duan Lingtian later, even if Duan Lingtian is in seclusion, he will still have to come. However, I think that Wang Xiong will most likely not challenge Duan Lingtian. While many people snorted at the reason why Duan Lingtian and Yi Chenfeng were not there, Ma Qihong from the Ma Qi clan had a mocking smile on his face. Things have already come to this, and he's still thinking of cramming at the last minute? Naive. Ridiculous. At the same time, at the Han Mountain residence of the Daming Mansion, the leading intermediate god emperor looked at Wang Xiong. Wang Xiong, what are you thinking? Are you going to challenge Duan Lingtian today? Upon hearing this, Wang Xiong shook his head. I've already thought about it yesterday. I'll challenge Han Di today and Duan Lingtian tomorrow. Do you think I'm afraid that he'll improve in the last 2 days and become the champion of the 7 prefectures banquet? It's not that I can't challenge him today. However, I'm worried that if I change my mind at the last minute, it'll give birth to an inner demon that will affect my future cultivation. Wang Xiong had already decided to challenge Han Di today. If he changed his mind at the last minute, even if others did not say anything, he would not be able to deceive himself. He would think that he was worried that Duan Lingtian would improve greatly in the last day and become a threat to him. Once this kind of fear was born, it would have a significant impact on his future cultivation. He did not want to lose a watermelon after picking up sesame seeds. When the intermediate god emperor from the Han Mountain residence heard Wang Xiong mention the 2 words inner demon, his expression changed slightly. He quickly said, "Just do as you wish." It's impossible for him to improve much in just a day. An inner demon was no joke. Perhaps, it might not come. However, if it did, it would be a disaster. In the history of the Han Mountain residence of the Daming Mansion, there was an ancestor who was devoured by an inner demon and died under the heavenly tribulation that he could have easily passed. Chapter 4071. Although Duan Lingtian and Yi Chenfeng were not present, the 7 prefectures banquet continued as usual. Furthermore, on this day, the top 10 rankings of the 7 prefectures feast, apart from the final order of the top 3, the rest of the rankings were basically made clear. On this day, Wang Xiong advanced to 2nd place after Han Di admitted defeat without a fight. Due to the rules, Lin Yuan could not challenge 2nd place in advance. However, he would definitely replace Han Di in the next round and take 3rd place. There was almost no suspense in this matter. As for the rest of the rankings, they were all out. Yang Qinya and Shimen were definitely the last 2 places. Based on the current situation, Shimen, who was in 10th place, obviously had no intention of competing with Yang Qinya for 9th place. In front of the 2, Luo Yuan was in 8th place, and Ma Qihong was in 7th place. Tuoba Xiu was in 6th place. Yuan Maoyu was in 5th place. Lin Yuan was in 4th place. Han Di was in 3rd place. Wang Xiong was in 2nd place. Duan Lingtian was in 1st place. These were the rankings when the 7 prefectures banquet ended at noon. Everyone knew that there would not be much change in the rankings. Now, more people were looking forward to the battle between Wang Xiong and Duan Lingtian the next day. Tomorrow, Lin Yuan, who is in 4th place, will definitely replace Han Di and take 3rd place. Wang Xiong will challenge Duan Lingtian. Yeah, if Duan Lingtian wins the battle between Wang Xiong and Duan Lingtian tomorrow, there will be no suspense. However, if Duan Lingtian loses, Duan Lingtian and Lin Yuan will fight for 2nd place the day after tomorrow. I think it's almost impossible for Duan Lingtian to win. Didn't you see that he didn't come today? Moreover, Elder Yi Chenfeng from Chunying School didn't come either. Duan Lingtian is obviously cramming at the last minute. He did this because he doesn't have the confidence to defeat Wang Xiong or even tie with Wang Xiong. I think so too. In this 7 prefectures banquet, the dark horse Wang Xiong will undoubtedly take 1st place. I wonder who is stronger, Duan Lingtian or Lin Yuan? You'll know the day after tomorrow. Now, Wang Xiong had become the hot favorite to win the 7 prefectures feast this time. There were even people who wanted to place bets for the first place in the 7 prefectures feast, but were unable to do so. This was because almost no one felt that Duan Lingtian had a chance of winning against Wang Xiong. As for Lin Yuan, he had already lost to Wang Xiong. Unless Duan Lingtian defeated Wang Xiong and lost to Lin Yuan would not have the chance to challenge Wang Xiong again. For example, after Tuoba Xiu was defeated by Yuan Mou, she no longer had the qualifications to challenge Yuan Mou. Even if everyone knew that her current strength had improved by another level. However, as long as Yuan Mou did not lose to her opponent, she would not have the chance to challenge Yuan Mou again. However, even if Duan Lingtian doesn't win first place in the 7 prefectures feast this time, it's certain that he'll be in the top 3. This time, Chunyang School is still the biggest winner. Many people couldn't help but sigh when they thought of the gains of Chunyang School this time. That's right. This time, Chunyang School has 2 people in the top 10. Even if Duan Lingtian only enters the top 3, Chunyang School will be able to obtain 3 places to enter the Sacred Land Mystic Realm. In addition to Yang Qinya's 2 places, there will be a total of 5 places. As for the Hanshan residents, even if Wang Xiong wins first place, there will only be 4 places. It's not even as good as Chunyang School. In this 7 prefectures feast, I wouldn't be too surprised if people like Lin Yuan, Tuoba Xiu, Luo Yuan, or Yuan Mou won first place, let alone Duan Lingtian. But Wang Xiong really surprised me. Who isn't? Who would have thought that this 7 prefectures feast would end up being Wang Xiong's one-man show? Up until now, almost everyone's eyes and attention had been focused on the Hanshan resident's prodigy, Wang Xiong. Everyone felt that Wang Xiong would win first place in this 7 prefectures feast. There was no doubt about it. As for Duan Lingtian, many people had been paying attention to him previously. However, after Wang Xiong displayed his strength, the number of people who were paying attention to him decreased. Naturally, no one would deny that Duan Lingtian was outstanding. However, this was the reality. Even if you were outstanding, as long as someone was more outstanding than you, people would pay more attention to you. This was the reason why the first place was the most popular while the second and third place were the least popular. In fact, the gap between them was not that big. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware that the first place in the 7 prefectures feast had already been determined. Even if he knew, he would not have cared. Since he came from the mundane realm, he had experienced many things that were beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Even the old antiques who had lived for tens of thousands of years in the realms of gods might not have as much experience as he did. This was because the natives of the realms of gods had a higher starting point and spent most of their time cultivating. Their lives were not complicated. For this reason, the natives of the realms of gods were not as resilient as the outsiders who came from the Devata realms. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was fully immersed in comprehending Yi Chenfeng's Sword Dao True Intent. This Sword Dao True Insight came from the same source as the Sword Dao he'd grasped, and it achieved the same result by different means. So he was able to comprehend it with twice the result with half the effort. His Sword Dao was improving at a rapid pace. After all, his attainments in the Sword Dao had practically stagnated in the past. This was because he felt he had already comprehended what he needed to comprehend. It would be difficult for him to find another path. However, after comprehending Yi Chenfeng's Sword Dao, Duan Lingtian felt like a man who was dying of thirst in the desert finally had water to drink. It seems like you've gained some insights. Yi Chenfeng, on the other hand, was demonstrating his Sword Dao to Duan Lingtian as he watched the changes in Duan Lingtian's expression. A faint smile crept up the corner of his mouth. I'll help you as much as I can. How much you can accept will depend on your luck. Initially, I plan to share my insights with you after the 7 prefectures banquet. However, it seems like I've brought it forward. However, even if you've comprehended my sword Dao, I'm afraid it won't be difficult for you to defeat Wang Xiong. I only hope you'll be able to tie with him. In that case, the first place in the 7 prefectures banquet will be yours. However, suddenly, Yi Chunfeng seemed to have thought of something and shook his head. If you only tie with Wang Xiong and win the first place in the 7 prefectures banquet, those heavyweight ultimate gods' forces might not be interested in you. Forget it. Let's leave it to fate. Even if you miss this opportunity, with your talent and comprehension, you'll be invited by those heavyweight ultimate gods' forces sooner or later. In fact, with Duan Lingtian's talent and comprehension, it would not be difficult for him to join a heavyweight ultimate gods' force. In fact, he could even be accepted by them without waiting for them to recruit disciples. However, the problem was that joining them and inviting them were 2 completely different concepts. If he was invited, he could negotiate with them, and they would not treat him badly. However, if he joined them himself, there would be no preferential treatment. Being a heavyweight ultimate god and having a large family business, the benefits were out of reach for some of the disciples who had just joined the sect. Moreover, unless they displayed talent and comprehension that surpassed their peers, it would be very difficult for them to enjoy such treatment. The 7 prefectures banquet was now empty. Behind the clouds above the 7 prefectures banquet, the Jade Palace was still suspended in the air. Even when Wang Xiong and Lin Yuan fought earlier, both of them had passed through the clouds and entered the 7 prefectures banquet. The group of Emperor God experts at the 7 prefectures banquet also paid attention to the 7 prefectures banquet, but they did not discover the existence of the Jade Palace. The Jade Palace was like a heavenly palace. Accompanied by the clouds surrounding it, it was like an immortal's paradise. Now, in a courtyard in front of the Jade Palace, there was an old man and a young girl sitting at a stone table. On the other side of the stone table, there was a beautiful woman and a middle-aged man standing respectfully. The old man and the young girl were an old woman and a young girl. Great-grandmother, just tell me. Did my brother get first place in the 7 prefectures banquet? The young girl looked at the old woman and asked coquettishly. The old woman shook her head and smiled. You little girl, why are you in such a hurry? Can't you just wait a little longer? If you want to know if he got first place in the 7 prefectures banquet, can't you see for yourself tomorrow? Hearing the old woman's words, the young girl frowned slightly. But, isn't the gap between my brother and Wang Xiong huge? Great-grandmother, why don't you make a move and injure Wang Xiong, or make him have diarrhea so that he can't fight tomorrow or can't use his full strength even if he fights? The young girl's eyes turned as she spoke to the old woman with a crafty expression. When the old woman heard this, she rolled her eyes angrily. If I make a move, wouldn't that be too much of a bully? Moreover, you should know that some things can't be changed carelessly. I haven't punished you for meeting him rashly the last time. Hearing the old woman say this, the young girl instantly pouted her small mouth and said with a pitiful expression, Great-grandmother, didn't I also not tell my brother why I know him? Moreover, I found an excuse. As she finished speaking, a complacent smile appeared on the young girl's beautiful face. With that excuse of yours? The old woman glared angrily at the young girl. In my opinion, there's no need to mention that excuse of yours. Now, perhaps even he himself has some doubts. But, some things can't be thought through just because you think it through. In any case, before the time I told you about, you can't meet him face to face. At most, you can only hide in the shadows and watch him like you are now. As the old woman spoke, her tone became a bit harsher. When the young girl heard this, she instantly didn't dare to say anything more, but her pitiful appearance was even more moving. Chapter 4072. After the people from the various mansions and forces returned to their respective mansions, noon finally arrived. It ended earlier today. I'm already looking forward to the 7 mansions banquet tomorrow. Tomorrow, Wang Xiong will challenge Duan Lingtian. Although I know Wang Xiong will definitely win, I still want to see Duan Lingtian in action. After all, he's a monster from a Devata realm, and he's not even 3,000 years old. If you didn't mention this, I would have forgotten. Duan Lingtian is only 3,000 years old. As for Wang Xiong, he's more than 8,000 years old. Compared to Duan Lingtian, he has a huge advantage in terms of age. Well, it can't be helped. Why didn't Duan Lingtian be born a few thousand years earlier? Generally speaking, it's not that there aren't any monstrous geniuses around Duan Lingtian's age, but they haven't grown up yet. They haven't even entered the stage of a low-level divine emperor, so they're not qualified to participate in the Seven Mansions banquet. Since the people from the various mansions and forces had nothing better to do, they began to gossip. From the beginning to the end, they talked about the two main characters of tomorrow. Wang Xiong, Duan Lingtian. As for the others, only Lin Yuan was mentioned occasionally. Moreover, they felt Han Di would most likely admit defeat if Lin Yuan challenged him tomorrow. Time also quietly passed by as they discussed. In just a blink of an eye, night had fallen. In the temporary residence of the people from Chunyang School. In a spacious courtyard, Yang Qinya stood in front of a table. An old man sat behind the table. He was Yang Qinya's master, Yuan Hanjin. Yuan Hanjin sat in front of the table and waved at Yang Qinya with a smile on his face. There's only the two of us here. There's no need for you to be so reserved. Qinya can just stand. Yang Qinya looked at Yuan Hanjin calmly and said. Upon seeing Yang Qinya's reaction, Yuan Hanjin did not mind. He knew Yang Qinya's personality had changed after the great incident. At the same time, he did not insist. You did well this time. I'm very satisfied with your ranking in the top 10 of the Seven Mansions banquet. My father is very satisfied as well. When we return this time, the Pingsheng lineage will spare no effort to nurture you. In addition, my father, who is also your grandmaster, will also apply for resources from the sect to nurture you so that you can catch up to that Duan Lingtian and even surpass him. He's ahead of you now, but that doesn't mean he'll always be ahead of you. At the very least, I think you can surpass him. At that time, you can avenge your childhood friend and kill him. Perhaps, at that time, you'll have the ability to kill Long Qingchong, the clan leader of the Tianlong clan. Yuan Hanjin smiled. As soon as Yuan Hanjin finished speaking, Yang Qinya immediately added, I just received news that Long Qingchong is dead. Obviously, Yuan Hanjin didn't expect Yang Qinya to say something like that. His first reaction was to reveal a look of astonishment. His disciple already knew about this? After all, he only found out so quickly because of his father. It was his father, Yuan Pingsheng, the patriarch of the Chunying school's Pingsheng lineage, who had personally gone to the Tianlong clan and killed Long Qingchong, the clan leader of the Tianlong clan. His father had done this to prevent Yang Qinya from becoming a wolf who would kill his master. As expected, he knew. Yang Qinya naturally noticed the shock on Yuan Hanjin's face. At the same time, he was even more certain that Yuan Pingsheng was the one who killed Long Qingchong, the clan leader of the Tianlong clan. His purpose was to cover up Yuan Hanjin's crime. How did you know about this? Yuan Hanjin asked. Master, have you forgotten that I'm from the 10,000 Devil sect? Many people from the 10,000 Devil sect are in the Tianlong clan, right? Yang Qinya asked rhetorically. Realization dawned on Yuan Hanjin when he heard this. For a moment, I did forget about this. In fact, Yang Qinya had rarely contacted the 10,000 Devil sect since his father's death. Moreover, the people he was familiar with from the 10,000 Devil sect who had joined the Tianlong clan had basically all died. The few who did not die had long lost their soul marks in their soul orbs as time passed, and they could no longer communicate with each other. However, Yuan Hanjin did not know about this. "Master, do you know about this too?" Yang Qinya asked. Just now, Yuan Hanjin acted as if he did not know about Long Qingchong's death. Otherwise, he would not have told Yang Qinya that Yang Qinya would kill Long Qingchong to avenge his father. "Of course I don't know." Yuan Hanjin also came back to his senses at this time and realized that his reaction just now was a little excessive. He hurriedly shook his head and said, "I just heard you say that he died, so I was stunned for a moment. I really didn't expect that he would die before you killed him. It seems that he has offended many people. Do you know how he died?" Yuan Hanjin asked curiously. There was indeed curiosity on his face and in his eyes. However, he did not know that his behavior was a little too pretentious. At least, in Yang Qinya's impression of his master, even if he was very curious about something, he would not show such an expression. "I heard that he was killed by force in the Tianlong clan," Yang Qinya said indifferently. "Killed in the Tianlong clan?" Yuan Hanjin was shocked. Doesn't that mean that the person who killed him did not fear the Tianlong clan's great protective formation? Yes. Yang Qinya nodded. "According to my 10,000 devil sect elders in the Tianlong clan, the Tianlong clan's great protective formation is not something that can be ignored even by a lower god emperor. Only a god emperor or above has the ability to enter the Tianlong clan and kill the Tianlong clan's clan master under the threat of the Tianlong clan's great protective formation," Yang Qinya said. "Middle god emperor?" Yuan Hanjin raised his eyebrows and a disdainful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It seems that the Tianlong clan's clan master, Long Qingchong, was also a fool. He even dared to provoke a middle god emperor, so he deserved to be killed in his own clan. As his voice fell, Yuan Hanjin looked at Yang Qinya and said, "You wanted to kill him to avenge your father, but now that he is dead, do you feel that you have no more goals?" "When I first heard that Long Qingchong died, I felt that way." Yang Qinya nodded. "However, after a while, I remembered that I still have an enemy, Duan Lingtian. So, I am still very motivated to become stronger." While saying this, Yang Qinya was saying something else in his heart. "My goal is you, Yuan Hanjin. Before you, Yuan Hanjin, die, as long as I, Yang Qinya, have a breath, I will not stop my footsteps to become stronger." Of course, although Yang Qinya hated Yuan Hanjin to the core, he did not show it on the surface. This was because he knew that the moment he exposed himself, Yuan Hanjin and his father would definitely make the first move. He was not afraid of death. However, he did not want to die in the hands of Yuan Hanjin and his son. Even if he had to die, he wanted to die in the hands of others after killing Yuan Hanjin and his son. "That's good." Yuan Hanjin heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. "I was worried that you would lose your motivation after knowing that the person who killed your father had died. Now that I hear you say this, I'm relieved." "Very good. You did not disappoint me." The current Yuan Hanjin had a kind expression on his face. If it was the Yang Qinya of the past, he might have been happy with Yuan Hanjin's encouragement. However, at this moment, there was only hatred for Yuan Hanjin left in the depths of his heart. When he saw Yuan Hanjin's hypocritical attitude, he felt extremely disgusted. "All right, you can go back and rest. Tomorrow, let's see how your enemy is defeated." Yuan Hanjin looked at Yang Qinya and said with a faint smile. It was as though he could not wait for Duan Lingtian to be defeated by Wang Xiong and not be able to win first place. However, Yang Qinya only replied with a yes before he left. Would Duan Lingtian lose? Thinking of this, although Yang Qinya was not very optimistic in his heart, when he thought of Duan Lingtian's calmness and composure when facing Duan Lingtian, he could not help but be slightly shaken. However, it is indeed very, very difficult for him to defeat Wang Xiong. Yang Qinya thought to himself. The current Yang Qianye was only thinking of killing Yuan Hanjin and taking revenge for his father. As for Duan Lingtian, as of now, he really did not see Duan Lingtian as an enemy. This night was destined to be a sleepless night for most people. As the 7 prefectures banquet gradually came to an end, many people felt a sense of loss. When the 7 prefectures banquet had just started, many people felt that the process of the 7 prefectures banquet was slow and hoped to enter the later stages of the ranking battle as soon as possible. However, now that the ranking battle had really come to an end, they all felt that time had passed too quickly. Or rather, the 7 prefectures banquet had progressed too quickly. Let's go. Early the next morning, when the Chunying school students gathered, they also saw Yi Chunfeng, who they had not seen for a day. They only saw Yi Chunfeng look at everyone, greet them, and then lead the way to the 7 prefectures banquet. "Where is Duan Lingtian?" Lu Fenggu asked. He did not see Duan Lingtian, and at the same time, he also noticed that Zhen Pingfan was not there. However, he was more concerned about Duan Lingtian. As for Zhen Pingfan, he might have already gone there. "He will come with nephew Zhen later," Yi Chunfeng said. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Lu Fenggu did not say anything more. As long as Duan Lingtian could arrive in time, it was fine. Moreover, if Duan Lingtian really did not have the confidence to secure first place, it did not matter whether he was there or not. Thinking of this, Lu Fenggu felt relieved. Among the other people from Chunying school, many people thought that Duan Lingtian was going to forfeit. According to the rules of the 7 prefectures banquet, if the challenged person did not show up within 15 minutes, it would be considered as admitting defeat. Duan Lingtian is not here yet? When the people from Chunying school and the host of the 7 prefectures banquet, Elder Lin Donglai of the Flame Howl sect also arrived, the people from the various prefectures who had yet to see Duan Lingtian looked as if they had discovered a new continent and stared in the direction of the people from Chunying school. Chunying school's elder Yi Chunfeng is here. Duan Lingtian is not here. Is he going to forfeit? It should be. I guess he is not confident, so he chose not to come and indirectly forfeited. How disappointing. I originally wanted to see him fight with Wang Xiong. Now it seems that it has become an extravagant wish. Chapter 4073. Many people were surprised that Duan Lingtian did not show up at the 7 prefectures banquet today. Of course, most people thought that Duan Lingtian had given up. Coward. Over at the Machi clan side, Machi Hong sneered. Even if I was defeated by Wang Xiong, at least I have the courage to face him. Duan Lingtian, you don't even have the courage to face Wang Xiong. You don't deserve to be compared to me, Machi Hong. The current Machi Hong swept away the haze from before. It was as if he had trampled Duan Lingtian under his feet. Although Duan Lingtian did not show up, the battle for the top 10 of the 7 prefectures banquet continued as usual. However, the people in front, even those who were qualified to issue challenges, did not continue to do so. The first battle was between Lin Yuan, the prodigy of the Mystic Jade Mansion's Flame Howl sect, who was temporarily ranked 4th, and Han Di, the prodigy of the Spirit Rhino Mansion's Qi Tian sect, who was temporarily ranked 3rd. Han Di will probably admit defeat, right? Today, many people thought that Han Di would admit defeat. However, to everyone's surprise, Han Di did not admit defeat this time. He entered the arena and was only defeated after exchanging 10 moves with Lin Yuan. Of course, he admitted defeat after he was completely at a disadvantage, so he did not suffer any injuries. This Han Di is a smart person. Over at the Chunying school side, Yi Chunfeng smiled faintly and said, he basically did not fight before. Now that he's fighting, it's obvious that he wants to show his strength to the people behind him. This way, the people behind him won't hold on to him. In fact, Lu Fenggu and the other Chunying school's higher-ups had already guessed what Yi Chunfeng was talking about. However, that wasn't what they were focusing on right now. Their focus was on Duan Lingtian, who had not entered the ring yet. Although they guessed that Duan Lingtian might really give up, as people from the Chunying school, they still hoped that Duan Lingtian would show up. In addition, some people also noticed that Zhen Pingfan was not there. Some of them believed that the reason why Zhen Pingfan wasn't there was to protect Duan Lingtian. After all, it wasn't safe to leave Duan Lingtian alone there. Some people also thought that maybe Zhen Pingfan would bring Duan Lingtian along with him later. Number 2, please enter. Lin Donglai spoke in a clear voice under the watchful eyes of the crowd at the Seven Prefectures feast. In the next moment, the biggest dark horse of the Feast of the Seven Prefectures, Wang Xiong of the famous prefecture's cold mountain residence, slowly stepped out into the air. He was still dressed in a slightly sloppy manner, with a wine gourd hanging from his waist. As he walked, his body swayed, as if he was already somewhat drunk. I challenge number 1, the genius of Chunying School, Duan Lingtian. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Wang Xiong immediately issued a challenge to Duan Lingtian, who was temporarily ranked first in the Feast of the Seven Prefectures. Even though Duan Lingtian wasn't there, Wang Xiong's eyes were still locked in the direction of the people from Chunying School. His eyes were burning with anticipation. Although everyone present felt that Duan Lingtian was most likely going to give up. However, he felt that Duan Lingtian might not give up. There was no meaning in giving up. Even if he wouldn't be laughed at, it would definitely affect Duan Lingtian's future path to becoming a powerhouse. Not to mention other things, just the inner demons that might appear in the future made it unlikely that Duan Lingtian would choose to give up. On the path to becoming a powerhouse, failure wouldn't necessarily affect one's self. However, if one didn't even have the courage to fight, it would definitely affect one's mentality. Once one's mentality was affected, the inner demons would take advantage of the situation to invade. As Wang Xiong issued the challenge, the crowd instantly went into an uproar. A group of people still felt that it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to appear and that he must have given up. Let's just wait 15 minutes. After 15 minutes, if Duan Lingtian doesn't appear, Wang Xiong will win. I really didn't expect that the battle for the first place in the Feast of the Seven Prefectures would be so boring. I wonder if Duan Lingtian will come tomorrow and compete with Lin Yuan for the second place in this Feast of the Seven Prefectures. Although the top 3 in the Feast of the Seven Prefectures are only competing for the 3 Holy Land Mystic Zones for their respective factions, the individual rewards for second and third place are still somewhat different. Who knows, Duan Lingtian might choose not to come tomorrow and give up. While the crowd was discussing animatedly, time passed quietly. In the blink of an eye, 15 minutes had passed. There's still 15 minutes left. At this moment, the host, Elder Lin Donglai of the Mystic Jade Mansion's Flame Howl sect, looked at the Chunying School side and said loudly, if Duan Lingtian doesn't appear after 15 minutes, it will be considered as admitting defeat. As soon as Lin Donglai said this, many people from the various prefectures and factions felt that his reminder was unnecessary. At this time, Duan Lingtian would definitely not come. Great-grandmother, will Big Brother come? Behind the clouds, in the Jade Palace, a young girl looked nervously at the old woman and asked worriedly. Can't you just continue watching? The old woman shook her head and smiled, then continued to look at the mirror image in front of her. The mirror image was the scene of the Feast of the Seven Prefectures. The people from the various prefectures and factions could be seen, but the main focus was still on the center of the Feast of the Seven Prefectures. Wang Xiong of the Hanshan residence of the Daming Prefecture was a close-up of the mirror image. Almost as soon as the old woman finished speaking, the eyes of the young girl who had been staring at the mirror image in front of her suddenly lit up. He's here. Big Brother is here. In the mirror image, a purple figure appeared out of thin air. After he appeared, he directly faced Wang Xiong and looked at him calmly. It was Duan Lingtian. Duan Ling Tian's sudden arrival caused a hint of understanding to flash in Wang Xiong's eyes. Just as he had guessed, it was very likely that Duan Ling Tian would not come. At the same time, when Duan Ling Tian teleported, the crowd was in an uproar. Duan Ling Tian is here? Why did he appear at this time? Is he busy with something? Humph. In my opinion, he is deliberately mystifying in order to attract our attention. So what if he is here? Even if he is here, he is still no match for Wang Xiong. Although Duan Lingtian's timely appearance was surprising, more people were not optimistic about him. They felt that even if he did not surrender, he would still be defeated by Wang Xiong. He's here. Duan Lingtian is here. On the Chunyang school side, although most people felt that Duan Lingtian's appearance was useless, they were inexplicably excited. After all, he was the genius of their Chunyang school and represented the face of their Chunyang school. Although it was not shameful to give up without a fight, it was still shameful. Now that he had appeared, even if he was defeated, it would be a glorious defeat. After Duan Lingtian's appearance, Shen Pingfan also arrived and sat beside Yi Chenfeng. After greeting Yi Chenfeng and Lu Fenggu, he looked directly at Duan Lingtian in the field with a hint of doubt in his eyes. As for what he was doubting, only he knew. Today, you will see. At this time, Yang Qianye heard the words of his master, Yuan Hanjin, saying, "Your enemy, although a genius, is not invincible. Among his peers, there are still people who can defeat him." Upon hearing Yuan Hanjin's words, Yang Qianye did not respond. He did not show any other emotions, but his heart was filled with disdain. Although Wang Xiong was Duan Lingtian's peer, how old was Wang Xiong compared to Duan Lingtian? An 8,000-year-old young heaven's pride and a 3,000-year-old young heaven's pride, how could they compare? He's here. On the Machi clan side, Machi Hong frowned slightly when he saw Duan Lingtian. Earlier, when he saw Duan Lingtian was not here, he felt that he was stronger than Duan Lingtian because he did not give up when Wang Xiong challenged him. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian gave up. At that time, he felt an inexplicable sense of superiority. But now, that sense of superiority that he had yet to fully enjoy had completely disappeared. Duan Lingtian was here. Humph. So what if he's here? He's still going to lose. A sneer appeared on the corner of Machi Hong's mouth. His eyes were filled with disdain when he looked at Duan Lingtian. It was as though he felt Duan Lingtian was not a match for anyone but himself. Duan Lingtian, I've long heard of your name. Wang Xiong looked at Duan Lingtian solemnly as he said, an intermediate divine emperor who's not even 3,000 years old from a Devata realm. Although I'm also a divine emperor when I was your age, I'm nothing compared to you. Wang Xiong's words were, in fact, a compliment to Duan Lingtian. However, the others were still shocked when they heard this. Wang Xiong was not even 3,000 years old, but he had already become a divine emperor. Even the group of people from the Han Mountain residents were astonished because they didn't know Wang Xiong. They didn't know that Wang Xiong had become a godly emperor at such a young age. This was because Wang Xiong had only joined the Cold Mountain Mansion 1,000 years ago. Moreover, his performance had always been mediocre, and he had been overshadowed by the other young prodigies in the Cold Mountain Mansion. After all, Wang Xiong had always been concealing his strength and had never shown it to others. Our battle today has nothing to do with age. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. The Seven Mansions banquet is a stage for young prodigies below the age of 10,000. You and I stand at the same height. If you defeat me, you'll be the champion of the Seven Mansions banquet. If you can't defeat me, I'm afraid you'll have to settle for second place. Duan Lingtian smiled indifferently. He did not seem discouraged at all. Even so, no one felt that he was confident in his own strength. They only felt that he was stubbornly holding on. He knew that he was going to lose, but he still cared about his reputation and stubbornly held on. If I can't defeat you and settle for second place, I'll accept it. Wang Xiong smiled faintly. He did not seem annoyed by Duan Lingtian's words at all. It was as though there was no difference between first place and second place to him. Since both of you are here, let's begin. Lin Donglai glanced at both of them before he spoke bluntly, interrupting their conversation. As soon as Lin Donglai finished speaking, Duan Lingtian and Wang Xiong's eyes narrowed slightly. However, the eyes of the onlookers lit up immediately, and they straightened their backs. Their reactions were even greater than Duan Lingtian and Wang Xiong. Chapter 4074. Whoosh! Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Wang Xiong's body glowed with golden light. In the blink of an eye, he seemed to have turned into a golden sun, his body burning with golden flames. Of course, this was not a flame, but a manifestation of the fusion of the law of gold and divine power. On the other hand, although Duan Lingtian's purple robe began to flutter without any wind, he did not have Wang Xiong's mighty aura. He stood there like an ordinary expert. Buzz! Suddenly, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a golden light swept across the void like a blade cutting through the sky, cutting through the air and splitting Duan Lingtian into two. This light figure seemed to have appeared out of thin air. In the next instant, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Wang Xiong's body turned into a shadow and gradually dissipated. On the other side, Duan Lingtian's body also turned into a shadow. First, it was split into two, then it quickly dissipated. Whoosh! Before many people had the time to react, the sound of a sword whistling rapidly rang in their ears. In the next instant, there was another sound similar to the burning of the air. Whoosh! 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 Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Wang Xiong caught up with Duan Lingtian, who had teleported away to avoid his attack. The high-grade divine sword in his hand released a dazzling golden light as he continuously attacked Duan Lingtian. The embryonic form of sword principle that he had just mastered was also displayed at this moment. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian had yet to draw his sword, let alone display his sword principle. Around him, the space storm raged. Every time the gray space storm moved, it seemed to cause the void to tremble, directly affecting the space. Wherever Wang Xiong's sword light went, the space storm raged and pushed back, forcefully stopping it. Of course, the crowd was not surprised when they saw this scene. Anyone with eyes could see that Wang Xiong had yet to use his full strength. Perhaps, he had not even used half of his skills. Under such circumstances, it was normal for Duan Lingtian to be able to deal with it without drawing his sword. It would be abnormal if he could not. After all, he was the number one genius of the younger generation in Tongleng province, whom even Han Di, the genius of the Spirit Rhino Mansion's Qi Tian sect, was ashamed of his inferiority. Whoosh! 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 Wang Xiong's sword became more and more frequent and faster. From the initial probing to the next step of fierce attacks, it made people feel as if their gazes were drifting, unable to cope with it. At this time, one could imagine the pressure Duan Lingtian was under. As for Duan Lingtian, when Wang Xiong made his next move, he also made his move. Whoosh! A clear sword cry resonated in the air. The moment Duan Lingtian's prominent grade divine sword appeared, it instantly overshadowed the sword in Wang Xiong's hand. The sword ray that carried a sharp sword qi tore through the air. Not only was it pleasing to the eye, but it also sent chills down one's spine. It was as though one could clearly feel the sharp sword intent contained in the sword. This is the sword Dao. Wang Xiong has only just comprehended the embryonic form of sword principle, but Duan Lingtian has already stepped over the embryonic form of sword principle and grasped the true sword principle. In terms of sword Dao, Wang Xiong can't even catch up to him. Today, Duan Lingtian is only a medium divine emperor. If Duan Lingtian was a senior divine emperor, even if his comprehension of the law profundities is not as good as Wang Xiong's, he would still be able to fight Wang Xiong to a draw with his sword Dao. Who knows, he might even be able to defeat Wang Xiong. What a monster! He's not even 3,000 years old, but he already has such achievements. This is unheard of in the history of the 7 prefectures. Genius. A true genius. Although the people present felt that Duan Lingtian had no chance of winning this battle, it did not affect their recognition of Duan Lingtian's strength and innate talent. For a young prodigy who was not even 3,000 years old to reach this stage in the 7 prefectures grand banquet, it could be said that this was absolutely unprecedented in the history of the 7 prefectures. It's a pity he was born too late. If he was born 1,000 years earlier, he would definitely be the champion of the 7 prefectures grand banquet this time. That's right. With his innate talent and comprehension, if he's given 1,000 years, his strength will definitely surpass Wang Xiong's current strength. This is fate. Many people felt that it was a pity for Duan Lingtian. They felt that Duan Lingtian did not get to participate in the 7 prefectures grand banquet at his best age. Otherwise, he would definitely be the brightest star in the 7 prefectures grand banquet this time. However, although he was still shining brightly, Wang Xiong had overshadowed most of his brilliance. His attainments in the law of metal that he has comprehended are actually so strong. Most importantly, the law of earth that he has comprehended is not weak at all. After exchanging blows with Wang Xiong many times, Wang Xiong gradually revealed a stronger strength. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian had also revealed a step more of his strength. They were in a stalemate all along. During this process, Duan Lingtian had wanted to find Wang Xiong's weakness many times and take the opportunity to push him into a disadvantageous position or even defeat him. However, he did not have the chance to do so. Although Wang Xiong seemed to be attacking crazily, his defense was very good as well. Duan Lingtian could not find any weakness at all. What made Duan Lingtian sigh with emotion was that while he was looking for Wang Xiong's weakness, Wang Xiong was also looking for his weakness. Wang Xiong's rich combat experience did not seem like a native of a plane of gods who was not even 10,000 years old. This Wang Xiong is not that simple. He must have experienced many battles before entering the cold mountain residence in the Daimon's mansion. While Duan Lingtian was guessing like this, Wang Xiong was also extremely shocked. This Duan Lingtian, a young man who's not even 3,000 years old, how can he have such rich battle experience? I used to be a sectless cultivator who grew through battles. Later on, I entered the planar battlefield and killed my way here. It was only after I left the planar battlefield that I entered the cold mountain residence in the Daimon's mansion. Wang Xiong was confident that his combat experience would not lose out to the older generation in the 7 prefectures. He also felt that it was difficult to find a match among his peers. Previously, he had felt that his opponent's combat experience was mediocre. He felt that his opponent relied more on his strength. However, when it came to Duan Lingtian, he felt as though he was fighting against those old monsters who had rich combat experience and were on par with him in the planar battlefield. Duan Lingtian had been looking for his weakness all this time. He even had a feeling that once Duan Lingtian grasped hold of his weakness, he would most likely be defeated. Is Duan Lingtian really not even 3,000 years old? Even if someone from the Devata realm has rich combat experience, how can he have such combat experience at such a young age? Wang Xiong could not figure it out. However, the pressure that Duan Lingtian gave him made him unable to continue the stalemate with Duan Lingtian. Soon after, he showed his strength. I'd like to see what other tricks he has up his sleeve. Today, I, Wang Xiong, will defeat him in my strongest form and become the champion of the 7 prefectures grand banquet. With this thought in mind, Wang Xiong, who was still in a stalemate with Duan Lingtian, suddenly soared into the sky. His body shone brightly like a blazing sun. On the other hand, Duan Ling Tian teleported to the distance when Wang Xiong shot up into the sky. He stared at Wang Xiong from afar. His expression turned solemn at this moment. The warm-up was over. Next, it was time to determine the victor. At this moment, everyone could see Wang Xiong's determination. Divine energy surged from Wang Xiong's body as he gradually revealed the profundity from the law of metal. The high-grade divine sword in his hand did not move, but the sword light that flickered on it carried a sharp sword intent, giving people a feeling of unparalleled sharpness. Wang Xiong is not going to waste any more time with Duan Ling Tian and is going to determine the victor. It's obvious. Now that Wang Xiong is serious, how many moves do you think Duan Ling Tian can take? I think he can take at least 30 moves. After all, he is the #1 prodigy of the younger generation in Tongling province. Earlier, the stalemate between Duan Ling Tian and Wang Xiong caused many people to feel unsatisfied, and they were slightly depressed and aggrieved as they watched. Now, when they saw that Wang Xiong was about to explode, the emotions of the crowd were stirred up. Duan Ling Tian. As the golden light around him soared, Wang Xiong's voice could be heard. The warm-up is officially over. Next, you and I will decide the outcome of this battle. That's what I want. When he heard Wang Xiong's words, Duan Ling Tian responded calmly. The space storm around him rose, and the prominent divine sword in his hand turned into a sword qi that circled around his body like a protective divine sword. Take my sword! Wang Xiong roared. Then, his body swayed, and like a golden giant, he stepped across the sky. When his foot landed, the void shook. At the same time, with a deafening roar, a huge golden sword qi flew across the sky like a rainbow and headed straight for Duan Ling Tian. When the sword was unleashed, the sky seemed to change color. Even Lin Donglai, who was resisting the power, turned serious. What a powerful sword move! Seeing Wang Xiong's amazing sword move, the faces of the crowd turned serious. Great! On the other hand, Duan Ling Tian spoke out in a timely manner. Wang Xiong shouted out in a low voice. Since you want me to receive your sword strike, then I'll receive your sword strike. Whoosh! Duan Ling Tian's body swayed and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was behind Wang Xiong. Wang Xiong's sword was slashed in front of him. Just when many people thought that Wang Xiong's sword would miss, I've been waiting for you to teleport. Wang Xiong laughed. Then, as if he had eyes on the back of his head, he pushed his sword backward. The prominent divine sword in his hand emitted a golden light that whizzed toward Duan Ling Tian. Whoosh! The momentum of this sword strike was even stronger than the one he had slashed out before. It was as if he had used his trump card at the most critical moment. Amazing! What a good timing! Seeing Wang Xiong's move, many of the Emperor God experts' eyes lit up. Some of them couldn't help but praise Wang Xiong. Meanwhile, the group of people from the Pure Sun sect had a nervous expression on their faces as they broke out in cold sweat for Duan Ling Tian. End of chapter. Chapter 4075. Whoosh! Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Wang Xiong turned around and swung his sword at Duan Ling Tian. It was as though he had launched his attack the moment Duan Ling Tian appeared. The moment Duan Ling Tian's figure completely appeared, it was already in front of him. Even Elder Lin Donglai of the Flame Howl School, who supported the 7 Prefectures feast, tensed up. He was ready to save Duan Ling Tian's life when he was in danger. As for whether or not Duan Ling Tian would be injured, he could not guarantee it. As the host of the 7 Prefectures feast, he could intervene, but only when the outcome was already decided. Now, although everyone, including him, thought that Duan Ling Tian would not be able to escape from Wang Xiong's sword and would be injured even if he did not die, he still did not intervene. He was afraid that there would be variables. Once there was a variable, not only would his intervention be unnecessary, but it would also affect the fairness of the feast. Just like now. It seemed that Duan Lingtian's life was in danger, but it was not the most dangerous moment yet. If he intervened now, he would be able to stop Wang Xiong. But what if Duan Lingtian had the ability to face this situation? What if he was not afraid of this attack? Although this if was very unlikely, it was still possible. No matter how small the possibility was, it was still a possibility. Therefore, the only thing he could do now was to focus all his attention on the scene. Once Duan Lingtian was really unable to block this sword strike and his life was in danger, he would make a move. At that time, it would be time for him to intervene. Duan Lingtian, at this moment, not only was Lin Donglai vigilant, but even Yi Chunfeng and Lu Fenggu of the Chunying school were on alert, ready to intervene at any time. Zhen Pingfan's expression was also solemn. His robe began to flutter even though there was no wind. The divine power in his body was ready to burst out at any time. However, in the next instant, the tense nerves of these vigilant people completely relaxed. This was because Duan Lingtian, who had just appeared, was only hit by Wang Xiong's sword, but what was hit was still an illusion. The disappearance of the illusion meant that the original body was unharmed. How is this possible? Wang Xiong's expression changed. Then, as if he had thought of something, his pupils shrank as he subconsciously exclaimed in shock, "Your attainments in space law have actually reached such a level?" In that instant, a word suddenly popped up in his mind, double teleportation. However, Duan Lingtian ignored Wang Xiong's cry of shock. After teleporting to Wang Xiong's side, Duan Lingtian slashed out with his sword. As the sword struck out, a spatial storm wreaked havoc, bringing with it a murderous intent that swept towards Wang Xiong. Wang Xiong also reacted at this time. He hurriedly pushed out his sword horizontally. The sword light exploded and met Duan Lingtian's sword that contained the true way of the sword. In an instant, the power of the two collided. At first, it was incomparably quiet, like cotton hitting cotton. However, in the blink of an eye, a blazing white light suddenly erupted. It was the spatial storm that collided with the resplendent golden power, evolving into another extremely terrifying explosive power. This power, to Duan Lingtian, could be easily destroyed. However, to Wang Xiong, who had acted hastily, it was a little too strong. His entire body was instantly sent flying. However, at the critical moment, a golden armor shadow rose from the surface of Wang Xiong's body. The appearance of the defensive artifact also helped him share part of the injury. Puff, however, even with the defensive artifact sharing the injury, Wang Xiong was still injured, and his injury was not light. Even though he quickly took a few divine elixirs, his face was still as pale as paper. He's injured. Wang Xiong is injured. Wang Xiong's injury caused an uproar. No one had expected that Wang Xiong, who was almost certain to win in their eyes, would be the first to be injured in the battle with Duan Lingtian. However, after Wang Xiong was injured, he used the recoil force to quickly leave and widened the distance between him and Duan Lingtian. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, his gaze was even more solemn. In fact, from the beginning, Wang Xiong did not have any intention of underestimating Duan Lingtian. However, Duan Lingtian's strength was still beyond his imagination. Duan Lingtian had actually mastered the second teleportation. One should know that the second teleportation could only be achieved after combining many space law ultimacies together. In the Xiangang land and other realms of gods, there were very few people, even among the lower-rank emperor gods, who could achieve this. Most of those who had mastered the second teleportation were at least middle-rank emperor gods, and without exception, they were all experts who were skilled in the space law. It's the second teleportation. Duan Lingtian has actually mastered the second teleportation. Due to the sudden change in the situation, in addition to Wang Xiong's injury, most of the people's attention was diverted. Until Wang Xiong stopped and the scene calmed down, the group of Emperor God experts at the scene were the first to come back to their senses. The second teleportation. Duan Lingtian had mastered the second teleportation. What is the second teleportation? At this time, some of the young geniuses were also puzzled. Second phase teleportation is a technique that can only be grasped by experts who are proficient in the laws of space after comprehending the laws of space to a certain extent. In the 7 prefectures, those who have grasped second phase teleportation are all existences above the level of middle god emperor. You should be able to understand now, right? As some of the emperor god experts started to explain, the young geniuses who didn't know what the second instant movement meant started to understand what it meant. The second teleportation was a sign that an expert who was skilled in the space law had comprehended the space law to a certain extent. In the 7 prefectures, experts who were skilled in the space law and had mastered the second teleportation were all middle-rank emperor gods and above. Of course, there was an exception now. Duan Lingtian. He had mastered the second teleportation when he was only a middle-rank emperor god. This also meant that Duan Lingtian's attainment in the space law was comparable to the middle-rank emperor gods who were skilled in the space law in the 7 prefectures. What does the second teleportation mean? Isn't teleportation something that can be done over and over again? This is not difficult for anyone who is skilled in the space law to do. Some of the young geniuses were also puzzled by the definition of the second teleportation. Soon, someone explained to them, it is true that teleportation can be done over and over again. However, there is a pause time between the 2 teleportations. If Duan Lingtian had done the second teleportation as you said, do you think he would have been able to dodge Wang Xiong's attack? Wang Xiong's attack still amazes me when I think about it. If Duan Lingtian had not mastered the second teleportation, he would have been the one who was injured, not Wang Xiong. A normal second teleportation has a pause time. However, the second teleportation does not have a pause time. You saw it just now. After Duan Lingtian teleported for the first time, there was only a shadow and he was gone. That is the sign of the second teleportation. The second teleportation, after the first teleportation, even if you saw him, you would not be able to hurt him because he could teleport for the second time without any pause. As someone explained, those who did not know much about the second teleportation also understood the meaning of the second teleportation. They were shocked. Teleportation could be done like this? At the same time, they realized where Wang Xiong had fallen. Wang Xiong was injured not because he was weak, but because he did not know that Duan Lingtian had mastered the second teleportation. He thought that he could hit Duan Lingtian with his attack, so he attacked with all his might. As a result, when Duan Lingtian attacked him later, he did not have time to react, nor did he have time to use too much strength to defend himself. Duan Lingtian could be said to have caught him off guard. However, it is unbelievable that a middle celestial emperor could master the second teleportation. In the 7 prefectures, those who could master the second teleportation were all middle celestial emperors and above. Maybe because of this, Wang Xiong did not expect Duan Lingtian to have mastered the second teleportation. At this time, the crowd could not help but exclaim at the strength of Duan Lingtian's comprehension of the law of space. He had even mastered the second teleportation. Previously, I thought that Wang Xiong's comprehension of the law of metal was heaven-defying. In the 7 prefectures, only lower celestial emperors and above could compare to his attainments in the law of metal. However, I did not expect Duan Lingtian's attainments in the law of space to be comparable to his attainments in the law of metal. As one of the 4 supreme laws, the law of space is famous for being difficult to comprehend. Now, Duan Lingtian's comprehension of the law of space should be similar to Wang Xiong's comprehension of the law of metal. However, because the law of space is a supreme law, it is stronger in actual combat. Even if it is stronger, it is not by much. If Wang Xiong was not injured earlier, with just this and the sword principle that he has mastered, he should not be able to overcome the difference in cultivation level and defeat Wang Xiong. He might not even be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with Wang Xiong. But now, Wang Xiong is injured, and we don't know how serious his injury is. If it is serious, Duan Lingtian might be able to secure first place in the 7 prefectures feast this time. Wang Xiong's injury was out of everyone's expectations. At this moment, even the divine emperors present on the scene were shocked by Duan Lingtian's second teleportation. Even the people from the Pure Sun sect were a little confused at this moment. Duan Lingtian's attainments in the law of space were so high. He had even mastered the second teleportation. This brat did not tell me that he had mastered the second teleportation. Zhen Pingfan exclaimed with widened eyes. I did not expect it either. Yi Chunfeng shook his head at this moment. If I had known, perhaps I would not have needed to spend so much effort. Although there seemed to be some resentment in his words, Yi Chunfeng's lips curled into a faint smile at this moment. This could be considered a pleasant surprise. He had not expected Duan Lingtian to have mastered the second teleportation. End of chapter. Chapter 4076. It was common knowledge that Duan Lingtian was proficient in the law of space. Furthermore, everyone present knew that Duan Lingtian's mastery of the law of space was profound. He was no weaker than any of the high-level celestial emperors in the 7 prefectures who were proficient in the law of space. He was even comparable to some of the lesser god emperors who were proficient in the law of space. However, Duan Lingtian's second teleportation today had shocked everyone. In the 7 prefectures, only a few medium god emperors who were proficient in the law of space could perform the second teleportation. He's not even 3,000 years old, but his comprehension of the law of space has already caught up to mine. I guess I've wasted my tens of thousands of years. When the news of Duan Lingtian performing the second teleportation spread to the various powers in the 7 prefectures, the few medium god emperors who were proficient in the law of space and could perform the second teleportation all expressed similar sentiments. Duan Lingtian has mastered the second teleportation and injured Wang Xiong? It seems that Wang Xiong may not necessarily win today. Could it be that the Pure Sun sect will really be able to obtain 6 slots this time? Continue to contact Chunyang School. We must get a place at all costs. While the various powers in the 7 prefectures were in turmoil, Duan Lingtian was calmly looking at Wang Xiong, who was standing in the distance, allowing him to recover from his injuries. However, Wang Xiong was currently recovering from his injuries while keeping a vigilant eye on Duan Lingtian. At the same time, he was feeling very bitter in his heart. A single slip would cause everlasting regret. He had not expected Duan Lingtian to have mastered the second teleportation, so he was directly injured this time. Moreover, his injuries were not light. Now, with his current strength, even if his old injuries relapsed, it would be good enough if he could use 80% of his strength. Whoosh! Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian moved again and headed straight for Wang Xiong. At this time, he knew that he had to end this quickly. Otherwise, once Wang Xiong recovered, it would be difficult for him to defeat Wang Xiong again. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. So far, everything was going according to his plan. This time, when Duan Lingtian attacked again, a figure leapt out of his body at the right time. It was his Space Law clone. The Space Law doppelganger also held a high-grade divine sword in his hand. His original body and avatar attacked Wang Xiong together. Moreover, as soon as he made his move, a spatial storm raged. The sword will was also displayed at the right time. Duan Lingtian is preparing to defeat Wang Xiong in one go. Even a law clone has appeared. Duan Lingtian's law doppelganger isn't much weaker than his main body. With the main body and the doppelganger working together and Wang Xiong injured, even if he uses all of his bloodline power, he'll still be in danger. We'll know as we continue watching. Today, Duan Lingtian might not necessarily win against Wang Xiong. Even if it's a draw, he'll be able to secure first place. Wang Xiong was injured just now. He was at a disadvantage. Seeing Duan Lingtian charging at Wang Xiong, the crowd was shocked. The group of young geniuses discussed animatedly. They no longer thought that Wang Xiong would definitely win like before. Now, Wang Xiong's face was pale. It was obvious that he was not as strong as before. In addition, Duan Lingtian had displayed strength that was beyond everyone's imagination. Now that he had both his doppelganger and his main body, his aura was so strong that no one dared to underestimate him anymore. Even if he was only a middle-level divine emperor. It should be known that among the top 10 in the seven-mansion banquet, only Duan Lingtian, Yang Qianye, and Shimen were middle-level divine emperors. The other 7 were all high-level divine emperors. Yang Qianye and Shimen were now the bottom 2 in the top 10. Although Duan Lingtian was only a middle-level divine emperor like them, he had the ability to fight for first place. Their strength was on a completely different level. Duan Lingtian, everyone has underestimated you. At this moment, Wang Xiong was facing Duan Lingtian and his doppelganger. His face froze and his eyes flashed with fear. At the same time, the golden light on his body surged again. A gust of blood qi also rose. It was his blood force. In the next instant, he moved. However, he did not charge at Duan Lingtian. Instead, he retreated and attacked at the same time. Swoosh! 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 Wang Xiong faced Duan Lingtian and retreated. However, the upper-grade holy sword in his hand did not stop moving. Rays of dazzling golden sword radiance swept out in all directions, trying to block Duan Lingtian's attack. Seeing this, Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows. Then, he exchanged positions with his doppelganger and attacked together. Swoosh! Swoosh! 2 rays of sword radiance shot out and intertwined with each other as they attacked together. In just a blink of an eye, the sword radiance shattered Wang Xiong's doppelganger. During this process, everyone could clearly feel the power of Duan Lingtian's doppelganger, and his doppelganger's attack was not as simple as 1 + 1. This scene, as expected, shocked everyone present. The group of god emperors present on the scene was the most shocked. Their eyes were not as sharp as the others. That's a formation? It seems like a simple formation that 2 people join forces. However, due to the tacit understanding between his doppelganger and the sword Dao true meaning, their combined strength is much stronger than usual. I've encountered many people from the Devata realms and fought with them. I've even seen their doppelganger. However, none of them are capable of this. The sword Dao that Duan Lingtian's doppelganger and his doppelganger are stronger than usual when they join forces through a formation. I didn't expect the sword Dao true meaning would be able to link his doppelganger and his doppelganger together. No wonder powerhouses from the Devata realms would undergo a qualitative transformation once they master the heaven, earth, and heaven Dao. This must be what they're talking about, right? The group of god emperors was already shocked, and they saw Duan Lingtian had mastered the teleportation technique twice. Now that they saw Duan Lingtian's doppelganger joining forces, they were even more shocked. At the same time, when they subconsciously looked at Wang Xiong, they could not help but shake their heads or secretly shake their heads. If Wang Xiong was at his prime, he might have the ability to battle Duan Lingtian, and he might even be able to fight Duan Lingtian to a tie. However, Wang Xiong was currently injured. Moreover, his earlier attack had worsened his injuries. It would be difficult for him to fight Duan Lingtian to a draw, let alone defeat him. I didn't expect this. I didn't expect Duan Lingtian to be so strong. He's much stronger than what he displayed in front of Han Di. He's really good at hiding his strength. Everyone thought Wang Xiong would definitely win. However, it's really unbelievable now. At this moment, the group of god emperors could already guess who would win even if they did not continue watching. Although Wang Xiong was outstanding, he had lost the initiative due to his misjudgment. Naturally, they knew Wang Xiong's misjudgment was not his fault. After all, no one expected a medium divine emperor to be able to master the law of space's teleportation technique twice. Moreover, even if Wang Xiong was not injured, with Duan Lingtian's strength, it would be difficult for Wang Xiong to defeat him. At most, they would be able to fight to a draw. In other words, even if Wang Xiong was not injured due to his carelessness, Duan Lingtian would still be the champion of the 7 prefectures banquet. When Duan Lingtian and his clone joined forces, not only did the divine emperors present on the scene realize something was amiss, but even the high-ranking officials from the various mansions and forces present on the scene could tell something was amiss. Some of the young prodigies who were more powerful looked at Duan Lingtian with a solemn expression on their faces. Their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Duan Lingtian is actually so strong? Han Di was where the people from the Spirit Rhino Mansion's Heaven's Equal sect were. He looked at Duan Lingtian from afar and felt a chill in his heart. Fortunately, I didn't sneak attack him back then. Otherwise, I would have been in deep trouble. Now that Han Di thought about the situation back then, he could not help but rejoice. He's so strong. Lin Yuan and Yuan Moyu's expressions were extremely solemn at this moment. Tuoba Xiu, who had always been aloof, looked at Duan Lingtian with a hint of surprise and indescribable splendor. As an outstanding woman, Tuoba Xiu's standards were naturally higher than ordinary women's. She did not think much of the men around her, who were younger than her, even if some of them had pursued her before. This was the first time a man had entered her eyes. It should be known that although Wang Xiong and Lin Yuan's performances were strong, they had not caught her eye. However, Duan Lingtian had caught her eye for 2 reasons. First, he was not even 3,000 years old. His talent and comprehension skills were extraordinary. She felt ashamed of her inferiority. Second, Duan Lingtian was stronger than her. Third, Duan Lingtian was good-looking. Of course, although Tuoba Xiu looked at Duan Lingtian in a different light, she only had a slightly favorable impression of him. She did not have any deep feelings for him. How is this possible? On the Machi family side, Machi Hong's expression was extremely ugly. He had never dreamed that Duan Lingtian's strength would be so strong. Although Duan Lingtian had defeated him back then, his strength was clearly not much better than his. Did he hold back? He actually held back. He had held back and defeated him so easily. At this moment, Machi Hong felt a sense of humiliation. On the Chunying school side, the group was also pleasantly surprised. They had thought that Duan Lingtian would lose without a doubt. They did not expect that Duan Lingtian would give them such a big surprise in the end. Even Yi Chenfeng was shaking his head gently at this moment. He had shown Duan Lingtian's sword Dao true meaning in order to let Duan Lingtian's sword Dao reach a higher level, break through the bottleneck, and enter the next realm. However, based on the current situation, Duan Lingtian's sword Dao had not broken through the bottleneck and entered the next realm. Did he work for nothing? If he had known that Duan Lingtian had such strength, he would not have been in such a hurry to show Duan Lingtian's sword Dao true meaning. However, Yi Chenfeng did not know that Duan Lingtian's original body and clone could cooperate to such an extent because of the inspiration he had received from comprehending the sword Dao true meaning that he had displayed in the past 2 days. Chapter 4077. In the arena, Wang Xiong saw how Duan Lingtian had defeated his attack. When he saw how Duan Lingtian and his doppelganger worked together, he felt helpless. He could see it too. If he had not been injured, if he had been able to display his full power, even if Duan Lingtian had mastered the second teleportation, he might have been able to fight Duan Lingtian to a draw. But now, he was injured, and his injuries were not light at all. He could only display 70 to 80% of his power. Now that he had fought with Duan Ling Tian, he could only unleash 60% of his strength at most due to his injuries. However, I did not lose unjustly. When he thought about how Duan Ling Tian had injured him using the second teleportation, which had never been publicly displayed, Wang Xiong felt that he had not lost unjustly. Perhaps Duan Ling Tian had used this trump card just to show it to him. I admit defeat. Hence, after he had been injured further, the middle-level Emperor God from the Han Mountain residence reminded him through telepathy. Thus, Wang Xiong admitted defeat in a timely manner. That was because there was no point in continuing. Duan Ling Tian had already displayed his power. Most importantly, Duan Ling Tian was not injured at all. As for Wang Xiong, his injuries were not light. Although Wang Xiong's admission of defeat was not out of everyone's expectations, it still shocked everyone. After all, it was completely different from what they had imagined. No one had expected Duan Ling Tian, whom they had not thought highly of, to be able to defeat Wang Xiong. Of course, although they knew that they had guessed wrongly, after witnessing Duan Ling Tian's power and hearing the explanation of the Emperor God, no one felt that Duan Ling Tian had defeated Wang Xiong because of luck. According to our ancestor, even if Wang Xiong was not injured, the best result would be a draw with Duan Ling Tian. It would be impossible for him to defeat Duan Ling Tian. Yes. Our ancestor said the same thing. My ancestor said that even if Wang Xiong wasn't injured, Duan Ling Tian still had a high chance of winning. Duan Ling Tian's attainments in the laws are slightly stronger than Wang Xiong's. His nomological avatars are also stronger than Wang Xiong's bloodline powers. Furthermore, he has grasped Sword Dao. Even if his cultivation level is lower than Wang Xiong's by a realm, he can close the gap and even surpass it. The young geniuses present didn't believe the words of ordinary people. However, they had no choice but to believe the words of an Emperor God expert, especially a Middle Emperor God expert. Moreover, even if they were not as experienced as Emperor God experts, they were not blind. They had seen the power that Duan Ling Tian had displayed with their own eyes. It could not be fake. After Wang Xiong admitted defeat, the golden light on his body completely retracted. At the same time, he looked at Duan Ling Tian, whose spatial storm had dissipated, and asked with a bitter smile, "Duan Ling Tian, was the strength you just displayed your full strength?" Following Wang Xiong's question, the entire place fell into dead silence. At this moment, they suddenly thought of the same question. Had Duan Ling Tian displayed his full strength just now? One should know that before this, they had all subconsciously thought that Duan Ling Tian had displayed his full strength just now. Even the group of Emperor God experts thought so. As a result, now that Wang Xiong had asked this question, the group of Emperor God experts all focused their attention on Duan Ling Tian. Faced with Wang Xiong's question in everyone's gaze, Duan Ling Tian said calmly, "Almost full strength." Indeed. Almost full strength. This was because he had not used the way of control. He had only displayed the embryonic form of the way of control. Of course, if he had not improved in the past 2 days and had not found a way for his original body and nomological avatars to work together perfectly through the Sword Dao that Yi Chen Feng had displayed, even if he had displayed the way of control, he might not have been as strong as what he had just displayed. Almost full strength? Hearing this, Wang Xiong was stunned at first. Then, he said bitterly, "That means you have not used your full strength?" "All right. I understand." Then, Wang Xiong turned around and left in a lonely manner. Those who were looking at his back saw the bitterness that flashed across the corner of his mouth when he turned around. After a short moment of dead silence, the rest of the people were also in an uproar. Duan Ling Tian had not used his full strength just now. Everyone, including the group of Emperor God experts, was shocked. Even Lin Donglai, who was in charge of hosting the 7 prefectures banquet, looked at Duan Ling Tian with a strange light in his eyes. It was as if he could not wait to abduct Duan Lingtian to the profound Jade Mansion's Flame Howl sect. Who would have thought that the first place of the 7 prefectures banquet would be won by Duan Lingtian in the end? Fortunately, someone opened a bet yesterday and I ignored it. Otherwise, I would have lost miserably today. Who would have thought of this result? Just like that, the first place of the 7 prefectures banquet fell into Duan Lingtian's hands. When Duan Lingtian returned to Chunying School, many Emperor God experts from the various prefectures and major forces congratulated Yi Chunfeng and Lu Fenggu, who were leading the group from Chunying School. The atmosphere at Chunying School was jubilant. Even the Great Ming Mansion's Han Mountain residence was not as lifeless as he had imagined. On the contrary, the Machi clan, which was located near the Pure Sun sect, seemed to be in a gloomy mood. After all, the relationship between the Machi clan and the Pure Sun sect had been severed ever since Yi Chunfeng entered the Machi clan and killed the Machi clan's Golden Throne elder, Machi Ju. Now that they had personally witnessed someone from Chunying School winning the 7 prefectures banquet, the Machi clan was naturally in a bad mood. Let's go. Machi Yuning, the leader of the Machi clan, was the first to stand up and leave with the rest of the Machi clan. The members of the Machi clan were also the first to leave. Machi Hong walked among the group of people from the Machi clan. Ever since Duan Lingtian returned to Chunying School, he had not looked at Duan Lingtian. It was as though he was afraid of Duan Lingtian's mocking gaze. After all, he had mocked Duan Lingtian many times before this. However, in the end, Duan Lingtian had won first place in the 7 prefectures banquet. It could be said that this was a slap to his face. Of course, not everyone from Chunying School was happy that Duan Lingtian had won first place. Although Yuan Hanjin, the elder from Ping Sheng's branch and Yang Qinya's master, had a smile on his face, his heart was extremely cold. Duan Lingtian is actually so strong? He has an indirect enmity with Qinya. He might target Qinya in the future. Will he target me while targeting Qinya? At this moment, Yuan Hanjin vaguely felt a sense of danger. On the other hand, although Yang Qinya glanced at Duan Lingtian a few more times, his expression remained calm. However, there was a hint of surprise in the depths of his eyes. The strength that Duan Lingtian had displayed was also something that he did not expect. Duan Lingtian followed the Chunying School group and left the 7 prefectures banquet. When he returned to the temporary residence of the people from Chunying School and entered his courtyard, 2 figures followed him almost at the same time. They were none other than Yi Chunfeng and Zhen Pingfan. Duan Lingtian, when did you comprehend the second teleportation? Zhen Pingfan stared at Duan Lingtian and asked. He had been wanting to ask this question for a long time. Also, your true body and your law clone can actually work together in the form of a formation. How did you do that? These 2 points were what Zhen Pingfan was most curious about. Yi Chunfeng, on the other hand, did not ask Zhen Pingfan anything because Zhen Pingfan's question was also what he wanted to ask. The second teleportation, I did comprehend it some time ago. Duan Lingtian was not particularly surprised by the appearance of these 2 people. Yi Chunfeng was not too surprised, but Zhen Pingfan had long since seen through his gaze and posture as if he wanted to rip him apart. As for the collaboration between my true body and my law clone, it's all thanks to the help that Elder Yi has provided me over the past 2 days. I comprehended the true meaning of the way of the sword that Elder Yi shared with me. Although it did not allow my way of the sword to reach a higher level, it allowed my original body and my law clone to work closely together and display extraordinary strength. As for how strong it is exactly, you 2 elders have seen it for yourselves. Duan Lingtian said. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Yi Chunfeng breathed a sigh of relief. In that case, he had not wasted his efforts over the past 2 days. Masters Junior Yi, when will you share your sword Dao with me? Zhen Pingfan looked at Yi Chunfeng and asked with a burning gaze. Yi Chunfeng glanced at him indifferently. Haven't you already observed it several times? Until now, you have not even comprehended the embryonic form of the sword Dao, which means that you are not suitable to comprehend the sword Dao. Hearing this, Zhen Pingfan still said somewhat unwillingly, forget about the sword Dao that you have comprehended before. I'm more interested in the sword Dao that you shared with Duan Lingtian. The sword Dao that Yi Chenfeng shared with Duan Lingtian was inspired by Duan Lingtian's master. He knew this. In his opinion, Yi Chenfeng's sword Dao was not suitable for him, but it did not mean that other people's sword Dao was not suitable for him. At this moment, Yi Chenfeng shook his head and rejected Zhen Pingfan's offer. If it's my own sword Dao, I can share it with you. However, the sword Dao that I shared with Duan Lingtian was inspired by his master. I can't share it with you without his master's permission. Yi Chenfeng said. Yi Chenfeng's words did not dissuade Zhen Pingfan. Zhen Pingfan immediately looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a grin, Duan Lingtian, why don't you tell your master about it? I remember you said your master has left a law avatar in the Devata realm so you can communicate with him with your law avatar at any time, Duan Lingtian said with a smile. Duan Lingtian did not reject Yi Chenfeng's suggestion. After he spoke to his master through his law clone in the solitary destructive heaven, he looked at Yi Chenfeng and nodded. Elder Yi, my master has no objections. Junior Uncle Yi, did you hear that? Duan Lingtian's master has agreed. Zhen Pingfan looked at Yi Chenfeng with bright eyes. I'll show it to you when we return. Yi Chenfeng said indifferently, the Seven Mansions banquet should officially end tomorrow. If it ends tomorrow, we'll return the day after tomorrow. There are still some things that we need to do. Yi Chenfeng glanced at Duan Lingtian after he finished speaking. Chapter 4078. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard Yi Chenfeng's last sentence. He wouldn't forget the fortuitous encounter that he had a chance of obtaining after he returned from the Seven Prefectures Grand Banquet. Yi Chenfeng was going to look for Pingsheng's ancestor, Yuan Pingsheng, to ask for 2 spots to enter the god's abode that Yuan Hanjin, Yang Qianye, had entered. Yang Qianye's performance before the Seven Prefectures feast was mediocre. In Chunyang school, he could only be considered an above-average genius. He was not as good as many people. However, Yang Qianye's performance at the Feast of the Seven Prefectures had astonished everyone. There were only 3 people who made it into the top 10 of the Seven Prefectures feast with the cultivation of a middle-level god-emperor, and he was one of them. It was obvious that there were many benefits to entering the god's abode alive. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian's thoughts began to run wild. Even defeating Wang Xiong today was not as good as this moment. The biggest reward of defeating Wang Xiong and taking first place in the Seven Prefectures feast was to obtain 4 spots for Chunyang school to enter the secret territory of the Holy Land. With this, the possibility of Chunyang school having a high-level god-emperor would be greater. As for the personal reward, it might be good for ordinary young prodigies, but for Duan Lingtian, it was not tempting at all. It was just some non-ultimate emperor-level divine pills. The other things were not of much use to him. He could only exchange them for divine crystals. There's nothing else. We'll be leaving now. Yi Chenfeng said goodbye to Duan Lingtian and then left with Zhen Pingfan. As Zhen Pingfan left, he did not forget to praise Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. Duan Lingtian, well done this time. From today onwards, your name will no longer be limited to the 7 prefectures. Although the 7 prefectures were filled with God-Emperor forces, the 7 prefectures feast was just a relatively remote place to the godly venerable forces outside. It lacked resources and rarely produced godly venerable experts. Becoming famous in the 7 prefectures wasn't a big deal. Of course, Duan Lingtian had realized this a long time ago, and because of this, he had never felt that he was that great. Moreover, in his opinion, he was still too weak. He didn't even have the ability to find his wife. After Yi Chenfeng and Zhen Pingfan left, Duan Lingtian sat cross-legged on his bed, closing his eyes to rest. At the same time, a figure flashed through his mind. The sword came out like a dragon, sometimes erratic, sometimes fierce, completely attracting Duan Lingtian's attention. Wanting to rely on these sword Dao true intents shared by Elder Yi to break through to the next realm is ultimately somewhat difficult. Looks like I still have to trouble Master for a while. Duan Lingtian's time clone was in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven in the Devata realm so he could meet with his master, Feng Qingyang, at any time. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian's time clone immediately went to look for Feng Qingyang's time clone. When Feng Qingyang learned about Duan Lingtian's situation, he smiled faintly. I didn't expect you would benefit from my exchange with Brother Yi. For the next period of time, you can stay here with me. I'll also show you my sword Dao comprehension later on, which you haven't come into contact with yet. It shouldn't be a problem for me to help you break through to the next realm. However, at this moment, Feng Qingyang seemed to have recalled something. His expression turned solemn as he said, although you have a shortcut, I still hope that you can break through the bottleneck on your own. It's best if you rely on your own comprehension. Otherwise, once you break through on the path that others have taken and reach the next level of Sword Dao, your path may become much more difficult. What's best for you is what's best for you. What's best for you to use as a reference. If you use it directly, it's impossible for you to compare with others. In this aspect, there's no possibility of you surpassing your master. Feng Qingyang's warning caused Duan Lingtian's expression to turn solemn. At the same time, he vaguely realized that the reason his master had not interfered too much with his Sword Dao comprehension in the past was definitely because he wanted him to walk his own path. Feng Qingyang's next words confirmed this point. In the past, after I took you in, I rarely interfered with the direction of your Sword Dao because I hoped you would walk your own path. However, since you're eager to become stronger, and I'm not a pedantic person, I only hope that in the end, it won't affect the path that belongs to you. Feng Qingyang sighed. Soon after, Duan Lingtian's time clone stayed with Feng Qingyang. Apart from comprehending the time law, he also observed Feng Qingyang's Sword Dao. The Sword Dao was similar to the profundities from the laws. Once one comprehended it, one would be able to share it with the original body. Although the law clone was only a clone, it was still a part of the original body's soul. Apart from sharing the body and memories, the original body would also be able to receive the comprehension of the law clone. This was one of the advantages of not being a native of a realm of gods. In the profound Jade Mansion. At the Seven Mansions banquet. Early in the morning, as usual, everyone had already arrived. Duan Lingtian had also arrived with the rest of the people from Chunying School. However, he did not stand at the front today. Instead, he sat cross-legged among the prodigious disciples from Chunying School with his eyes closed. No one knew if he was cultivating or resting. When the people from Chunying School saw Duan Lingtian sitting like this, many of them wanted to talk to him, but they did not disturb him. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was surrounded by the people from Chunying School, but he was still the center of attention. Duan Lingtian. He's ranked first in the 7 Prefectures feast. This time, Chunying School obtained 6 spots to enter the Saint Land secret zone. Comparisons are odious. We don't even have a single spot. However, Chunying School has 6 spots. Chunying School, aren't they afraid of dying from overeating? While everyone's attention was on Duan Lingtian, Elder Lin Donglai of the Flame Howl sect, who was the host of the 7 Prefectures feast, said unhurriedly, "Today, we'll continue to challenge the top 10 in the 7 Prefectures feast." When everyone heard Lin Donglai's words, they shifted their attention away from Duan Lingtian. Naturally, some of them were still staring at Duan Lingtian reluctantly. It was as though they were curious how a young man who was not even 3,000 years old could be so powerful. Did he have a fortuitous encounter? Some of them were even greedy. Some of them thought so too, but they were not greedy. They felt that even if Duan Lingtian had a fortuitous encounter, they might not be able to get it. It might not be suitable for them. After Lin Donglai spoke, no one in the top 10 challenged him. Even when it was Tuoba Xiao and Yuan Moyu's turn, they did not want to challenge Han Di, who had fallen to 4th place in the previous round. In the previous round, Han Di had shown his strength in his battle with Lin Yuan. They were not confident that they could defeat Han Di. At most, they would be able to tie with him. Under such circumstances, there was no point in challenging him. Most importantly, there was a slight difference in the individual rewards received by the top 3 in the top 10. The difference between the 4th and 6th place was not that big. It was only after the 7th place that the difference became bigger. Due to this reason, when it was Lin Yuan's turn to challenge Duan Lingtian, he did not challenge Duan Lingtian after he glanced at the people from the Pure Sun sect with a complicated gaze. Duan Lingtian's strength was stronger than Wang Xiong's. He was slightly weaker than Wang Xiong. If he fought Duan Lingtian, he was destined to lose. Granduncle. When Lin Yuan left the stage, he did not forget to send a voice transmission to Lin Donglai. The family wants to try their best to rope Duan Lingtian into the family. Even if they have to pay a certain price. Those people are very interested in him. Lin Donglai's eyes narrowed slightly when he heard Lin Yuan's voice transmission. He naturally knew what Lin Yuan meant by those people. It was none other than the ultimate god patriarchs in the family. Duan Lingtian was so outstanding that even the ultimate god patriarchs were interested in him. Although he had thought that the family would ask him to help rope in Duan Lingtian, he did not expect that even the ultimate god patriarchs were paying attention to Duan Lingtian. You should know that I can only do my best in this matter. Lin Donglai looked at Lin Yuan's back and said through voice transmission, I'm afraid Duan Lingtian isn't the only one who has caught our attention. He has also caught the attention of other ultimate god forces. Moreover, the Flame Howl sect has sent people to investigate Duan Lingtian's experience in the Xiangang land. He has only joined one family, which is the Linghu family, a god-emperor family in Tongleng province. However, he was forced to join by his previous sect. Judging from his choice, he probably doesn't have much influence in the family. You also know that the family's influence is inferior to the sect's influence in many aspects. Lin Donglai said. Granduncle, don't be nervous. Lin Yuan smiled faintly when he heard Lin Donglai's words. The family only asked you to help rope in Duan Lingtian. They didn't give you a mission to rope in Duan Lingtian. If Duan Lingtian is so easy to rope in, I'll do it myself. Lin Donglai heaved a sigh of relief when he heard Lin Yuan's words. If that was the case, then there was no pressure. I've already invited him. Whether he agrees or not has nothing to do with me. I'll try my best. With Lin Yuan's abstention, the top 10 rankings of the 7 prefectures banquet were finalized. First, Duan Lingtian from the Chunyang School in Tongleng Province. Second, Wang Xiong from the Hanshan residence in the Daming Prefecture. Third, Lin Yuan from the Flame Howl sect in the Mystic Jade Mansion. Fourth, Han Di from the Qi Tian sect in the Consonance Prefecture. Fifth, Yuan Moyu from the Howl sect in the state of Qing. Sixth, Tuoba Xiao from the Yuan clan in the Underworld Prefecture. Seventh, Machi Hong from the Machi clan in Tongleng Province. Eighth, Luo Yuan from the Autumn Leaf sect in the Heavenly Stellar Prefecture. Ninth, Yang Qinya from the Chunyang School in Tongleng Province. 10th, Shimen Longxiang from the Taowu Mountain Villa in the state of Qing. Chapter 4079. In this 7 prefectures grand banquet, young prodigies from all 7 prefectures had made it into the top 10. Among them, Tongleng Province had the most experience. Tongleng Province had 3 people in the top 10. Next was Qing State Prefecture, which had 2 people in the top 10. The other 5 prefectures had only 1 person in the top 10 each. Tianshan Prefecture and Underworld Prefecture put in so much effort to nurture one prodigy. Is this considered a success or a failure? They had high hopes for the two of them to make it into the top 3, but they only managed to get 2 places each. Many people lamented as they looked at Tianshan Prefecture and Underworld Prefecture. I think it's a success. I remember that in the last 7 prefectures' grand banquet, no one from Tianshan Prefecture or Underworld Prefecture made it into the top 10. Someone said. I think it's a success too. Someone else chimed in. On the other hand, the Heavenly Star Manor and Underworld Manor's middle-level Emperor gods didn't show any joy on their faces, but many of them were clearly smiling. Although their results were worse than they had expected, it was still acceptable. There were no 3 places, only 2 places. They would just have to distribute them later. 2 out of the 3 forces was better than none. This time, Tongling Province is too scary. 3 of them made it into the top 10. Especially Chunyang School. One of them not only made it into the top 3, but he also took first place. In the history of the 7 prefectures' grand banquet, there have been cases where 2 people from one force made it into the top 10. However, there has never been a case where 2 middle-rank emperor gods from one force made it into the top 10 at the same time. Duanling Tian and Yang Qinya can be said to be unprecedented in this regard. If you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten. Duanling Tian and Yang Qinya are only middle-rank emperor gods. And Shimen from Taowu Mountain Villa in Qing State Prefecture is also a middle-rank emperor god. There are 3 middle-rank emperor gods in the top 10 of the 7 prefectures' grand banquet this time. I remember that in the last 7 prefectures' grand banquet, none of them were middle-rank emperor gods. Is the current high-level deity emperor of the 7 prefectures too weak, or is the middle-level deity emperor stronger? I feel that the middle-level divine emperors of our 7 prefectures are much stronger. We have all witnessed the strength of these 3 middle-level divine emperors. Not to mention Duanling Tian, even Yang Qinya and Shimen are almost as strong as a high-level divine emperor. This is truly an era of talents. In this 7 prefectures feast, the one who had the most limelight was undoubtedly Duanling Tian. Previously, before the battle between Duanling Tian and Wang Xiong, everyone's attention was on Wang Xiong. But now, it had all shifted to Duanling Tian. As for Wang Xiong, very few people paid attention to him. The winner takes all, nothing more than this. Apart from Duanling Tian and Chunyang School, Yang Qinya and Shimen, who were at the bottom of the top 10, were also in the limelight. It was very rare for 2 medium divine emperors to enter the top 10 of the 7 prefectures feast. They were receiving even more attention than Tuoba Shi and Luo Yuan. They felt that it was natural for Tuoba Xiu and Luo Yuan to enter the top 10. After all, they were geniuses nurtured by the entire prefecture. They were not as rare as Yang Qinya and Shimen. Congratulations, Elder Yi. Congratulations, Elder Lu. When the top 10 of the 7 prefectures feast had been decided, the god emperors of the various prefectures congratulated Yi Chunfeng and Lu Fenggu. Those who had congratulated them the previous day were not stingy with their words of congratulations. Of course, at this time, Yi Chunfeng and Lu Fenggu had also received many messages asking if Chunyang School was planning to give up 1 or 2 spots in the Holy Land secret territory. This time, Chunyang School had obtained 6 spots, so it was indeed a surplus. Even Yi Chunfeng and Lu Fenggu themselves thought so. However, they did not express their opinion. They only said that this matter would be decided by the decision-making team of Chunyang School. It was not something they could decide with just a few words. Elder Yi, Elder Lu might not be able to make the decision, but you can, right? With your strength, who in Chunyang School would dare to go against you? Someone said to Yi Chunfeng through voice transmission. Yi Chunfeng's strength was now well known. Very few people regarded him as a middle god emperor. They all regarded him as a high god emperor. A middle god emperor with the strength of a high god emperor. Duan Lingtian, congratulations. 3 congratulatory voices resonated in Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian was not surprised to hear the last 2 congratulatory voices. One was Wang Xiong from the Cold Mountain residence, and the other was Shimen Longxiang from the Green State Prefecture's Taowu Mountain Villa. When the 2 of them congratulated him, he was at most slightly surprised. The first to congratulate him was Tuoba Xiu from the Yuan family of the Underworld Prefecture. Her pleasant voice was filled with kindness. Thank you. Although Duan Lingtian felt that he was not familiar with Tuoba Xiu, he still replied to her politely. At the same time, he paused for a moment before adding, on the way here, I heard from Elder Yi of the Pure Sun sect that there are some Emperor God experts nearby. These Emperor God experts have not appeared in the vicinity for a while. I don't know if they are from the Underworld Prefecture or the Li sect of the famous prefecture. Duan Lingtian took the opportunity to mention this to Tuoba Xiu because she had expressed her kindness to him. Otherwise, he would not have told Tuoba Xiu about this. To put it bluntly, even if those Emperor Gods had come for Tuoba Xiu, it had nothing to do with him. Thank you for the reminder. Tuoba Xiu's voice sounded again. This time, it was much gentler. We have many people here. I will be fine. You don't have to worry. Duan Lingtian was speechless when he heard Tuoba Xiu's words. What am I worried about? Am I worried? I was just casually mentioning it to you. When he realized that Tuoba Xiu seemed to have misunderstood Duan Lingtian, he did not say anything else. He was afraid that he would be misunderstood again if he opened his mouth. If that happened, he would not be able to clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. The 7 prefectures' grand banquet ended just like that. Duan Lingtian and the rest of the people who ranked in the top 100 in the 7 prefectures' grand banquet received their individual rewards. As for the top 10 spots in the 7 prefectures' grand banquet to enter the Saint Land secret zone, it had nothing to do with them. It was a reward for the forces behind them. To put it bluntly, they were merely chess pieces for the various forces in the 7 prefectures to compete for the spots to enter the Saint Land secret zone. The reason they were allowed to participate in the 7 prefectures' grand banquet was to distribute the spots to enter the Saint Land secret zone. Let's go back now and prepare. We will return to Tongling province in an hour. At this moment, Lu Fenggu said to Duan Lingtian and the others before the crowd dispersed. Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard this. Did they not say they would return the next day? The others were shocked as well. They thought they would return the next day because Lu Fenggu had said they would only return the next day if the 7 prefectures' grand banquet ended today. Lu Fenggu seemed to have noticed the confusion in everyone's eyes. He said, It's still early. There's still more than 2 hours before noon. There's no need to stay here any longer. Moreover, Lu Fenggu looked up at the sky when he reached the end of his sentence. I'm afraid there's going to be a storm here soon. We're not afraid of staying here, but it might not be a good thing for all of you. Junior Uncle Lu, you can just tell them. At this time, Zhenping Fan opened his mouth and said indifferently, the Li sect of the Great Mansion has sent many god emperors this time. They even invited some external help. They want to keep Tuoba Xiu here. As for the Netherworld Mansion, many powerhouses have come as well. After most of the forces in the 7 prefectures leave, a great battle might break out here. In order to prevent all of you from being implicated, we'll return in advance. There's no need for us to get involved in this mess. Compared to Lu Fenggu, Zhenping Fan's words were straightforward and straightforward. Everyone was enlightened. Of course, some of the bolder ones could not help but suggest they stay and watch the battle between the Emperor Gods. The others were tempted by this suggestion as well. You're quite bold. Zhenping Fan shook his head. Do you know what happens when the Emperor Gods fight to the death? At that time, even we won't be able to protect all of you. How naive. All of you, behave yourselves. Go back and prepare to meet us when you're ready. Zhen Pingfan was speechless at the fearless attitude of the group of young disciples. Did they really think a battle between emperor gods was child's play? At that time, the surrounding area would be razed to the ground. A battle between emperor gods? In truth, Duan Lingtian also wanted to stay and watch the show. However, he knew it was unrealistic. It's good to go back first. There's still a divine abode waiting for me at the Chunyang school. I'll have the chance to watch a battle between emperor gods sooner or later. If I can't see it from the outside, I'll enter the planar battlefield. Duan Lingtian felt relieved when he thought of this. However, on the way back, Duan Lingtian thought of the beautiful figure with the veil on her face. He could not help but shake his head. I hope you're lucky enough to survive. It's not easy for a girl to achieve what she has today. Tuoba Xiao and he were originally two parallel lines. However, because Tuoba Xiao had congratulated him earlier, the parallel line she represented had deviated from its original path and crossed him. And he also felt that in the future, Tuoba Xiao would be like a straight line that crossed his line, and this was the only intersection point between them. In the future, there would be no connection between them. Therefore, although he hoped that Tuoba Xiao would survive, he was not worried about her safety. After all, they were strangers. Even if Tuoba Xiao died this time, he would only sigh and say, "Beautiful women have unfortunate lives." That was all. 2 spots are better than none. The group of people from the Machi clan left the 7 prefectures banquet under the lead of Golden Seat Elder Machi Yuning. At the same time, he did not forget to send a voice transmission to Machi Hong. There were too many accidents in the 7 prefectures banquet this time. It's normal that you didn't make it into the top 3. You don't have to think too much about it. Machi Yuning thought that Machi Hong's expression was still unsightly because he did not make it into the top 3. Chapter 40-80. When they returned, the group of people from the Pure Sun sect didn't split into 2 groups. Instead, they boarded Lu Fenggu's divine artifact ship. Although it was a little crowded, it was not to the extent that there was no space for them to move around. This was also Lu Fenggu's suggestion. Although the sudden appearance of so many god emperors did not mean that they were here for Chunyang school, it was better for them to stick together just in case. Yi Chunfeng did not object to this. Lu Fenggu's suggestion was a good thing for him. At the very least, he did not need to spend time controlling the divine artifact or be vigilant of his surroundings. He might be stronger than Lu Fenggu, but his ability to detect his surroundings relied on his divine consciousness. In terms of divine consciousness, he was on par with Lu Fenggu. After all, they were both intermediate god emperors. Finally, it's quiet. A few days later, Duan Lingtian's ears finally regained their peace and quiet. After leaving the 7 prefectures feast, Duan Lingtian did not hear any voice transmissions for the next few days. It was always a group of Chunyang school disciples who came to talk to him. It did not matter if they knew him or not. Moreover, all of them were extremely polite. Duan Lingtian did not want to interrupt them, so he patiently responded to them one by one. It was only today that he finally had some peace and quiet. Apart from Yang Qianye, almost all of the disciples from Chunyang school congratulated Duan Lingtian through voice transmissions. Among them, there was no lack of people who were proud and arrogant. Moreover, when they talked to Duan Lingtian felt that they were being forced to do so. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to guess that it was most likely their elders who forced them to befriend him. After all, in the eyes of the higher-ups of Chunyang school, Duan Lingtian was a person who had won the 7 prefectures feast before he was even 3,000 years old. There were only benefits to befriending such an existence, and there were no disadvantages. Duan Lingtian. Before long, Zhen Pingfan's voice sounded in Duan Lingtian's ear. You did well this time. Over the past few days, my father and my junior brother, who is also the current headmaster of Chunying School, have convened 2 meetings with the decision-makers of Chunying School, and the meeting unanimously agreed to give you the highest standard of gratitude for your contribution to Chunying School. This time, not only will Chunying School take out some treasures from their vault, but they will also go out to search for some treasures that you can use. Chunying School is not a school that will take advantage of its disciples. This time, you've helped Chunying School win 4 places to enter the sacred land. Chunying School will not treat you unfairly. It had to be said that Zhen Pingfan's voice transmission was good news for the Duan Ling Tian. Of course, this good news was also within his expectations. If Chunying School did not show any appreciation for him winning first place in the 7 Prefectures Feast, he would find it unusual. How did such a school survive until today? Moreover, although he did not have much contact with Yi Chenfeng, he could see that Yi Chenfeng had a deep sense of belonging to Chunying School. Otherwise, he would not have stayed in Chunying School until now. Although it would be difficult for him to get special treatment even if he went to those heavyweight godly venerable rank forces, ordinary godly venerable rank forces would definitely treat him as a guest of honor. After the Chunying School group left the mysterious Jade Mansion, the journey was still peaceful. Regarding this, no one felt that it was abnormal. It would be unusual if it was not peaceful. Normally, no one would dare to block the way of an Emperor-class spaceship unless they had a purpose. However, not long after the spaceship left the mysterious Jade Mansion, it suddenly stopped. For a moment, everyone in the spaceship instinctively looked at Lu Fenggu. He was the one controlling the spaceship. There's someone there. At the same time, someone saw the situation in front of them through the spaceship's mirror. There was a figure standing there as if waiting for them. That figure looks familiar. Soon, a Chunying School elder frowned. At this time, Lu Fenggu's voice was heard. It's Elder Lin Donglai from the mysterious Jade Mansion's Flame Howl sect. Lin Donglai. This name was not unfamiliar to Duan Ling Tian and the others because he was the host of the 7 Prefectures Feast this time. However, they were puzzled when they found out that the person who stopped them was Lin Donglai. What was Lin Donglai trying to do? Elder Yi, Elder Lu. While everyone was still puzzled, Lin Donglai's voice was heard from outside. Although he was far away, his voice seemed to have a penetrating power as it clearly entered Duan Ling Tian and the others' ears. I didn't come here with any ill intentions. I just want to say a few words to Duan Ling Tian on behalf of the godly venerable rank Lin clan. The godly venerable rank Lin clan. Duan Ling Tian. Almost as soon as Lin Donglai finished speaking, everyone from Chunying School in the spaceship looked at Duan Ling Tian in unison. He was here to see Duan Ling Tian. Moreover, Lin Donglai did not come on behalf of the mysterious Jade Mansion's Flame Howl sect, but the godly venerable rank Lin clan. Elder Lin. Lu Fenggu took the lead and stepped out of the spaceship. Although I had guessed earlier, I didn't expect you to be from the Lin clan. What is the reason for the Lin clan's disciples to be willing to stay in an emperor-level faction like the Flame Howl sect? Lu Fenggu came to the front of the spaceship and faced Lin Donglai with his back to the spaceship. Elder Lu. Lin Donglai was very polite to Lu Fenggu. It's a long story, so I won't say much here. If Elder Lu comes to visit the Flame Howl sect one day, I'm willing to talk about the past with Elder Lu. Also, don't worry, Elder Lu. I came to see Duan Ling Tian with no ill intentions. As for the reason, I'm sure Elder Lu has already guessed it. Although I don't think there's much hope, since I've accepted the request, I must finish what I started. I hope Elder Lu can understand. Since Lin Donglai had said so, Lu Fenggu did not say anything more. I have no problem with this matter. As long as you get Elder Yi to agree, it's fine. In Lu Fenggu's opinion, Duan Ling Tian was from the Chunying School's Yunfeng branch, so he was closer to Yi Chenfeng. It was still up to Yi Chunfeng to decide whether to let Duan Lingtian come out to see Lin Donglai. It was useless for him to agree. Moreover, he did not want to make the decision, so he did not want to please both sides. Now that he knew Lin Donglai was related to the godly venerable rank Lin clan, he did not dare to underestimate Lin Donglai. If it was not necessary, he did not want to make enemies with Lin Donglai. Go and have a chat with Elder Lin Donglai. Almost as soon as Lu Fenggu finished speaking, Lin Donglai's eyes fell on the spaceship again. Yi Chunfeng's slightly lazy voice sounded at the same time. Although he did not mention a name, everyone knew that he was talking to Duan Lingtian. That was because Lin Donglai was looking for Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian responded casually, then stepped into the air and left the spaceship. In a moment, he arrived beside Lu Fenggu and looked at Lin Donglai. Elder Lin. Duan Lingtian cupped his hands and greeted Lin Donglai. Lin Donglai looked at Duan Lingtian with a bright smile on his face. Duan Lingtian, first of all, I want to congratulate you on winning first place in the 7 Prefectures Feast. You taking first place is something I never expected. Upon hearing Lin Donglai's words, Duan Lingtian smiled modestly. Lin Donglai, you flatter me. It's also because your sex Lin Yuan did not fight. Otherwise, I might not have won first place. Lin Donglai was stunned at first, then he laughed. Duan Lingtian, you don't have to be humble in front of me. Lin Yuan's strength is not bad, but it's not as good as yours. What a joke. Lin Yuan was not even Wang Xiong's opponent. Wang Xiong was defeated by Duan Lingtian. Even if Lin Yuan challenged Duan Lingtian, he would not be able to escape defeat. I'm actually a little presumptuous this time, but I was asked to come by someone. At this point, Lin Donglai's face turned serious as he looked at Duan Lingtian with a slightly serious expression. Duan Lingtian, I'm here on behalf of the Divine Wood Prefecture's Lin clan to invite you to join the Lin clan. If you join the Lin clan, you can enjoy double the treatment of the most outstanding direct descendant. For example, Lin Yuan, you've seen him enjoy the treatment of a direct descendant in the Lin clan. If you join the Lin clan, you'll receive double the treatment. In addition, the Lin clan will give you a meeting gift that will satisfy you. As for what it is, I can tell you first if you're interested. If you're not, it's not convenient for me to say. Lin Donglai went straight to the point and invited Duan Lingtian to join the Lin clan, an ultimate god clan. He also promised various benefits, especially the meeting gift that he mentioned at the end, which was even more mysterious. Divine Wood Prefecture, the Lin clan, an ultimate god clan. Previously, Duan Lingtian had heard Zhen Pingfan mention it, and Zhen Pingfan had long suspected that Lin Yuan, who represented the Flame Howl sect in the 7 Prefectures banquet, was from the Lin clan of Divine Wood Prefecture. Now, with Lin Donglai's words, Zhen Pingfan's guess was verified. In fact, Zhen Pingfan was not the only one who guessed this. Anyone who knew about the Lin clan of Divine Wood Prefecture basically guessed that Lin Yuan, and even Lin Donglai, were from the Lin clan of Divine Wood Prefecture. Elder Lin. Duan Lingtian looked at Lin Donglai and smiled. I don't plan to leave Chunying School for the time being. So, I'm sorry. Duan Lingtian politely declined Lin Donglai's invitation. As for why he did not plan to leave Chunying School for the time being, it was just an excuse. Even Lin Donglai must have known this. However, in the face of Duan Lingtian's refusal, Lin Donglai did not expose Duan Lingtian. At least, Duan Lingtian gave him a way out so that it would not be too awkward. If that's the case, I won't force you. Lin Donglai sighed, but his eyes did not seem to be surprised at all. Elder Lu, Elder Yi, farewell. In the next moment, after bidding farewell to Lu Fenggu and Yi Chunfeng, Lin Donglai rose into the air and left. The direction he was heading in was the direction Duan Lingtian and the others came from, Mystic Jade Prefecture. Chapter 4081. Lin Donglai did not look discouraged or disappointed when he left. It was obvious that he was not surprised by the result. In fact, he had already guessed that it would be like this before he came. Although the Lin clan of Divine Wood Manor was a godly venerable rank clan, it was only an ordinary godly venerable rank faction. Although they had godly venerable rank experts, their strength was only so and was at the bottom of the godly venerable rank factions. Of course, the weakest among the ultimate god clans with ultimate god experts was the weakest among them. Those ultimate god clans without ultimate god experts might be considered as ultimate god clans by ordinary people, but in the eyes of people like Lin Donglai, they were only considered as outdated ultimate god clans and were not real ultimate god clans. They asked me to invite Duan Lingtian, so I went. As for whether I could invite him or not, it's not my fault. I've done what I can. Lin Donglai felt relieved on his way back. If I go back now, I might be able to join in the fun. They should be fighting soon, right? Of course, Duan Lingtian did not know what Lin Donglai was thinking. After Lin Donglai left, Duan Lingtian returned to the spaceship with Lu Fenggu. At this time, the people from Chunying School looked at him differently. Duan Lingtian had received an invitation from an ultimate god clan. Moreover, it was not a has-been ultimate god level force, but one that had more than one ultimate god expert in the current generation. The Lin clan. The absolute overlord of the Sacred Wood Prefecture. The Sacred Wood Prefecture was not something any of the 7 prefectures could compare to. Compared to the Sacred Wood Prefecture, any of the 7 prefectures could only be considered a remote and desolate place. An ultimate god clan sent an invitation to Duan Lingtian. This is unbelievable. It's not an ultimate god clan in name, it's a real ultimate god clan. And they even offered such high conditions. Based on what Elder Lin Donglai said, as long as Duan Lingtian is willing to join the Lin clan of the Sacred Wood Prefecture, he will enjoy better treatment than Lin Yuan, maybe even twice as much as Lin Yuan. It seems that the Lin family values Duan Lingtian a lot. Most of the Chunying School students present didn't have much of an idea of the value of Duan Lingtian. However, the higher-ups of Chunying School and a small number of Chunying School disciples knew the value of Duan Lingtian. Therefore, they were not surprised that the Lin family of the Sacred Wood Manor had invited Duan Lingtian. They even felt that the Lin family of the Divine Wood Manor was not good enough for Duan Lingtian. At the very least, in the Lin family, there was no monster like Duan Lingtian. Not even 3,000 years old, yet he had already achieved so much, even among the heavyweight ultimate god forces or even the giant ultimate god forces, they were extremely rare. With Duan Lingtian's current achievements, the Lin family of the Sacred Wood Manor won't be the only godly venerable level faction that invited him. I'm afraid our Chunying School will be very lively in the future. One of the Chunying School elders said with emotion. Duan Lingtian is a true dragon. Chunying School can't accommodate him. Only those powerful ultimate god forces are suitable for his growth. If Duan Lingtian continues to grow, he might be able to become an emperor god before he's 10,000 years old. He might even become an ultimate god in the future. The other Chunying School elders were not stingy with their praise for Duan Lingtian. Their praise for Duan Lingtian made most of the Chunying School students who did not realize the value of Duan Lingtian before. They further realized the value of Duan Lingtian. At this moment, the way they looked at Duan Lingtian had changed quite a bit. Did their Chunying School have such a person? At this moment, even Yang Qianye took a second look at Duan Lingtian. Sensing Yang Qianye's gaze, Yuan Hanjin sent him a voice transmission and said, "It's not a big deal. As long as you work hard, with your foundation in the omnipotent God Palace, many ultimate God forces will invite you to join them in the future. One day, you will trample Duan Lingtian under your feet." Yang Qianye only responded to Yuan Hanjin's consolation perfunctorily. His biggest goal now was not to join an ultimate god force, but to kill Yuan Hanjin. If he could kill Yuan Hanjin, he would be satisfied even if he was killed by Yuan Hanjin's father, Yuan Pingsheng's great ancestor, Yuan Pingsheng. I didn't expect this, I really didn't expect this. At the same time, Lan Pingsheng, who was standing in a corner, looked at Duan Lingtian from afar with a complicated expression. At the same time, he was relieved that he did not provoke him further. It seems that I really can't provoke him anymore. For the rest of the journey, Duan Lingtian closed his eyes and cultivated. No one disturbed him. He only woke up when they arrived at Chunying School. Then, he followed Zhen Pingfan back to Yunfeng Island and the Yunfeng faction, returning to his own cultivation place. Before parting ways with Zhen Pingfan, Duan Lingtian did not forget to remind Zhen Pingfan, Elder Zhen, help me keep an eye on the omnipotent God Palace. I'll see when I can go in. As for safety, you don't have to worry. I have full confidence that I can come out from there. Duan Lingtian's eyes were full of confidence. Since someone could come out of the omnipotent God Palace alive, and since it was a place that tested one's willpower, he felt that it would not be too difficult for him. His willpower was not weaker than Yang Qinye's desire for revenge. After all, he had been supported by his obsession all this time, and his obsession was his wife, Kerr. I'll let you know if there's any news. Zhen Pingfan said. Now, he was no longer worried that Duan Lingtian would be in danger after entering the omnipotent God Palace. First, it was obvious that Duan Lingtian had made up his mind. Second, Duan Lingtian's confidence made it hard for him not to be convinced. As for Junior Uncle Yi, I'll also urge him to contact Senior Uncle Yuan as soon as possible. The Senior Uncle Yuan that Zhen Pingfan mentioned was the patriarch of the Pingsheng faction, Yuan Pingsheng. Duan Lingtian was still restless when he heard this, but he did not urge him further. Now, he could only wait for news. However, after Zhen Pingfan left, his restless emotions quickly calmed down. He recalled the process of the 7 prefectures banquet and felt as though a lifetime had passed. Based on my strength when I first set off, let alone first place in the 7 prefectures banquet, it was almost impossible for me to even be in the top 3. Fortunately, the 5 divine elements helped me in time and completely consolidated my cultivation base as a middle-level divine emperor before the 7 prefectures banquet. However, even with that strength, I'm afraid I could only barely make it into the top 3. It was Elder Yi Feng who showed me the true meaning of the sword and let me observe it for 2 days. After that, I was inspired to let my true body and clone work together with a formation. Because of that moment of inspiration, my mind suddenly flashed with inspiration, and even the law of space advanced a step further, mastering the second teleportation. It could be said that Yi Feng was the main reason why he was able to obtain first place in the 7 prefectures banquet. Of course, the help of the 5 divine elements also played a big role. If his cultivation base as a middle-level divine emperor had not been completely consolidated, it would have been impossible for him to obtain first place even with Yi Feng's help and subsequent improvements. Reverend God Forces, if those heavyweight Reverend God Forces really come to invite me, what should I do? Duan Lingtian did not know much about the heavyweight Reverend God Forces in the Xiangang land until Zhen Pingfan mentioned it to him in advance. Only then did he have a better understanding of the dozen or so heavyweight Reverend God Forces. Those dozen or so heavyweight Reverend God Forces were forces that had stood tall in the Xiangang land for many years without falling. Some of them were even as strong as the heavyweight Reverend God Forces. What they lacked was an omnipotent expert. If they could produce an omnipotent expert, they could also become a heavyweight Reverend God Force in one fell swoop. Also, this time, what benefits will Chunying School give me? They said it's useful to me, and I hope it's really useful. After all, I'm different from ordinary middle-level divine emperors. Things that are useful to ordinary middle-level divine emperors may not be useful to me. For example, some divine pills. Duan Lingtian had taken similar divine pills before, and they were peak divine pills. If he took them again, he would not be able to absorb any medicinal effects due to his resistance. A few days later, Duan Lingtian received a message from Zhenping Fan. He thought it would be good news. But he did not expect to be told that he had no fate with the omnipotent divine abode. I went to see the omnipotent divine abode with Marshal Uncle Yi. Indeed, only low-level divine emperors and those with lower cultivation can enter. Mid-level divine emperors and above can't enter. Originally, Yuan Hanjin was not very cooperative, but in the end, he could not bear the pressure from Marshal Uncle Yi and could only cooperate and tell us the location of the omnipotent divine abode. Duan Lingtian did not listen to the rest of Zhenping Fan's words. He only listened to the first part. That was, he could not go to the omnipotent divine abode. It was limited by cultivation. It was not that he had not thought of this possibility. After all, the power in the omnipotent divine abode would also fade with the passage of time in the strange situation where there was no omnipotent expert to continuously transfer power to it, but he felt that the possibility was very small, and he should not encounter it. But he did not expect that he would really encounter it. Duan Lingtian, it's just a omnipotent divine abode. It's not a big deal. With your talent and comprehension, even if you don't have a omnipotent divine abode, you can quickly rise. This time, the sect will give you a lot of resources, and there should be people from the heavyweight ultimate god forces as well. If you really go to a heavyweight ultimate god force, as long as you have the ability and value, you won't have to worry about resources. Seeing that Duan Lingtian did not speak for a long time, Zhenping Fan changed the topic and began to comfort Duan Lingtian. Moreover, your achievements at this age are enough to make more than 99% of the people in the Xiangang land envious. It's really nothing to lose a omnipotent divine abode. Chapter 4082. During Zhenping Fan's speech, Duan Lingtian gradually came back to his senses. He didn't expect that Elder Zhen would say so much just because he was distracted for a moment. It was as if he couldn't live without the supreme spiritual abode. Although he valued the supreme spiritual abode, it wasn't to the point where he would seek death. Although it was gratifying to lose the opportunity to enter the supreme spiritual abode, it only affected him for a moment. It was nothing. Besides, the supreme spiritual abode didn't belong to him. It was luck that he could enter it, but it didn't matter if he couldn't. In this regard, he felt that he had a good mentality. However, he didn't expect that after he didn't reply to Zhenping Fan's message for a long time, Zhenping Fan actually came to find him in person. For a moment, Duan Lingtian was speechless, but he also felt a little warm in his heart. Elder Zhen, I'm fine. As you said, it's just a supreme spiritual abode. It can't affect my life. Duan Lingtian said with a smile. Seeing Duan Lingtian smile, Zhenping Fan looked at Duan Lingtian seriously. After confirming that Duan Lingtian wasn't pretending, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that Duan Lingtian had high expectations for the supreme spiritual abode. It was because of this that he was worried that Duan Lingtian would be too disappointed and affect his cultivation, or even develop inner demons. Now that he saw that Duan Lingtian was fine, he was finally relieved. Although Duan Lingtian wasn't his disciple, he was still a genius that he had personally introduced to Chunyang school. In addition, he had a good temper, so he had never regarded Duan Lingtian as a junior. He completely regarded him as a friend. Especially after Duan Lingtian obtained a high-grade half-soul divine artifact for him, he regarded Duan Lingtian as a close friend. His attitude completely changed. It was also because of this that he thought of Duan Lingtian in everything that followed. During the 7 Prefectures feast, Duan Lingtian was even more worried. Although it was not necessarily what Duan Lingtian needed, he had done his best for Duan Lingtian. Although Duan Lingtian did not say anything, he still owed him a favor. It's good that you can think that way. Zhen Pingfan nodded and left with a peace of mind. After Zhen Pingfan left, Duan Lingtian's gaze also became firm and resolute. He no longer thought about the matter of the Supreme Divine Palace. If it was gone, then it was gone. It was no big deal. Right now, the most important thing was to continue improving his strength. After experiencing the ups and downs of his mood, Duan Lingtian also calmed down a lot. From the second day onwards, he paid no attention to the outside world and focused on cultivating. It was not until Chunying School entrusted Zhen Yunfeng to personally deliver the resources that Duan Lingtian stepped out of his room for the first time. Zhen Pingfan and Yi Chunfeng also came with Zhen Yunfeng. Elder Yunfeng, Elder Yi, Elder Zhen. Duan Lingtian originally thought that Zhen Pingfan would deliver the resources alone, but he did not expect Zhen Yunfeng and Yi Chunfeng to also come. Surprised, he hurriedly welcomed them in. Don't be shy. Zhen Yunfeng looked at Duan Lingtian with a smile. I came with junior brother Yi mainly to show some people that we think highly of you. Otherwise, they might think that you should not take these resources. The meaning behind Zhen Yunfeng's words was obvious. He and Yi Chunfeng came here mainly to hold the fort. Hearing Zhen Yunfeng's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but be shocked. What kind of resources did these two get for him? How could they not be able to stand him? One had to know that this time, he had won 4 spots for Chunying School to enter the Holy Land Mystic Realm, 2 more than he had expected. After all, Chunying School's expectations were for him to enter the top 10 of the 7 prefectures banquet, not the top 3, and definitely not first place. Then, Zhen Yunfeng handed the storage ring to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian glanced at the contents inside, and even though he was prepared, he was still shocked. Inside the storage ring, there were all kinds of medicinal herbs piled up everywhere. Although there were not many of them, all of them were of high quality without exception. Among them, there was no lack of rare medicinal herbs that were needed for divine pills to aid in cultivation. These were all things that could only be found by chance and could not be bought on the market. It was not the kind that no one would buy if there was a price, but the kind that no one would sell if there was a price. Apart from that, there was also a high-grade defensive divine artifact. At first glance, one could tell that it was not an ordinary item. There was even a faint soul aura on it, indicating that it was already showing signs of developing an artifact soul. Although this kind of high-grade divine artifact was not as valuable as a half-soul high-grade divine artifact, it was still much more valuable than an ordinary high-grade divine artifact. This high-grade defensive divine artifact was a silver armor with perfect streamlined lines. There was a faint silver glow on it, and in between the silver glow, there was a faint golden glow. It was these specks of golden light that gave off a clear soul aura. The embryonic form of an artifact soul. As long as there was someone to nurture this kind of high-grade divine artifact, its artifact soul would take shape sooner or later. The most valuable thing in here is that high-grade defensive divine artifact, flowing silver armor. When Duan Lingtian took the storage ring and claimed it as his master, and was clearly looking through the contents of the ring, Zhen Pingfan spoke up at the right time. This high-grade defensive divine artifact was passed down from the first disciple of the founder of our Chunying School. It was also passed down from the second-generation schoolmaster of our Chunying School. Back then, after his high-grade offensive divine artifact soul had been nurtured, he had the energy to spare and began to nurture the artifact soul of this divine artifact. Unfortunately, just as the embryonic form of the artifact soul was born, he met with an accident while he was out. While he killed his opponent, he was also severely injured. After that, he was unable to withstand the heavenly tribulation 100 years later. This divine artifact was left behind just like that. After that, it changed owners many times, but no one had the energy to nurture it. This is because, for a mid-level god emperor or above, it is already very difficult to nurture the artifact soul of a divine artifact. It is very difficult to nurture the artifact soul of a second divine artifact. However, even though the artifact soul on it is only an embryonic form, it is still much stronger than the average high-grade defensive divine artifact. If it was my father alone, he would not have been able to obtain this divine artifact. In the end, it was only when Uncle Master Yi spoke up that the others reluctantly agreed to give this divine artifact to you as a reward for your contribution to the sect at the Feast of the Seven Prefectures this time. As Zhenping Fan continued to introduce the high-grade defensive divine artifact, Duan Lingtian finally realized how rare this armor was. The most difficult part of a divine artifact soul was not its growth, but the nurturing of an artifact soul. This was because not every divine artifact could nurture an artifact soul. Even a high-grade divine artifact had to be forged from very good materials, and it had to contain certain rare materials in order to nurture an artifact soul. Among the materials to forge a high-grade offensive divine artifact, this material was relatively easy to find. However, among the materials to forge a high-grade defensive divine artifact, this material was very difficult to find. In addition, most people spent their energy on nurturing an artifact soul for a high-grade offensive divine artifact, so it was relatively rare to find a high-grade defensive divine artifact soul. Is it appropriate for me to have this? Duan Lingtian was a little hesitant. After all, he did not plan to stay in Chunying School forever, and this armor had an extraordinary meaning to Chunying School. After all, this was a divine artifact passed down by the first disciple of Chunying School's founder, the second-generation schoolmaster of Chunying School. Are you thinking that this divine artifact has an extraordinary meaning to Chunying School, and you are preparing to leave Chunying School? Zhen Yunfeng saw through Duan Lingtian's thoughts and said with a faint smile, if that's what you think, then there's no need for that. This divine artifact is actually gathering dust in Chunying School. If it can follow you out of Chunying School, it will also be a kind of comfort to the founder. After all, you are a disciple of Chunying School who walked out of Chunying School, and you have the brand of Chunying School on you. If you can successfully nurture an artifact soul in the future, even in the Xiangang land, it will become a good story. Hearing Zhen Yunfeng's words, Duan Lingtian immediately dispelled the worries in his heart. He was not an indecisive person, and he really did need this armor. With it, he would have another means to save his life at a critical moment. Duan Lingtian. After Zhen Yunfeng and Duan Lingtian left first, Zhenping Fan stayed behind and warned Duan Lingtian with a serious expression, when you have the ability to nurture an artifact soul of this high-grade defensive divine artifact, don't be in a hurry to nurture it. It's better to nurture a high-grade offensive divine artifact at first. A high-grade offensive divine artifact's artifact soul is far more helpful to you than a high-grade defensive divine artifact's artifact soul. Obviously, Zhenping Fan was worried that when Duan Lingtian had the ability to nurture an artifact soul in the future, he would nurture the prototype of this ready-made artifact soul first, and not nurture the high-grade offensive divine artifact soul. In his opinion, this was a detour that would delay Duan Lingtian. Elder Zhen, I am well aware of this. Duan Lingtian smiled. Naturally, he was aware of this. However, he already had a prominent divine weapon that had given birth to an artifact soul, so he did not need to think too much about it. When he entered the Emperor God realm, his 7 orifices exquisite sword's artifact soul, Huang, would be able to show herself to others. He did not need to hide like now. At that time, even if someone was greedy, he would have the ability to protect her. As for now, it was better to keep a low profile. Also, at the same time, Zhenping Fan raised his hand and gave Duan Lingtian a jade slip. This contains the specific information of more than a dozen heavyweight ultimate god forces in the mysterious gangland. Take a good look. Although these dozen ultimate god forces may not all send people to invite you to join, it won't do you any harm to know all of them. I have personally compiled this information recently. I have a detailed record of many aspects that you need to pay attention to. There were some things that Zhenping Fan did not say. That was, the information he recorded was not something he knew himself. He only managed to successfully record it by asking others and combining it with the records he had read recently. Chapter 4083. However, even though Zhen Pingfan did not mention it, Duan Lingtian could feel Zhen Pingfan's good intentions as he read through the contents of the jade slip that Zhen Pingfan had given him. There were more than a dozen ultimate god-level factions in the mysterious gangland. Each faction was clearly recorded by Zhen Pingfan, including some details. Even if it was impossible for him to join an ultimate god-level faction, it was clearly recorded. For example, the Rainbow Phoenix Pavilion. It was the only sect that only accepted female disciples among the heavyweight ultimate god forces and giant ultimate god forces in the mysterious gangland. The scale of this faction was actually not very big. The reason why it could stand for so many years was because of the backbone of the faction. The Rainbow Phoenix Pavilion had never lacked high-level divine venerables, and because of this, its status in the mysterious gang territory had always been very high. In addition, the disciples of the Rainbow Phoenix Pavilion were not prohibited from marriage. However, after marriage, they could only be considered as an outer disciple of the Rainbow Phoenix Pavilion. However, even if they were outer disciples, as long as they left the Rainbow Phoenix Pavilion, they would rarely forget their roots. Almost every one of them would think of the Rainbow Phoenix Pavilion after leaving. And these outstanding female disciples of the Ni Chang Phoenix Pavilion, their marriage partners were generally very outstanding people. They either had a powerful family or a powerful sect behind them. Even if they were just individual cultivators, they were still very strong. In the eyes of these people, the Rainbow Phoenix Pavilion was their wife or concubine's maiden home. If someone bullied their wife or concubine's maiden home, they naturally could not stand by and do nothing. Even if they wanted to stand by and do nothing, they might not be able to stop pillow talk. Even if they could stop pillow talk, if the wife or concubine went to help her maiden home, they would not be able to stand by and do nothing. Of course, the Rainbow Phoenix Pavilion standing is not because of nepotism, but because of its own foundation and strength. If it only relied on nepotism, it would have fallen long ago. As Duan Lingtian continued to read, he gained a better understanding of the Rainbow Phoenix Pavilion. The Rainbow Phoenix Pavilion was extremely powerful. Perhaps they did not have as many disciples as other heavyweight ultimate god forces, but their top combat strength was not inferior to other heavyweight ultimate god forces at all. After reading the introduction of the Ni Chang Phoenix Pavilion, Zhen Pingfan added a paragraph at the end. Duan Lingtian was stunned at first, but then he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. His original words were, "Duan Lingtian, you can consider kidnapping a daughter-in-law from the Ni Chang Feng Pavilion." The Ni Chang Phoenix Pavilion still had feelings for every disciple who married outside. If there was a problem, as long as they were in the right, the Ni Chang Phoenix Pavilion would not stand by and do nothing. After reading this paragraph, Duan Lingtian really didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Elder Zhen, are you asking me to live off a woman?" A moment later, Duan Lingtian's attention shifted to the next ultimate god-level faction. He had learned about all the major ultimate god forces. These ultimate god-level factions had one thing in common, which was that they all had upper-level ultimate god experts. As long as there were no ultimate gods, they could do whatever they wanted in the planes of gods. At that cultivation level, no one would be weak. What a joke! If one's talent and comprehension were not enough, how could one survive the Millennium Tribulation and reach that level? Once a person's cultivation level reached the upper-level ultimate god level, their comprehension of the law profundity would definitely be very profound. Some of them might even have other trump cards up their sleeves, for example, the 4 Tao of heaven and earth. For example, the 5 divine elements. Or perhaps there were other methods that Duan Lingtian didn't know about yet. There are only 2 clans among the dozens of godly venerable rank factions. Moreover, Elder Zhen also said that these 2 clans would most likely not send anyone here. Zhen Pingfan's original words were that even if a powerful clan was interested in a genius from outside, it was unlikely that they would recruit him into the clan. If the younger generation of the clan was suppressed by the other party, it would not be good for the clan's reputation. Not all of the younger generation would be able to become stronger and surpass the other party under the pressure of a disciple with a different surname. Most of them would be directly crippled. As for the rest, more than 90% of them are from sections. What's interesting is that there's actually an academy. If there were more than a dozen heavyweight factions that Zhen Pingfan had introduced, Duan Lingtian was most interested in the academy. Myriad Law Academy. Myriad Law Academy was similar to a sect, but it was also not a sect. This was because joining it gave one absolute freedom, unlike sects where one was bound by rules and regulations. The academy was similar to the academy that Duan Lingtian had come into contact with before. As the most powerful academy in the Mystic Handle land, Myriad Law Academy had students all over the world. Many of the younger generation from the Ultimate God level factions and heavyweight Ultimate God level factions had studied there before. Of course, those people did not enter Myriad Law Academy to learn anything. They just wanted to enjoy and experience the atmosphere there. Within the 10,000 Arts Academy, there were only 3 identities: Academy teachers, Academy students, Academy laborers. Teachers were responsible for preaching and dispelling doubts, patrolling the academy, and guarding the academy. Students were responsible for learning and completing the teaching tasks issued by the academy teachers. Those with high cultivation would be sent out as representatives of the academy to compete with other heavyweight Ultimate God level factions and heavyweight Ultimate God level factions for resources. As for the laborers, they were the ones in charge of cleaning up the 10,000 Jurisprudence Palace, the ones in charge of planting flowers and plants, and the ones in charge of taking care of the students' daily needs. Interesting. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he smiled. Myriad Law Academy was actually an existence similar to the academy he had come into contact with before, but its level was higher, standing at the top of the pyramid in the Mystic Handle land. Within the Myriad Arts Academy, there were also upper-level Ultimate Gods. Moreover, it was rumored that the 10,000 Arts Academy originated from the disciple of a loose cultivator. That person was grateful for his master's kindness, and thus established the 10,000 Arts Academy. He accepted all kinds of disciples in memory of his master. As for why they wanted to commemorate his ultimate God master, some said that he had fallen in an accident. Others said that he had gone into seclusion and had never seen his disciple who founded Myriad Law Academy. There were many versions, but none of them were confirmed. It's amazing that even the disciple of a ultimate God could establish an academy to this extent. Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh. However, according to Elder Zhen, Myriad Law Academy is the least likely ultimate God level faction to send someone to invite me to join, aside from the Ni Chang Feng Pavilion. It's not just me. No one in the history of Myriad Law Academy has received such treatment. These were all mentioned in the jade slip left behind by Zhen Pingfan. Even the Ni Chang Feng Pavilion had taken the initiative to invite geniuses to join many times in its long history. Of course, those were all female geniuses. Some were even worse than the current Duan Lingtian. However, the problem was that Duan Lingtian was a man, not a woman. To put it bluntly, he did not want to bring a gang. Because Myriad Law Academy could not possibly send someone, Zhen Pingfan directly told Duan Lingtian not to consider Myriad Law Academy. Myriad Law Academy could not possibly send someone to invite him, unless he went to Myriad Law Academy himself. Of course, the Myriad Arts Academy wouldn't reject such a genius from joining. However, Zhen Pingfan did not recommend this. In addition, he also said a lot to Duan Lingtian. Although Myriad Law Academy looks good, it's actually a sect. It's just that compared to ordinary sects, it's more just and fair. If Myriad Law Academy can provide you with resources that are not inferior to those of other Ultimate God level factions, I'll definitely recommend you to join Myriad Law Academy. But the problem is, Myriad Law Academy can't be like that. If other Ultimate God level factions can promise you enough resources and let you enjoy the best treatment there, joining them will save you a few thousand years of hard work. Xiaofan Fan's every word of warning to Duan Ling Tian could be said to be well-intentioned, and Duan Ling Tian was able to clearly sense his intentions, and he couldn't help but be shocked in his heart. Elder Zhen, although he had won a high-grade half-soul divine artifact for Zhenping Fan, he had never thought of taking credit for it. After all, Zhenping Fan had helped him a lot before, and he was only returning the favor. Now, Zhenping Fan's actions made him feel some pressure. What he hated the most was to owe someone a favor. His master, Feng Qingyang, had helped him, but he did not feel any pressure because that was his master. He would also do everything within his power for his master. Yi Chenfeng had helped him because his master had done him a favor, so he did not feel much pressure. But Zhenping Fan made him feel pressure. Of course, he knew in his heart that Zhenping Fan did not mean to do him a favor. Perhaps he just wanted to return the favor for giving him a high-grade half-soul divine artifact. However, in his opinion, if Yi Chenfeng had not intervened that day, he would not have been able to snatch back that high-grade half-soul divine artifact. Shaking his head, Duan Ling Tian sighed and stopped thinking about it. Forget it. He would slowly return this favor when he had the chance in the future. Crimson Light Heavenly Palace, 9 Tiger Valley, Monorigin Divine Sect. After calming down, Duan Ling Tian continued to read the jade slip Zhenping Fan had given him about the other Ultimate God level factions. In addition, a few Ultimate God level factions were also mentioned, and they would most likely send people to him. These Ultimate God level factions were the weakest of the younger generation compared to other Ultimate God level factions. Zhenping Fan had also suggested that Duan Ling Tian join them. Joining such Ultimate God level factions would directly become their front. Under such circumstances, they would definitely spare no effort to nurture Duan Ling Tian. Elder Zhen is thinking far ahead. Duan Ling Tian sighed again, feeling more and more aware of Zhenping Fan's good intentions. Chapter 4084. 9 Mammoth Valley. As one of the top forces in the Xiangang land, the 9 Mammoth Valley had a transcendent status. It was located deep in the mountains, which was like a paradise. It was like spring all year round. The grass was green and there were clouds and mist in the mountains. It looked like a paradise on earth. In a quiet valley, a young figure stepped on the air and landed. It was a tall young man with a jade-like face. His eyes carried some vicissitudes of life, and it was obvious that his real age was very different from his appearance. What's the matter? As soon as the young man appeared, he saw a middle-aged man standing upright in a quiet courtyard in the valley. He asked curiously. Second Elder. The middle-aged man bowed to the young man and said respectfully, "You've finally come out of seclusion. I'm here this time because I have something important to ask you to make a decision. Sect Master and Great Elder have not returned yet. I can only ask you to make a decision." The middle-aged man said respectfully. What's the matter? The young man looked young, but his tone was dignified and indifferent. Second Elder, before I tell you about this matter, please take a look at the floating image recorded in this floating image pearl. The middle-aged man said as he took out a floating image pearl and handed it to the young man. The young man raised his eyebrows. In the next moment, the floating image pearl left the middle-aged man's hand and floated in front of the young man. Then, the image recorded in it was displayed. In the image, a vast field appeared. There were many small floating islands around it. It was obvious that there were many spectators. In the field, there were 2 people facing each other. One was a young man in purple, and the other was a sloppy middle-aged man. After a while, the two of them started to fight. At first, the young man looked calm. It was only when the young man in purple displayed his sword principle that his eyebrows twitched slightly. His sword principle is not bad. It's rare for a middle divine emperor to have such an achievement in sword principle, the young man said. After a while, when he saw the young man in purple perform the second teleportation, he was finally moved. At the same time, he looked at the middle-aged man. A middle divine emperor who can perform the second teleportation. How old is this person? A middle divine emperor who could perform the second teleportation. Even in the history of the Nine Mammoths Valley, the earliest few ancestors who had comprehended the second instant transmission had only mastered it when they were at the high-level divine emperor realm. Those ancestors all went on to achieve great things. One of them even led the Nine Watchmen Valley to new heights and laid a solid foundation for the Nine Watchmen Valley. A middle-level divine emperor who had mastered the second instant teleportation. He had heard of such a person, however. That was an achievement that could only be achieved by those with limited cultivation talent and astounding comprehension of laws. Moreover, such people would usually die before they could become god emperors. Less than 3,000 years old. The middle-aged man seemed to have been waiting for this moment. When he heard the young man's question, his eyes lit up. What? The young man was shocked as well. Are you sure that this young man who has mastered teleportation twice and sword Dao is less than 3,000 years old? Yes. The middle-aged man nodded solemnly. If that wasn't the case, I wouldn't have waited here for you to come out of secluded cultivation. The middle-aged man bluntly stated that the reason he was waiting here for the young man in the scryer recording was that the young man in the scryer recording had achieved so much despite being less than 3,000 years old. At this moment, the young man's expression changed again. He asked anxiously, "Who is this person?" The middle-aged man had come to him because of this, which meant that this person could be roped in. It was not difficult for him to guess this, so when he asked this question, his tone was somewhat anxious. This was a good seedling. Compared to the best seedlings of the younger generation in the Nine Watchmen Valley, he could only be stronger. When the middle-aged man saw this, he did not remain silent as if he had expected the young man's reaction. He is Duan Ling Tian, a disciple of the Chunying school in Tongleng province, one of the 7 prefectures. The 7 prefectures are located in the eastern region of the Xiangang land. They are relatively remote and are located in the mountains. The people there rarely come out. As for our side, it is too backward and there are no resources there, so very few people go there. The scryer recording is the scryer recording of the 7 prefectures banquet held by the 7 prefectures. I'm sure you've heard of the 7 prefectures banquet, second elder, the middle-aged man said. The young man nodded. I've heard of it. The 7 prefectures banquet is a competition for a spot in the so-called Holy Land secret realm. In their eyes, it's a holy land, but in our eyes, it's just a small spirit accumulation secret realm. The people there are generally weaker in terms of talent and comprehension, so it's extremely difficult for them to enter the upper God Emperor realm. The third-rate spirit accumulation secret realm has given some of the more talented middle God Emperors an opportunity to break through. Otherwise, the people there would basically stop at the middle God Emperor realm. I really didn't expect that the remote 7 prefectures banquet could produce such a seedling. Even Wang Xiong, who had fought with Duan Ling Tian, was not taken seriously by the young man. Although his strength was not bad, in the young man's opinion, since the middle-aged man did not mention him, it meant that he did not have much value. Moreover, as far as he knew, the 7 prefectures banquet was a stage for the younger generation under the age of 10,000. Thinking about it, the middle-aged man who was not even 10,000 years old would be soon. Second Elder, the Council of Elders intends to send an envoy to invite him to join our Nine Watchmen Valley. In fact, the envoy sent by the Council of Elders is already on the way. The plan we've come up with now is to offer him conditions to join our Nine Watchmen Valley. However, the Valley Master, the Great Elder, and you are not here. Without your approval, there are some resources that we can't give out. The middle-aged man's words were very clear. The Council of Elders of the Nine Watchmen Valley had already sent someone to the Chunying School in Tongling Province to invite Duan Lingtian to join them. However, they were not confident that they would be able to take him in. After all, the Nine Watchmen Valley was definitely not the only heavyweight godly venerable rank force that was tempted. If the conditions were not good enough, they might not be able to compete with the other forces. Gather the members of the Council of Elders for an immediate meeting. The young man's figure flashed, and he had already left the place where he usually lived. He had originally planned to come back and rest for a while after coming out of seclusion, but now he was no longer in the mood to rest. Although there were some good seedlings in the current generation of the Nine Watchmen Mansion, they were still lacking compared to their generation in the past. Now that he knew there was such a good seedling waiting to be nurtured outside, he could not help himself. If he could take this young man into the Nine Watchmen Valley, he might be able to add another pillar to the Nine Watchmen Valley in the future. In the Nine Watchmen Valley, those who could be called pillars were definitely godly venerable rank experts. Moreover, they were generally at the medium godly venerable rank and above. A medium godly emperor who had mastered the sword Dao and teleportation skill before the age of 3000, it was not that there had never been such people in the history of the Nine Watchmen Valley. There were even people who were more outstanding, but there were not many of them. A law clone. He's not even a native of the Mystic Gang land. He's from a Devata realm. This was even more shocking. At the very least, as the second elder of the Nine Watchmen Valley, he had never heard of anyone who was not a native of a Devata realm who could achieve this at such a young age. In the Monorigin Divine Sect. Have you investigated thoroughly? Is he really from a mundane realm? In a spacious hall, a skinny old man dressed in a long black robe asked in a deep voice. Vice Sect Master, we've investigated thoroughly, the person replied. He's indeed from a mundane realm. Moreover, according to the information our people from the Monorigin Divine Sect obtained, he's not even 1,000 years old. Others said he's close to 3,000 years old. He must have used a divine pill to conceal his age, so he doesn't want to be too high profile. The Monorigin Divine Sect was one of the major godly venerable rank forces in the Mystic Gang land. There was no lack of godly venerable rank experts from the Devata realms. It was not difficult for them to obtain information about Duan Lingtian by using the void-piercing divine shuttle. He's not even 1,000 years old and he's already so accomplished. Even in the history of the Monorigin Divine Sect, there hasn't been such a monster before. In the beginning, the Vice Sect Master of the Monorigin Divine Sect was not that shocked when he learned about Duan Lingtian's achievements before he was even 3,000 years old. After all, there was more than one genius in the Monorigin Divine Sect who was not any weaker than Duan Lingtian. The quality of the Monorigin Divine Sect's younger generation could be considered as good among the dozen major godly venerable rank forces in the Mystic Gang land. However, which force would complain about having too many young geniuses? Immediately send a message to those who went to the Chunying School to recruit Duan Lingtian and increase the bargaining chip. We must recruit Duan Lingtian to our sect. The Vice Sect Master of the Monorigin Divine Sect ordered immediately. Vice Sect Master, what if he doesn't choose the Monorigin Divine Sect in the end? The person next to him asked. If he doesn't agree, we'll use some threats. For example, we'll tell him we know about his background in the Devata realms and the mundane realms. Since he's able to cultivate to such a level, he must be a smart person. There's no need to say too much since he'll be able to guess our intentions. Vice Sect Master, isn't that a little inappropriate? After all, if he doesn't join the Monorigin Divine Sect, he'll choose to join another force. It's not appropriate for us to make a move on his family or property in the lower realms, right? I'm afraid the force behind him will stand up for him. Why should we let people find out it's the Monorigin Divine Sect who did it? As long as we don't leave any evidence behind, we can just do it. Do you think the force behind him will make things difficult for the Monorigin divine sect for no reason? How naive. You're wise, Vice Sect Master. A young and beautiful woman followed behind a beautiful woman as they entered the floating island behind the clouds. This floating island was also surrounded by a large number of floating islands like stars surrounding the moon. This place was the base of the Neon Phoenix Pavilion, one of the dozen major godly venerable rank forces in the Mystic Gang land. Junior Sister Xiao, I'll bring you to Master now. The beautiful woman smiled at the young woman behind her. Chapter 4085. Tuoba Xiao had been accepted by the Ni Chang Phoenix Pavilion. Not many people knew about this matter. Only the people from the Underworld Manor, the Great Ming Prefecture's Originally sect, and the God Emperor experts invited by the Originally sect. The rest were the experts from the Profound Jade Mansion who had stayed behind to watch the show. That day, the Great Ming Prefecture's Originally sect had been determined to kill Tuoba Xiao. However, the experts from the three major powers of the Underworld Manor had protected Tuoba Xiao. After a fierce battle, a female expert had arrived at the scene. With a wave of her hand, she had suppressed all the God Emperors who had attacked. Among them, there were more than a dozen mid-God Emperors. Originally, the Underworld Manor only had 3 mid-God Emperors present. As for the Great Ming Prefecture's Originally sect, there was only one. However, in order to kill Tuoba Xiao, the Originally sect had not only sent a mid-God Emperor, they had also paid a huge price to invite external help. A few mid-God Emperors. Of course, the 3 major powers of the Underworld Manor had also sent a few mid-God Emperors. However, under the shocked gazes of the Profound Jade Mansion's experts who were watching the show, the mid-God Emperors had been suppressed by a mysterious female expert who had appeared out of nowhere. All the God Emperors who had been fighting in the chaotic battle had been crushed. All the God Emperors had tacitly stopped their attacks to defend themselves. At the same time, they were all injured and spat out blood. High God Emperor. Full Soul High-Grade Divine Artifact. At that moment, everyone looked in shock at the female figure who was standing in the air like an unrivaled expert. Not only was she a Upper God Emperor expert, she also had a Full Soul High-Grade Divine weapon. Furthermore, from the strength she had displayed, she was not a weakling among the High God Emperors. Who are you? Why are you interfering in the grudge between the Great Ming Prefecture's Originally sect and the Tuoba family? A mid-God Emperor from the Originally sect looked at the female with fear. At this moment, his voice was trembling violently. Too terrifying. This woman was too terrifying. I am from the Ni Chang Phoenix Pavilion. You. Are you questioning me? The woman's voice was indifferent. The moment she finished speaking, a stream of light shot out from the ribbon in her hand. It instantly pierced through the body of that talkative Originally sect middle-level Emperor God expert and killed him through space. The Underworld Manor was dead silent. In the next instant, the woman looked at Tuoba Xiao, who was also looking at her in shock. She smiled and asked, Tuoba Xiao, are you willing to join my Rainbow Phoenix Pavilion? Ni Chang Pavilion. This was actually the first time Tuoba Xiao had heard of it. She had no idea what it meant. However, judging from the strength displayed by the person in front of her, she was certain that the Ni Chang Phoenix Pavilion was stronger than any of the top 3 Supreme God-level factions in the Underworld Mansion. However, she did not respond to him immediately. Instead, she looked at the old man from the Yuan clan of the Underworld Manor. He was also the leader of the Yuan clan who brought people to participate in the Feast of the 7 Manors. Nis Luos as well. And Luo clan as well. And he quickly. Do not hesitate. If you want to avenge your family, the best choice is to join the Ni Chang Phoenix Pavilion. The Ni Chang Phoenix Pavilion is one of the top 20 ultimate gods in the Xiangang land. There are many ultimate gods in the pavilion. I heard that they even have upper ultimate gods. Tuoba Xiao was moved by the old man's words. She did not hesitate and agreed to join the female in the sky. Senior, I am willing to join the Ni Chang Phoenix Pavilion. When the woman heard this, her originally calm face broke into a smile. From today onwards, you can just call me Senior Sister. Now, follow me back to greet Master. After greeting Master, you can come back to say goodbye to them. As soon as the woman finished speaking, she took Tuoba Xiao away in front of the group of emperor gods who were present in disbelief. From the beginning until the end, no one stopped her and no one dared to stop her. Ha 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 ha, the leader of the Yuan family from the Netherworld Prefecture laughed heartily. The Yuan family is lucky. The Netherworld Prefecture is lucky. The other god emperors of the Yuan family were also overjoyed. The other two emperor gods from the Netherworld Prefecture were also overjoyed. As for the emperor gods from the Li sect of the Daming Prefecture, their faces were ashen. Tuoba Xiao was accepted by the Ni Chang Phoenix Pavilion. Moreover, the female ultimate god who had a complete soul high-grade divine artifact asked Tuoba Xiao to call her senior sister. Didn't she want to take Tuoba Xiao as her disciple? Was it her master who wanted to take Tuoba Xiao as her disciple? A upper ultimate god who had a complete soul high-grade divine artifact and was the master of one of the strongest upper ultimate gods. Who would believe that she was not a ultimate god? Perhaps, she was not an ordinary ultimate god. The Li sect is finished. At this moment, the emperor gods from the Li sect were in despair. The intermediate god emperors invited by the Li sect were also furious. They glared at the people from the Li sect. They felt that the Li sect had caused their deaths. From now on, it would not be good for them to show their faces. Perhaps, leaving the Xiangang land was the right thing to do. Otherwise, they would die in the hands of the ultimate god from the Ni Chang Phoenix Pavilion. They remembered that the old ladies from the Ni Chang Phoenix Pavilion were very protective of their disciples. The group of god emperors from the mystic Jade Mansion who were watching the show exchanged glances. They could see the shock and disbelief in each other's eyes. The female prodigy that the Netherworld Prefecture had spent so much effort to cultivate was not only invited to join the Ni Chang Phoenix Pavilion, but she was also going to be the disciple of a ultimate god? When they came back to their senses, they smiled and congratulated the emperor gods from the Netherworld Prefecture. Tuoba Xiao was invited to join the Rainbow Phoenix Pavilion. Duan Lingtian heard the news a few days later. He was also shocked. He did not expect that the girl would become a member of the Ni Chang Phoenix Pavilion in the blink of an eye. 2 days ago, he was still reading the introduction of the Ni Chang Phoenix Pavilion that Zhen Pingfan gave him. I'm afraid that the Li clan of the Daming Prefecture is going to be finished, right? Duan Ling Tian could not help but sigh emotionally when he heard about this from Zhen Pingfan. Zhen Pingfan answered Duan Lingtian's question with a complicated tone. The Li clan was supposed to be disbanded. However, when the people of the Li clan wanted to leave, they found that they could not. The Li clan's encampment was enveloped by a great formation. Even if a group of intermediate god emperors from the Li clan worked together, they could not break it. According to Marshal Uncle Yi, it should be the array master of the Ni Chang Phoenix Pavilion who made the move. Only a godly master of the array master of the Ni Chang Phoenix Pavilion would be able to do such a thing and imprison the people of the Li sect. Duan Lingtian was shocked when he heard Zhen Pingfan's words. Using his own power to imprison everyone in the Yuan Li sect? There was even a group of emperor gods among them? It's obvious that the Ni Chang Phoenix Pavilion did not plan to avenge Tuoba Xiao personally. It seems like they want to wait for Tuoba Xiao to grow stronger before taking revenge. We can conclude that the person who took Tuoba Xiao in as a disciple is either the ultimate god array master from the Ni Chang Phoenix Pavilion or the array master's junior sister. Duan Lingtian could not help but click his tongue after listening to Zhen Pingfan's explanation. He did not expect that the girl who he thought was in danger would not only join the Nichang Phoenix Pavilion, but the ultimate God Array Master from the Nichang Phoenix Pavilion would also personally help her imprison her enemy. What a pity, Zhen Pingfan sighed. Say, if you didn't bring any weapons, the ultimate God Array Master from the Nichang Phoenix Pavilion might be more willing to take you in. Why don't you consider cutting it off? Zhen Pingfan's tone became more playful as he spoke. Before Duan Lingtian could speak, he added, "That's not right. I don't know if the Nichang Phoenix Pavilion would accept someone who transforms from a male to a female. I don't think she's a woman, right? Elder Zhen, if you're interested, you can give it a try." Duan Lingtian said, "I think the Nichang Phoenix Pavilion would not reject you when the time comes." When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, he laughed. Both of them knew that the other was joking. However, both of them were amused by the joke. That's right. After the joke, Zhen Pingfan seemed to have thought of something and changed his tone. You shouldn't cultivate in seclusion for the time being. If I'm not wrong, the ultimate God Array Master should be here soon. When the time comes, no matter what you choose, you'll have to show up. You can't afford to offend any of the powers behind them. Upon hearing Zhen Pingfan's words, the smile on Duan Lingtian's face disappeared and he nodded. At the same time, he was thinking about which powerful ultimate God Array Master would be coming. As for ordinary ultimate God Array Masters, he was not interested in joining them. It was easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. Knowing that he would be valued and invited by a powerful ultimate God Array Master, he naturally did not want to join an ordinary ultimate God Array Master. That kind of ultimate God Array Master was not as powerful as the ultimate God Array Master in all aspects, so there was a limit to what they could offer him. He, on the other hand, was in a race against time. When the time comes, it'll depend on which powers invite me and the conditions they put forward. If they're sincere and respect me, I'll consider them. If they're not sincere or don't respect me, I won't consider them. As for Zhen Pingfan saying that he could not afford to offend those powers, he was well aware of this. Otherwise, even if he could join another power, Chunyang School would be in trouble. Chunyang School was considered a giant in Tongleng Province. However, in front of a powerful ultimate God Array Master, it was just a small sect that was not worth mentioning. As long as a powerful ultimate God Array Master wanted to, they could easily destroy Chunyang School. While Duan Lingtian and Zhen Pingfan were talking, several figures were flying toward Chunyang School. Whoosh! 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 Chapter 4086. Outside the Chunyang School. A travel-worn figure flew through the air and stood in the void, calmly looking in the direction of the Chunyang School's encampment. Behind him, a young man stood there, looking curiously in front of him. Masters Junior, is this where the Chunyang School's encampment is located? The heaven and earth spirit chi here is really thin, far worse than our Hanlin Divine Mansion. The heaven and earth spirit chi in our Hanlin Divine Mansion is denser than the outside of the Chunyang School's encampment. The young man was wearing a silver robe with golden edges. His face was arrogant, and his words were full of contempt for the Chunyang School from the bottom of his heart. Standing in front of him and looking at the Chunyang School's encampment was an old man wearing a light green robe. He shook his head. There's no comparison. Don't forget, the Chunyang School is only an emperor-level sect, and it doesn't even have a high-level divine emperor. Our Hanlin Divine Mansion is one of the top 20 godly venerable forces in the Xiangang land. In the Xiangang land, there are hundreds of godly venerable forces with godly venerables. If you include the pseudo-godly venerable forces with no godly venerable experts, there are even more. And this Chunyang School is far from being a pseudo-godly venerable force. At least a pseudo-godly venerable force has a high-level divine emperor. At this point, the old man paused as if he had thought of something and said, however, the Chunying school has Yi Feng, who is considered a good force among the emperor-level forces. However, compared to our Hanlin Divine Mansion, there is still no comparison. If the Chunying school can be compared to our Hanlin Divine Mansion, why would the Duan Ling Tian accept our invitation to join the Hanlin Divine Mansion? Isn't it the same everywhere? Moreover, as far as I know, the Chunying school is wholeheartedly cultivating him without reservation. As soon as the old man said this, the young man immediately nodded. If he were Duan Ling Tian, he would not have chosen to leave the Chunying school, which he was familiar with. "Martial uncle, are we going to knock on the door?" the young man asked. Before the old man could say anything, the young man snorted and said, "In my opinion, since you came here in person, Yi Feng, the most powerful man in the Chunying school, should come out to greet you." When the old man heard this, he raised his eyebrows. "When you're in someone else's territory, you should be humble and keep a low profile. This time, as far as I know, it's not just our Hanlin Divine Mansion that has sent people. Even the Crimson Bright Heavenly Palace, the Monorigin Divine Sect, and other major Ultimate Gods forces have sent people. If you're too arrogant and make the people of Chunying school unhappy, and it reaches Duan Lingtian's ears, maybe he won't consider our Hanlin Shenfu anymore. And if the mansion finds out that it's because of you that Duan Lingtian can no longer enter the mansion, do you think you'll be in a good situation?" The young man's expression changed when he heard the old man's words. At the same time, he took a deep breath, and the arrogance on his face disappeared, replaced by a peaceful expression. "I understand, martial uncle. From now on, I won't look down on Chunying school just because it's only an emperor-level sect," the young man said solemnly. The old man nodded in relief when he heard this. "You're talented. You're considered a genius in the Hanlin Divine Mansion with high comprehension, so it's normal for you to be a little arrogant. Still, there are many times when you should be humble. Take Chunying School's Duan Lingtian as an example. Although I haven't met him yet, I've investigated him and found him to be humble. He's not arrogant because of his talent and high comprehension. You'll have to learn more about this." When the old man said this, the young man seemed to be nodding, but there was a hint of jealousy in the depths of his eyes. 7th Chunying School's genius. First place in the 7 prefectures feast. Less than 3,000 years old, but comprehended the law of space and teleported twice. Mastered the way of the sword. In his opinion, how could a disciple of an emperor-level sect from a backwater village achieve such achievements at such a young age? He was more than 6,000 years old, but he was not as good as the other party. One had to know that although he was not the top of the younger generation in the Hanlin Divine Mansion, he was still above average. Wang Chaoran of the Hanlin Divine Mansion is here to visit Chunying School. I hope you can inform them on my behalf. The old man, who was the messenger of the Hanlin Divine Mansion, had come to invite Duan Lingtian to join the Hanlin Divine Mansion. His voice rang out and accurately fell into the ears of the patrolling elders and disciples outside the Chunying School's encampment. Suddenly, everyone was shocked. Someone was here? When they looked outside and saw the 2 figures standing there, even the patrolling elders of the Pure Sun sect were frightened out of their wits. They were so close, but they did not notice. Hanlin Divine Mansion? Could it be the godly venerable faction in our Xiangang land? The number 1 faction in the residence of Yunhan, the Hanlin Divine Mansion? In the Xiangang land, I've only heard of the Hanlin Divine Mansion. It should be right. A heavyweight ultimate god-level force would never allow another force to share the same name as it, unless it's an unknown force. Since they don't know, they naturally wouldn't make a fuss about it. However, these 2 people were able to come so close to our Pure Sun sect's encampment without anyone noticing. It's impossible for them to come from an unknown force. The sect master has already sent someone to tell us that someone from the heavyweight faction in the Xiangang land should be coming soon. It should be right. Quickly inform the higher-ups and let them inform the sect master. Everyone, follow me to greet the seniors of the Hanlin Divine Mansion. According to the higher-ups, the people from those heavyweight factions this time are most likely godly venerable experts. Even if they aren't, they must be high-level godly emperors. After the patrolling elders of the Pure Sun sect sent out one message after another, they led a group of patrolling disciples outside and respectfully bowed to the person who had just arrived. Greetings, Senior. Please wait for a moment, Senior. Our Chunying School's elder Lu Fenggu will be here soon. Almost at the same time as the patrolling elders of the Pure Sun sect finished speaking, a figure had already shot over from afar, arriving in front of the crowd in an instant. It was the patriarch of the Chunying School's domineering faction, Lu Fenggu. After Lu Fenggu appeared, he looked at the old man with a hint of fear in his eyes. At the same time, he quickly cupped his hands and bowed. Lu Fenggu greets Senior Wang. The old man, Elder Wang Chaoran of the Hanlin Divine Mansion, smiled at Lu Fenggu's salute. I've long heard of Elder Lu's great name. I didn't expect that I, Wang Chaoran, would be personally welcomed by Elder Lu. Although Wang Chaoran had told the young man behind him to keep a low profile and not cause trouble, there was a hint of satisfaction in his eyes when Lu Fenggu personally came out to welcome him. He had only recently learned about the Chunying School and knew that Lu Fenggu was definitely one of the top 2 figures in the Chunying School. After the Hidden Sword faction's patriarch Yi Chenfeng, he was second. Senior, please. Lu Fenggu directly invited Wang Chaoran and Lu Fenggu in and respectfully led the way in front of the old man. Although he looked calm, his heart was in turmoil. A godly venerable expert. He's definitely a godly venerable expert. A high-level godly emperor can't possibly give me this feeling. Although he did not deliberately probe, Lu Fenggu felt that the Hanlin Divine Mansion expert in front of him was definitely not a high-level godly emperor, let alone someone below that level. Under such circumstances, the old man could only be a godly venerable expert. The first heavyweight godly venerable expert from a faction has arrived. He's also the earliest godly venerable expert to arrive among all the godly venerable experts. In fact, before the arrival of the Hanlin Divine Mansion, there were also some godly venerable experts who had arrived. However, those were just ordinary godly venerable experts who had arrived. Most of them were high-level godly venerable experts. Wang Chaoran, the Hanlin Divine Mansion expert, was the first godly venerable expert to arrive at the Chunying School. In other words, he's the first godly venerable expert to enter the Chunying School in the past 100,000 years. I didn't expect another godly venerable expert to enter the Chunying School because of a young disciple who's not even 3,000 years old. Lu Fenggu could not help but sigh when he thought of that. The Chunying School had to rely on a young disciple who was not even 3,000 years old to allow a godly venerable expert to enter. The Hanlin Divine Mansion expert is here. As soon as the godly venerable expert from the Hanlin Divine Mansion entered the Chunying School, the other mid-level godly venerable experts in the Chunying School received the news immediately. Zhen Yunfeng and Zhen Pingfan sat opposite each other in the courtyard where Zhen Yunfeng cultivated. Zhen Yunfeng told Zhen Pingfan about the matter. They're here so soon. Looks like they can't sit still anymore. Zhen Pingfan smiled. It's not that soon. Zhen Yunfeng shook his head. Don't you know that Tuoba Xiao from the Underworld Mansion was taken away by the experts from the Neon Phoenix Pavilion a few days ago? Although it wasn't an godly venerable expert who took her away, it's almost the same. A high-level godly venerable expert who owns a high-grade divine artifact with a complete soul. Her master must be an godly venerable expert. There's not much difference between being taken in by an godly venerable expert and being personally invited by an godly venerable expert. Zhen Pingfan was non-committal when he heard Zhen Yunfeng's words. Father, you can't compare it like that. The Neon Phoenix Pavilion is anxious because they only accept female disciples. Now that they finally have a talented and powerful Tuoba Xiao, they won't miss out on this opportunity. However, there are more than a dozen other godly venerable level factions like the Neon Phoenix Pavilion. I'm afraid they're only interested in Duan Ling Tian among the top 10 in the 7 prefectures feast. They might not even be interested in Wang Xiong, who is as strong as Tuoba Xiu or even stronger than Tuoba Xiu. Zhen Yunfeng said. However, even if Tuoba Xiu isn't as strong as Wang Xiong now, there's a great chance that she'll surpass him in the future. There aren't many people in the Neon Phoenix Pavilion, which means that their resources are concentrated. Tuoba Xiu will definitely become someone great in the future. Zhen Yunfeng said with certainty. That's true. Zhen Pingfan nodded in agreement and asked with a smile, Father, how many godly venerable level factions do you think will come this time? Chapter 4087. It's hard to say. Zhen Yunfeng shook his head in response to his son's question. All I can say is that the people from the Myriad Art Academy and the Rainbow Phoenix Pavilion won't come. The other forces might send people over. The younger generation with a mix of good and bad are more likely to come. As for the younger generation, although they have geniuses who are not inferior to Duan Ling Tian, who would complain about having too few geniuses in their own sect? Moreover, even if they have geniuses who are not inferior to Duan Ling Tian, what did Duan Ling Tian do when he was young? If Duan Ling Tian was nurtured by them since he was young, wouldn't he be stronger now? Zhen Yunfeng said a lot, which made Zhen Pingfan nod and shake his head sometimes. Father, you can't say that. Zhen Pingfan shook his head and smiled. Although Duan Ling Tian was born in the mundane realm and his foundation is not as strong as the young prodigies from heavyweight ultimate god's forces, he has to rely on himself for everything. He has encountered many fortuitous encounters along the way, and that's how he became who he is today. On the other hand, the young prodigies from heavyweight ultimate god's forces don't have the qualifications to go out on their own. Their elders won't let them go out either. If a heavyweight ultimate god's force sets their young prodigies free and allows them to search for fortuitous encounters on their own, with their help, they might become even stronger. Of course, if they set their young prodigies free, their lives might be in danger. No godly venerable faction would take such a risk. Zhen Pingfan's words made Zhen Yunfeng nod repeatedly. Indeed. There were pros and cons to each. Naturally, he knew very well how rare it was for someone like Duan Ling Tian to rise to such heights from the mundane realms. Perhaps, even the strongest powerhouses from the mundane realms or Devata realms could not compare to Duan Ling Tian at such a young age. Perhaps, they were not as good as Duan Ling Tian? I suddenly feel. Zhen Yunfeng's eyes flashed. Zhen Yunfeng's eyes flashed as he smiled. Based on the current situation, Duan Ling Tian has the potential to become a supreme powerhouse. Moreover, he has great potential. It had to be said that Zhen Yunfeng's words caused Zhen Yunfeng to be involuntarily stunned. Duan Ling Tian? Utmost powerful warriors? To be honest, from the past until now, he had never thought about this. In Chunyang School, there was only one person who he thought might have a chance to become an omnipotent master. That person was his martial uncle, Yi Chunfeng, a person who was about the same age as him. 10,000 years ago, Yi Chunfeng was even weaker than him. 10,000 years later, he had left him far behind, to the point where he could easily kill him with a single sword strike. And now, Yi Chunfeng's improvement was even more exaggerated than his. Such a person was a monster. Even if he became an ultimate powerhouse in the future, he wouldn't be too surprised. But Duan Ling Tian, after all, he was only a divine emperor. Although his talent and perception were extraordinary, in his eyes, he was still inferior to him. And now, when his father mentioned this, he thought about Duan Lingtian's current strength and then thought about Duan Lingtian's age and only felt a chill down his spine. Duan Lingtian's current combat strength was far beyond his 10,000 years ago, let alone Yi Chunfeng. And now, Duan Ling Tian had also been improving rapidly. Compared to Yi Chunfeng's improvement in the past 10,000 years, Duan Lingtian's improvement was even more exaggerated. If he really wanted to talk about it, so far, Duan Lingtian's talent and perception were even more exaggerated than his martial uncle Yi Chunfeng's. Moreover, although martial uncle Yi is a monster, no heavyweight ultimate god-level forces have come to recruit him, but Duan Lingtian, this time, there may be many heavyweight ultimate god-level forces coming to recruit him. In terms of the current situation, Duan Lingtian's potential is far beyond martial uncle Ye's. The possibility of him becoming an ultimate powerhouse is also greater. Of course, it was only a possibility. Zhen Pingfan was very clear that the weaker a person was, the easier it was for them to die prematurely. Moreover, geniuses now did not mean that they could continue to be geniuses. There was a possibility of them going downhill. Although there were no geniuses now, it did not mean that there would be room for further improvement in the future. For example, his martial uncle Yi was the model of this type of person. In short, in this world, anything was possible. I really didn't think too much about this. Zhen Pingfan smiled bitterly. Although I thought that Duan Lingtian was a monster, he was only a divine emperor after all. I didn't think of him as an ultimate powerhouse, but now, after hearing Father's words, I seem to understand why heavyweight ultimate god-level forces came to recruit him so quickly. If Duan Lingtian was a woman, perhaps the Ni Chang Feng Pavilion would have come to him long ago. The Ni Chang Feng Pavilion is actually more thirsty for talent than the other heavyweight ultimate god-level forces. In this regard, Zhen Pingfan could completely understand. For a sect that had always only recruited female disciples to be able to survive for so many years until now, it was obvious how difficult it was. However, the Ni Chang Feng Pavilion was still standing strong. Its peak combat strength was not inferior to the other heavyweight ultimate god-level forces. The other ultimate god-level forces had many people and a strong foundation, so it was normal for them to have some experts, but the Ni Chang Feng Pavilion had few people and a small foundation. Relatively speaking, the possibility of them having experts was even lower. Someone else has come. While Zhen Pingfan was still lamenting, Zhen Yunfeng raised an eyebrow and said with a smile. Which force are they from? Zhen Pingfan asked curiously. The Mon-Origin sect. Zhen Yunfeng said. The Mon-Origin sect? Hearing Zhen Yunfeng's words, Zhen Pingfan frowned instead. Father, this Mon-Origin sect doesn't seem to have a good reputation, right? In this world where the strong are respected, it's normal for the weak to obey the strong, but generally, the strong will not find trouble with the weak. I heard that a few thousand years ago, the Mon-Origin sect wanted to recruit a disciple. After the other party rejected them, they did not touch the other party. Instead, they destroyed the other party's entire sect. Later, that person became a rogue cultivator and took revenge on the Mon-Origin sect many times. Many of the Mon-Origin sect members were killed, until 1,000 years ago, when the Mon-Origin sect fished him out and killed him. Zhen Pingfan said, this is just hearsay. I don't know if it's true or not. It's true. Zhen Yunfeng nodded. No matter how you put it, the Mon-Origin sect has always been stuck between good and evil. The way some of them conduct themselves is actually not acceptable to many people and forces. However, since he didn't provoke them, most people are just here to watch the show. The extremists in the Mon-Origin sect are not stupid. They won't provoke people they can't afford to provoke, so it doesn't affect the Mon-Origin sect that much. Zhen Yunfeng said. Let's not tell Duan Lingtian about this first, lest he rejects the Mon-Origin sect because of this. If the Mon-Origin sect members know that he rejected because of this, they might hold a grudge. It's not a good thing for him. At this point, Zhen Yunfeng gave Zhen Pingfan a stern look and admonished him. Zhen Pingfan was a little embarrassed when he heard this. You said it? Zhen Yunfeng frowned. Yes, Zhen Pingfan was a little embarrassed. A few days ago, when the jade slip he gave Duan Ling Tian mentioned the Mon-Origin sect, it also described the rumors he had just said. Of course, he also told Duan Ling Tian that he could not be sure if it was true. But he also said that there was no smoke without fire, so the credibility was not low. You are too reckless. Zhen Yunfeng shook his head. Although I don't have much contact with that little guy, I can see that it's impossible for him to associate himself with the Mon-Origin sect. Take advantage of the moment when the Mon-Origin sect members have just arrived and send him a message. Tell him to be natural when he rejects the Mon-Origin sect. If they ask for the reason, don't mention those things, lest they bear a grudge. Zhen Yunfeng's tone became a lot more stern. This is not a good thing for him. Father. Zhen Pingfan frowned. It shouldn't be that bad, right? Even if Duan Ling Tian doesn't join the Mon-Origin sect, he'll definitely join other heavyweight forces and have a promising future. How dare the Mon-Origin sect fall out with him like this? Aren't they afraid that Duan Ling Tian will get even with them when he becomes stronger in the future? By then, Duan Ling Tian won't be the itinerant cultivator they killed 1,000 years ago. Duan Ling Tian will also have a heavyweight ultimate god force behind him. At that time, Zhen Pingfan felt the Mon-Origin sect would know how to make the right choice. The person from a few thousand years ago did not have a powerful background, so it was not a big deal if his sect was annihilated. However, how could Duan Ling Tian be the same? They didn't leave any evidence behind. How do you know it's them? Zhen Yunfeng shook his head. He felt his son was too naive. Our Chunying school isn't afraid of the Mon-Origin sect. After all, it's too obvious. Moreover, our Chunying school isn't completely defenseless. What we should be worried about are Duan Lingtian's family and friends. Although the space tunnel between the realms of gods and the lower realms has been sealed, don't tell me there aren't people from the Devata realms in the Mon-Origin sect? They can use the void-piercing divine shuttle to return. It had to be said that Zhen Pingfan's expression turned solemn after hearing Zhen Yunfeng's words. As soon as Zhen Yunfeng finished speaking, Zhen Pingfan sent a voice transmission to Duan Ling Tian. It was best to let Duan Ling Tian know about this matter. Otherwise, if he did not inform Duan Ling Tian in time and something really happened, he would feel guilty and blame himself. The Mon-Origin sect? If they're unhappy with me, they might attack my family and friends? Upon hearing Zhen Pingfan's voice transmission, Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed coldly. Was the Mon-Origin sect really that crazy? They didn't care about anything at all? After all, they were a heavyweight ultimate god force. This is just my father's speculation. He just wants you to be careful and be prepared. Don't you have a law clone in the lower realms? It's good to be careful. Zhen Pingfan reminded him. I understand. Thank you for the reminder, Elder Zhen. After cutting off the voice transmission with Zhen Pingfan, Duan Lingtian's expression turned solemn. He knew it was better to be safe than sorry. It was time for him to be prepared. Also, the people from the Mon-Origin sect are here? Humph. He's doomed to come here in vain. Chapter 4088. Master, Duan Ling Tian is currently in closed-door cultivation. Do you want me to wake him up and ask him to come and greet you? It did not matter if it was someone from a heavyweight ultimate god faction who came to Chunying school or someone from an ordinary ultimate god faction who came to Chunying school. The first thing the higher-ups of Chunying school said after welcoming them into Chunying school and arranging a place for them to stay. These experts from ultimate god factions naturally did not ask them to wake Duan Ling Tian up. Although Duan Ling Tian might not be in closed-door cultivation and might be waiting for the various ultimate god factions to arrive before coming out and seeing which faction offered him the most bargaining chips, he would join. Even so, they could not really ask the people from Chunying school to wake Duan Ling Tian up. Not only would such an action be presumptuous, but it might also anger Duan Ling Tian. Although Duan Lingtian's strength was nothing in their eyes and could even kill him with a slap, Duan Lingtian was someone their respective factions intended to invite, so they naturally did not dare to act rashly. If they angered Duan Lingtian and caused Duan Lingtian to refuse to join their factions, they would definitely be in trouble when they returned. Therefore, all the Ultimate God Forces experts were waiting patiently after they arrived. After all, Chunyang School had arranged a place for them to stay. There was no rush. Take your time. Even the two Ultimate God experts from Hanlin Divine Official Mansion and Monorigin Divine Sect waited patiently. No one had any complaints. At least on the surface, there were no complaints. As for whether they had any in their hearts, only they themselves knew. Both Hanlin Divine Official Mansion and Monorigin Divine Sect are here, and they are all Ultimate God experts. Hanlin Divine Official Mansion sent a lower Ultimate God, Su Fang. Monorigin Divine Sect sent a lower Ultimate God as well. Since the Monorigin Sect and Hanlin Divine Office are here, what's the point of us staying here? The Hanlin Divine Mansion and the Monorigin Divine Sect are both heavyweight Ultimate God forces in the Xiangang land, and they even have high-level Ultimate Gods. The strongest in our sect is only a mid-level Ultimate God, and there are only 2 of them. Why don't we send a message back and ask? If the sect wants us to go back, we will. Otherwise, it's destined to be useless. Send the message. As the messages were sent out one after another, most of the Ultimate God forces who had arrived earlier had left. The rest were either hoping for a fluke or wanted to leave, but the forces behind them did not allow them to. They were told to stay and try again. Perhaps Duan Lingtian would choose them instead of the heavyweight Ultimate God forces? Although the chances were slim, it wasn't impossible. Even if it was just a small chance, they didn't want to miss it. Over the next few days, Chunyang School received a lot of uninvited guests. Among them, more than 90% were from heavyweight Ultimate God forces. After the Ultimate God experts from the Hanlin Divine Mansion and Monorigin Divine Sect arrived one after another, not only did a group of ordinary Ultimate God forces leave, but even some ordinary Ultimate God forces who were prepared to send people over did not give up on the idea. They knew very well that they could not compete with the heavyweight Ultimate God forces. Of course, there were still a few ordinary Ultimate God forces who were hoping for a fluke and sent people over. 9 of them came. No one came for the next month, and Chunyang School felt that no one else would come. Even so, there were more than a dozen heavyweight Ultimate God forces who came to Chunyang School. They came from 9 heavyweight Ultimate God forces. The Hanlin Divine Mansion, Monorigin Divine Sect, Jiuwei Valley, Crimson Bright Heavenly Palace, Zhongling Grotto Heaven. These 9 heavyweight Ultimate God forces are all here. Looking at the entire Xiangang land, there are only 16 heavyweight Ultimate God forces below the giant Ultimate God forces. Out of the 16 heavyweight Ultimate God forces, excluding the Neon Phoenix Pavilion and Myriad Arts Academy, there are only 14 left. 9 of the 14 heavyweight Ultimate God forces are here. This ratio is ridiculous. The other 5 heavyweight Ultimate God forces might still be on their way to Chunyang School. The arrival of the major Ultimate God forces could not be hidden from the people of Chunyang School. With the arrival of 9 heavyweight Ultimate God forces, the entire Chunyang School was stirred up. 9 heavyweight Godly Venerable level forces. Each force had sent a Godly Venerable rank expert this time. In total, there were 9 Ultimate God experts. And in the Pure Yang sect, there wasn't even a High God Emperor, much less a Godly Venerable expert. Duan Lingtian, what a monster. Many Chunyang School disciples sighed. Although they knew that Duan Lingtian was talented, they did not expect Duan Lingtian to attract the attention of so many heavyweight Ultimate God forces. That was a heavyweight Ultimate God level force. They stood at the peak of the Xiangang land. Among them, there were superior God experts. A high-level Ultimate God expert, they were second only to the strongest in this world. I wonder which ultimate god force Duan Lingtian will choose in the end. If I were him, I would definitely choose one of the heavyweight ultimate god forces. Those ordinary ultimate god forces are not as good as heavyweight ultimate god forces in every aspect. That's right. I heard that most of the non-heavyweight ultimate god forces have already left. If they didn't, there would be more people now. If an ultimate god force wants me, even if it's just a lower ultimate god, I'm willing to go. If you're willing to go, they won't want you. That hurts. Seeing that no one was coming for a long time, the decision-makers of Chunying School were summoned for an emergency meeting. Now, it's time for Duan Lingtian to come out of seclusion, right? Previously, when they said that Duan Lingtian was in seclusion, they wanted to give the heavyweight ultimate god forces a fair chance to compete for Duan Lingtian. If the ultimate venerable level forces that arrived first were to take their people away, the ultimate venerable level forces that arrived later would definitely not be happy. If there was someone with a bad temper, they might become angry out of humiliation and blame the Pure Sun sect, or even attack the Pure Sun sect's upper echelons. It's time to come out of seclusion. Most people agreed. No one else will come. Even if someone does, we can't wait any longer. Now, the prodigies brought by a few heavyweight ultimate god forces are angry. Although it's only the young ones who are angry, we can't rule out the possibility that they were instructed by their elders to do so. They were worried that if they were angry, Duan Lingtian would look down on them and not join the forces behind them. That's why they instructed the young ones to do so. This is not impossible. Why don't we set a date for them to meet Duan Lingtian together in 10 days' time? At that time, they will state their conditions and see which force Duan Lingtian chooses. 10 days or half a month is fine. After a meeting, the date for Duan Lingtian to meet the people from the ultimate god forces was set to be half a month later. The reason why it was set to be half a month later was mainly because they were worried that more people would come later. When the people from the ultimate god forces received the exact date, no one made a fuss and all of them quietly waited for half a month's time. Half a month later? At the same time, Duan Lingtian also received a message from Yi Chunfeng. He did not have any objections to it. Half a month was fine. Recently, he had been comprehending the sword Dao and had gained a lot, so he was not in a hurry to move. However, since the higher-ups of Chunying School had decided, then he would go according to the time they had arranged. Although he had won 4 spots for Chunying School to enter the Sacred Land's secret realm in the 7 Prefectures Feast, he had also received a lot of benefits from Chunying School. Coupled with the benefits from before, he was completely satisfied and did not feel that Chunying School owed him anything. Myriad Law Academy. The only academy among the top forces in the Xiangang land. This academy located in the depths of the mountains was like an otherworldly paradise. Everywhere in the academy, people could be seen communicating, either through words or by sparring. This place was filled with an atmosphere of learning and improvement. Have you heard? An amazing person appeared in the 7 Prefectures Feast, this time in the remote 7 Prefectures land. You mean Duan Lingtian, the disciple of the God Emperor level sect Chunying School in Tongleng Province? That's him. Duan Lingtian is not even 3,000 years old, but he has already become a medium celestial emperor and mastered the law of space's second teleportation. Most importantly, he has mastered the sword Dao. This news is confirmed, so it can't be false. Most importantly, he's not a native of the Xiangang land. He's from a Devata realm. It's said that he came from the mundane realm to the Devata realm and finally came to the Xiangang land. It's hard to imagine that a nobody from the mundane realm could have such achievements. Did he obtain the inheritance of a supreme powerhouse? I don't know about that. However, everyone has their own fortuitous encounters. It has nothing to do with us whether he obtained the inheritance of a supreme powerhouse or not. Even if we wanted to, we don't have the strength to do so. That's right. Even among the younger generation in the Myriad Law Academy, there are very few people who are a match for him. What a pity. The academy won't send anyone to invite him to join. Otherwise, we would have had a chance to see that grassroots prodigy. We'll have a chance to see him in the future. This time, I'm sure he'll join a heavyweight force. I just received news from Chunying School that 9 heavyweight godly venerable ones have sent godly venerable ones to Chunying School to invite Duan Ling Tian to join. 9 heavyweight godly venerable ones? 9 godly venerable ones? That Duan Ling Tian is so important? Many young disciples in the Myriad Law Academy sighed when they talked about Duan Ling Tian. However, there were also a few who looked envious. Duan Ling Tian? No one saw a tall and handsome figure soaring into the sky above the Myriad Law Academy. In just a blink of an eye, he disappeared behind the clouds. Such achievements under the age of 1,000. How rare. Chapter 4089. In the Devata Realms. In the solitary destructive heaven. In the heavenly palace. Due to Zhen Pingfan's warning, Duan Ling Tian did not dare to be careless, so he told his master, Feng Qingyang, about this matter. To be more precise, it was Duan Ling Tian's law clone who told Feng Qingyang about this matter. What I mean is that Senior Huo Lao and Senior Meng Luo should leave. They haven't attained godhood, so they can't form their law clones. It's dangerous for them to stay here. After all, everyone knows I have a close relationship with them. Duan Ling Tian said. It's good to be careful. Feng Qingyang nodded. In that case, I'll ask them to stay out of the limelight for a while. I'll ask them to come back after this matter is over. Don't forget to inform the others as well. Don't forget that other than the solitary destructive heaven, there are also people from other Devata realms who are close to you. They might become targets of the Monorigin divine sect as well. Feng Qingyang said. I know. I'll visit the other Devata realms as well. Apart from those who have supreme powerhouses, I'll ask them to stay out of the limelight and stay out of the limelight. Duan Ling Tian had long expected this from Feng Qingyang. For this reason, he felt a headache coming on. After all, he had met many people since he arrived in the Devata realms. Although he did not keep in touch with them, many people knew he was on good terms with them. Moreover, since his Law of Time clone was stationed in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, he had visited some of his old friends. For example, his old friends in the spirit overarching heaven and the pool palace in the boundless heaven. He had also visited some of his old friends from other Devata realms. During the next 2 weeks, Duan Ling Tian continued to comprehend the Sword Dao while his clones that were in the Devata realms traveled around the Devata realms. As long as it was someone who had a close relationship with him, he would purposely visit them and inform them of the reason so that they could find a place to lie low for a period of time. As for those who had a deep relationship with the Duan Ling Tian, they also obeyed the Duan Ling Tian and did not dare to slight him. Almost everyone left their respective forces at the first moment and went into hiding. Of course, they told Duan Ling Tian where they were hiding. Other than Duan Ling Tian, they didn't tell anyone else. As for those from the sect, they only told their fellow disciples that they were going on a long trip. Almost everyone had brought their families with them on this trip. Seeing this, Duan Ling Tian heaved a sigh of relief. All the people close to him had left, and all of them had brought their families with them. Even if the Monorigin spirit sect was angry and sent people from the lower planes, they would only end up empty-handed. Done. After Duan Ling Tian made arrangements for those who were close to him, half a month passed. In the Chunying School in the profound Handle land. Duan Ling Tian walked out of his room and saw Zhen Yunfeng waiting for him outside. Zhen Pingfan and his son personally brought him over. Duan Ling Tian. Before leaving Cloud Peak Island, Zhen Pingfan solemnly warned Duan Ling Tian, I know you don't have a good impression of that person from the Monorigin spirit sect. However, when you see him later, you must act as though nothing has happened so that he won't think you have a problem with him and the Monorigin Spirit sect. That's not a good thing for you. There are some people you don't have to offend even if you don't like them. After spending some time together, Zhen Pingfan had a certain understanding of Duan Lingtian, so he was worried that Duan Lingtian would treat the Monorigin Spirit sect Ultimate God differently when facing a group of Ultimate God level experts later. I understand. Duan Lingtian nodded. He naturally understood this principle. Although he looked down on the Monorigin Spirit sect, he still had to put on a show. Next, Duan Lingtian followed Zhen Yunfeng and Zhen Pingfan out of Cloud Peak Island and went to Chunying School's main island. In a vast area, they met people from various Ultimate God level factions. There were a total of more than a dozen people from 9 heavyweight Ultimate God level factions present. There were old people, middle-aged people, and young people. In addition, there were 4 people from 4 ordinary Ultimate God level factions present. 3 were old people, and 1 was middle-aged. Zhen Yunfeng from Chunying School's Yunfeng branch greets all the seniors. Zhen Yunfeng brought Duan Lingtian and Zhen Pingfan over and bowed to the group of Ultimate God level faction experts. Most of these experts were Ultimate Gods. A few were Upper Divine Emperors. Zhen Pingfan followed suit and bowed. Duan Lingtian greets all the seniors. Zhen Yunfeng turned to Duan Lingtian and said, "These seniors are all experts from various Ultimate God level factions." In fact, as soon as Duan Lingtian appeared, the group of people from Ultimate God level factions had their eyes fixed on Duan Lingtian. Although this was the first time they met Duan Lingtian, they had never seen him in person. However, they had seen Duan Lingtian in the scryer projection mirror image and recognized Duan Lingtian at a glance. Duan Lingtian greets all the seniors. When Duan Lingtian bowed slightly to the group of Ultimate God level faction experts, he also noticed Yi Chunfeng and Lu Fenggu standing in a group of people. At the same time, he saw a dignified middle-aged man surrounded by a group of people. It was not difficult to guess that this was the schoolmaster of Chunying School whom he had never met before today. He was also Zhen Pingfan's junior brother and Zhen Yunfeng's disciple. The man noticed Duan Lingtian's gaze and smiled kindly at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. Almost as soon as Duan Lingtian's voice fell, an old man stepped forward and stared at Duan Lingtian. "I'm Su Fang, a lower Ultimate God from the Monorigin sect. Today, I invite you to join the Monorigin sect. As long as you join the Monorigin sect, we'll give you the treatment of a holy son." The most outstanding members of the Monorigin sect's younger generation were conferred the title of Holy Son and enjoyed all kinds of preferential treatment from the Monorigin sect. They were also extremely talented and powerful. The treatment of a Holy Son could be said to be the best in the Monorigin sect. In addition, our deputy leader of the Monorigin sect is willing to accept you as his disciple. Su Fang added. Su Fang thought Duan Lingtian would be overjoyed to hear his words. After all, the deputy leader of the Monorigin sect was a medium Ultimate God. What he did not expect was Duan Lingtian merely smiled at him when he heard his words. There was no joy on his face at all. His gaze was calm, and his expression was indifferent. Duan Lingtian. The people from the other Ultimate God forces who were beaten to the punch by the Monorigin Divine Sect's elder, Su Fang, also spoke one after another and stated the conditions offered by the forces behind them. Among them, most of the factions offered better conditions than the Monorigin sect. Of course, Elder Su Fang saw this and added a further condition. He promised that as long as Duan Lingtian joined the Monorigin sect, he would give Duan Lingtian even more preferential treatment. "Elder Su, I'll definitely consider joining your sect." Duan Lingtian appeared sincere on the surface, but in his heart, he was disdainful and perfunctory. Due to the competition, the major Ultimate God level factions kept increasing their bargaining chips, all wanting to take Duan Lingtian as their disciple. In particular, the few ordinary ultimate god-level factions that did not have any advantages even announced that as long as Duan Lingtian joined their faction, he would be able to enjoy the best resources and treatment. It was not the best resources and treatment among the young disciples, but the best resources and treatment among the entire faction. The people from the major ultimate god-level factions were promising all kinds of conditions. The group of Chunying School's higher-ups who were guarding the area were shocked and also realized that they were viewing the sky from the bottom of a well. Were all ultimate god-level factions this rich? And, was Duan Lingtian that important in the eyes of these ultimate god-level factions? Why would they be willing to promise so many favorable conditions? Duan Lingtian. Elder Wang Chaoran of the Hanlin Divine Mansion looked at Duan Lingtian with a smile. I'm sure you've heard. Among the major ultimate god-level factions present, I represent the Hanlin Divine Mansion to be the first to arrive. This shows the sincerity of the Hanlin Divine Mansion and my faction toward you. You won't regret joining the Hanlin Divine Mansion. As long as you perform well in the mansion, not to mention a medium ultimate god, even a high-level ultimate god as your master is not impossible. As soon as Wang Chaoran finished speaking, someone could not help but mock, Wang Chaoran, now you're using the fact that you're the first to arrive as an excuse? Earlier, the young man behind you spoke ill of Duan Lingtian outside many times. He even said that he was arrogant because he was pampered and pretended to be in closed-door cultivation, deliberately not coming out to meet you. The person who spoke now was also from a major ultimate god-level faction called the Kueyuan Divine Mansion. Wang Chaoran's expression darkened as soon as the person finished speaking. At the same time, he glared at the person angrily with flames burning in his eyes. Duan Lingtian, Duan Lingtian. At this moment, the godly venerables and upper-ranked divine emperors from godly venerables' forces were no longer as haughty as they usually were. Instead, they behaved very amiably in front of Duan Lingtian. Those who did not know better might even think that Duan Lingtian was their direct descendant. Duan Lingtian, we've said what we should say. Now, it's up to you to choose. The ultimate god-level expert from the Crimson Light Heavenly Palace looked at Duan Lingtian with a kind smile. I don't know about the other factions, but as for the Crimson Light Heavenly Palace, whether you choose to join us or not, we won't be dissatisfied with you. On the contrary, if you're unhappy with the faction you've chosen, you're welcome to join us at any time. Duan Lingtian smiled inwardly when he heard the ultimate god-level expert's words. The ultimate god-level expert from the Crimson Light Heavenly Palace knew how to take a step back in order to advance. However, Duan Lingtian was not a fool. It was not difficult for him to see through the ultimate god-level expert's intentions. Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Su Fang's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. The Monarch Divine Sect has many disciples from the Devata realms. As for you, you're also from the lower Devata realms. Some of them managed to return to the Devata realms using the void-piercing divine shuttle. That's why they've heard about you. The young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven is indeed a dragon among men. Chapter 40-90. It seems that Elder Su knows me very well. Duan Lingtian was stunned for a moment when he received Su Fang's voice transmission. He then looked at the elder calmly and spoke in a calm tone. Of course, it was only his eyes and tone that were calm. Duan Lingtian's heart was as gloomy as water at that moment. In the past, Duan Lingtian did not have a good impression of the Monorigin Divine Sect because he had heard about their style of doing things from others. However, now that he was being threatened by an elder from the Monorigin Divine Sect, he finally understood what the Monorigin Divine Sect was capable of. One was marked by the company one kept. Perhaps the Monorigin Divine Sect style was the same. You know a little about it. Su Fang smiled faintly. Duan Lingtian, you can consider our Monorigin Divine Sect. Of course, it's fine if you don't want to join us. After all, everyone has their own ambitions. Su Fang paused for a moment before continuing with a shake of his head. For a genius like you who is less than 1,000 years old and has such achievements, it would be a great loss for both you and the Monorigin Divine Sect if you don't join us. Less than 1,000 years old. It was unknown if Su Fang had done it on purpose, but he had emphasized these words. Duan Lingtian sneered inwardly when he heard that. What a thorough investigation. It seems that the Monorigin Divine Sect came prepared this time. However, do you think I'll be afraid and join the Monorigin Divine Sect because I know you know my background? How naive. Ridiculous. However, although Duan Lingtian did not plan to join the Monorigin Divine Sect, he had not yet decided which faction to join. This was because the people from each faction were very enthusiastic this time. Moreover, each and every one of them offered very good conditions. Of course, the ones with the best conditions were not the heavyweight Ultimate God factions, but the other Ultimate God factions. Duan Lingtian could understand this. After all, compared to heavyweight Ultimate God factions, these ordinary Ultimate God factions were not very competitive. If the conditions they offered were not as good as the former, it was almost equivalent to coming in vain. At the very least, Duan Lingtian could discern that these people's eyes were filled with hope. Duan Lingtian, although your talent and comprehension are not bad, there's no shortage of geniuses like you in heavyweight Ultimate God forces. Although you have a presence in heavyweight Ultimate God forces, it's not to the point where no one in the younger generation can compare to you. If you join our sect, you will be the #1 disciple of the younger generation. The best resources of the sect will be given to you first. Duan Lingtian, joining our sect is definitely better than joining a heavyweight Ultimate God force. Duan Lingtian, at this moment, Duan Lingtian's ears were filled with voice transmissions from ordinary Ultimate God forces. They were using all sorts of methods to rope him in. Obviously, after seeing Duan Lingtian's indifferent attitude, they all felt a sense of crisis. Duan Lingtian. Zhongling Grotto Heaven was also one of the heavyweight Ultimate God factions in the mysterious gangland. This time, it was an old man in his 70s who looked kindly at Duan Lingtian. I have a great-great-granddaughter. She's not bad looking. If she stands next to you, she'll definitely be a perfect match. If you join our Zhongling Grotto Heaven, I'll introduce you to her. How about it? Then, the old man deliberately transmitted his voice to Duan Lingtian. My great-great-granddaughter is a real virgin. Duan Lingtian was stunned at first, then could not help but smile bitterly. What was this? A honey trap? After that, Duan Lingtian finally understood the meaning of the phrase, 8 immortals crossed the sea to show their abilities. The people from various Ultimate God factions all had a glib tongue and wanted to abduct him. Well, invite him to join their factions. Duan Lingtian suspected that these people were specially selected by their factions to be more eloquent. In the end, Duan Lingtian also felt that it was a little difficult to choose. He naturally would not consider joining an ordinary Ultimate God faction. As for the remaining 9 heavyweight factions, he would not consider the Monorigin Divine Sect. As for the other 8, although he was not particularly interested in some of them, they did not make him feel bad either. However, so far, Duan Lingtian was more interested in the 3 factions based on the introduction in the jade slip given by Zhen Pingfan. Crimson Light Heavenly Palace. Zhongling Grotto Heaven. 9 Mammoth Valley. Of these 3 heavyweight factions, the first 2 had very outstanding young heavens prides of the current generation and were not inferior to Duan Lingtian. The reason why he wanted to join them was because the secret realms in these 2 factions would be of great help to his future cultivation. Any heavyweight faction had its own secret realms. In fact, rather than calling them secret realms, it was more accurate to say that once the heaven and earth spirit energy in the divine crystal mine had reached a certain level, a formation master would gather it with a formation and use the heaven and earth spirit energy in various ways to form a place that could assist in cultivation. Out of these 2 factions, one had a secret realm that was helpful in comprehending the law of space. The other faction had a secret realm that was helpful in comprehending the law of time. As for the last faction, 9 Mammoth Valley, it was because they did not have any outstanding young geniuses in their current generation. If he were to join them, he would certainly receive the greatest preferential treatment. The ultimate god elder from 9 Mammoth Valley had also promised Duan Lingtian that if Duan Lingtian was willing to join 9 Mammoth Valley, he could directly worship the Valley Master as his master. Although the Valley Master of 9 Mammoth Valley was not a high-level ultimate god and was only a medium ultimate god, he was still one of the best among the medium ultimate gods and was known as the #1 person below the high-level ultimate god in 9 Mammoth Valley. How should I choose? Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. In fact, compared to 9 Mammoth Valley, he wanted to join Crimson Brightness Heavenly Palace or Zhongling Grotto more. However, he did not know how to choose between the two. The current conditions offered by both factions were similar. At that moment, seeing Duan Lingtian's gaze sweeping back and forth between the two ultimate god experts from Crimson Brightness Heavenly Palace and Zhongling Grotto, the other ultimate god-level factions also vaguely realized something. Those ordinary ultimate god-level factions smiled bitterly and sighed before flying away. It was over. Duan Lingtian had obviously made his choice. As for whether he chose Crimson Brightness Heavenly Palace or Zhongling Grotto, it had nothing to do with them or the factions behind them. Duan Lingtian, our monorigin sect is not inferior to Crimson Brightness Heavenly Palace and Zhongling Grotto. Su Fang's voice seemed to carry a sense of urgency by Duan Lingtian's ears. Did they secretly promise you something? Tell me, as long as our monorigin sect can do it, we will not decline. At the same time as Su Fang's voice transmission, several other ultimate god experts from other ultimate god level factions could no longer sit still and transmitted their voices to Duan Lingtian. One by one, they began to increase their bargaining chips. Obviously, they all thought that Duan Lingtian prioritized Crimson Brightness Heavenly Palace and Zhongling Grotto because they offered more bargaining chips. Just when Duan Lingtian realized that they had misunderstood the crowd's voice transmission, before he could speak, he could not help but frown as if he had vaguely sensed something. Who's there? As soon as Duan Lingtian sensed something, a thunderous voice rang in the air. It was the divine venerable powerhouses from the various divine venerable forces who had raised their heads to look at the sky. Their eyes were focused on the figure that had just appeared in the sky. At that moment, Duan Lingtian also realized what he had sensed and followed the crowd's gaze to look up. High up in the sky, a tall and handsome figure slowly descended from the sky. As he descended, his entire body was exposed in front of Duan Lingtian and the others. They could clearly see that the person was a young man, at least with a youthful appearance. However, that pair of eyes that had experienced the vicissitudes of life undoubtedly betrayed his age. Yang Yuchen. When the person appeared, the ultimate god expert from Crimson Brightness Heavenly Palace was the first to exclaim in surprise. At the same time, his eyes were filled with disbelief. Yang Yuchen. At that moment, the other heavyweight ultimate god experts also fixed their eyes on the white-robed young man standing in the air not far away. Their eyes were shining brightly. He's Yang Yuchen. Why is he here? Yang Yuchen. Myriad Art Academy's most outstanding heaven's pride in the past 100,000 years? This Yang Yuchen had a breakthrough and became a medium ultimate god when he just turned 20,000 years old. Many people say that he will enter the upper ultimate god realm within 10,000 years. While the ultimate god experts from the 9 heavyweight ultimate god factions were staring at the white-robed young man, some of the younger disciples brought by the ultimate god experts could not help but whisper to the people they knew through voice transmission. Yang Yuchen. This name was not unfamiliar to them. He was the monster of Myriad Art Academy. He was also the youngest vice palace master in the history of Myriad Art Academy. These people had grown up listening to stories about Yang Yuchen. However, they had only heard of this person in the past and had never seen him in person. And now, as their elders spoke the other party's name, they also knew that the person in front of them was the person who had only existed in rumors in the past, the Vice Palace Master of the Myriad Arts Academy. Why is he here? He won't come looking for Duanling Tian as well, right? Since when did Myriad Art Academy take the initiative to recruit people? I don't think so. I've never heard of any academy in the history of Myriad Art Academy taking the initiative to recruit. If he's really here to look for Duanling Tian and invite Duanling Tian to join Myriad Art Academy, then he's really breaking the history of Myriad Art Academy. He's always been good at breaking all kinds of records in Myriad Art Academy. Now that he's here to look for Duanling Tian, it's not impossible for Myriad Art Academy to break the history of not taking the initiative to recruit academies. This Yang Yuchen has always been a monstrous figure in Myriad Art Academy's history. Duanling Tian had naturally never heard of Yang Yuchen before. His understanding of heavyweight ultimate god factions in the Xiangang land was limited to Zhenping Fan's introduction and the memory jade slip that Zhenping Fan had given him. Now, after hearing the whispers of the people around him, he knew, the white-robed young man in front of him was Myriad Art Academy's Vice Palace Master, Yang Yuchen. Chapter 4091. Yang Yuchen, the Vice Palace Master of Myriad Law Academy. In the past, he was also a genius student who set various records in Myriad Law Academy. He stepped into the Emperor God realm before the age of 3,000. When he was 10,000 years old, he was already a high-level Emperor God who was trying to break through to the Ultimate God realm. He stepped into the Ultimate God realm when he was 10,000 years old. When he was 20,000 years old, he stepped into the Intermediate Ultimate God realm. Moreover, he had comprehended the Tao of Control, one of the four Tao of heaven and earth, and spent a lot of effort on it. In just 10,000 years, he had stepped into the Ultimate God realm. The Tao of Control? He has mastered the Tao of Control? Duanling Tian subconsciously looked at Yang Yuchen when he heard the voices of the people around him. This was also the first expert he had met who had mastered the Tao of Control. Before this, he had only met experts who had mastered the Sword Tao. An expert who has mastered the Tao of Control. If he saw my scryer image from the 7 Prefectures banquet, he might be able to discover something. During the 7 Prefectures banquet, Duanling Tian had actually used the Tao of Control when he used the Law of Space, but it was more subtle. Moreover, the Tao of Control was not as high-profile and obvious as the Sword Tao. If he did not deliberately show it, even the Emperor Gods present would not be able to discover it. Even an ordinary Ultimate God expert would not be able to discover it through the image. Of course, there was one type of Ultimate God expert, an Ultimate God expert who had mastered the Tao of Control. Greetings, Vice Palace Master Yang. Greetings, Vice Palace Master Yang. At this time, the juniors brought by the Ultimate God experts from the heavyweight Ultimate God factions had already bowed to the newcomer under the instructions of their elders. On the Chunying school's side, the higher-ups present also followed suit and bowed to the newcomer. Looks like I'm not too late. Yang Yuchen was tall, handsome, and had an amiable smile. Then, his figure swayed as he stepped into the air and landed on an empty space in the blink of an eye. He then approached the crowd step by step. Vice Palace Master Yang. At this time, the Ultimate God expert from the Monorigin Divine Sect, Su Fang, glanced at Yang Yuchen with fear. You're not here to represent Myriad Law Academy to invite Duanling Tian to join, are you? Everyone immediately looked at Yang Yuchen after Su Fang's question. There had never been such a case in the Myriad Arts Academy. Taking the initiative to invite an outsider into the palace, one had to know that the Myriad Arts Academy had always been an academy-style academy with a very high degree of freedom. If you entered, you could leave at any time. Even if you didn't care about old friendships, the academy wouldn't say much. What the academy did was to impart the Tao and receive knowledge. Of course, When one reached a certain level of cultivation, especially when faced with the once-in-a-thousand-years heavenly tribulation, many people would actively guard against the appearance of inner demons. Once the inner demon appeared, it would be fine if he could defeat it, but if he couldn't, it would become a hindrance to him during the thousand-year heavenly tribulation. Many people, when facing the thousand-year heavenly tribulation, because of the eruption of their inner demons, caused the heavenly tribulation that they could have passed to become their own heavenly tribulation. Therefore, generally speaking, those who entered the 10,000 law school and received favors would think about how to repay the school in the future. Ungrateful people were the easiest to develop inner demons. Of course, the ungrateful person here was the kind of person who knew that he had received favors and knew that he should return the favor, but deliberately acted ungrateful. It was common for such people to develop inner demons. There was also a kind of person who, even if they were ungrateful, would find it difficult to develop inner demons. They were such people in their bones, selfish and self-centered. Even if they were ungrateful, they would feel that there was nothing wrong with it. This kind of person, even if they were despised, would find it difficult to develop inner demons. According to the words of Duan Ling Tian in his previous life, this was the difference in three views. The former went against the heart, so it was normal for inner demons to be born. The latter went with the heart, so it was normal for inner demons to not appear. Elder Su Fang. Yang Yuchen glanced at Su Fang and greeted him with a faint smile. Obviously, he knew the other party. This, there shouldn't be a need to ask, right? If I hadn't come to invite Duan Ling Tian, I wouldn't have appeared here, let alone at this time. Not only did Yang Yuchen not deny it, but he also admitted it. Suddenly, even if Su Fang and the others were mentally prepared, they still couldn't help but be shocked. Vice Palace Master Yang. At this time, the ultimate God expert from the Crimson Light Heavenly Palace also spoke. As far as I know, throughout the history of the Myriad Arts Academy, there has never been a case of you actively inviting someone to join the academy, right? Moreover, isn't the philosophy of the Myriad Arts Academy to be free to come and go without coercion? When he asked the last question, the ultimate God expert hesitated for a moment before speaking. Obviously, he had some reservations about Yang Yuchen. After all, the other party was not only the Vice Palace Master of the Myriad Arts Academy, but also a medium ultimate God expert. Medium ultimate God. At this time, Duan Ling Tian was also observing Yang Yuchen. This was the first medium ultimate God he had seen so far. Of course, he didn't count Ker's third uncle, Xia Jie. Xia Jie was the first person he had met in the mundane plane. It was only after he came to the Xiangang land that he found out that the Xia clan behind Ker and Xia Jie was actually a giant ultimate god clan in the world of divine remains. Xia Jie, as the third master of the Xia clan, was most likely also a ultimate god expert, but he didn't know if he was a medium ultimate god expert. The philosophy of the Myriad Arts Academy will never change. Facing the question of the Crimson Light Heavenly Palace's Shen clan expert, Yang Yuchen's expression did not change. He still had the same smile on his face. I'm not here on behalf of the Myriad Arts Academy. It's just a personal matter. As soon as Yang Yuchen said this, the expressions of the ultimate god experts froze. After all this time, Yang Yuchen was not here on behalf of the Myriad Arts Academy? However, before they could breathe a sigh of relief, they remembered Yang Yuchen's status in the Myriad Arts Academy and suddenly felt, was there a big difference between Yang Yuchen coming on behalf of himself and the Myriad Arts Academy? Although Yang Yuchen was only the Vice Palace Master of the Myriad Arts Academy, everyone in the Xiangang land knew that the old Palace Master of the Myriad Arts Academy had been grooming Yang Yuchen as the next Palace Master. When the old Palace Master abdicated, the first in line to inherit the position was Yang Yuchen. Duan Ling Tian. When the group of ultimate god experts faintly felt that the wolf was coming, Yang Yuchen was already looking at Duan Ling Tian with a wider smile on his face. I'm Yang Yuchen, the Vice Palace Master of the Myriad Arts Academy. However, I'm not here on behalf of the Myriad Arts Academy. I'm here on behalf of myself. Personally, I think you're very suitable for the Myriad Arts Academy. The Myriad Arts Academy has a high degree of freedom. Inside, there's no distinction of status. As long as you're outstanding enough, you can get everything you want. Just like the people from the forces behind these people here, there are more or less people in the Myriad Arts Academy. However, although they're from heavyweight ultimate god forces, they're no different from other students in the Myriad Arts Academy. There's no preferential treatment. It's not convenient for me to say more about some things, at least not now. However, as heavyweight ultimate god forces, why do they still let their disciples enter the Myriad Arts Academy? Moreover, they're not ordinary disciples. Among them, there's no lack of prodigies who don't lose to you. Some of them are even more outstanding than your current performance. As soon as Yang Yuchen's words came out, not only was Duan Lingtian stunned, but even the higher-ups of the Chunying school, except for Yi Chunfeng, were stunned. Yi Chunfeng was not stunned because he had long heard of this rumor, so he was not surprised. As for why he did not recommend Duan Lingtian to the Myriad Arts Academy, it was also because if Duan Lingtian took the initiative to enter the Myriad Arts Academy, he would not be able to get any benefits under the circumstances where no one came to invite him. On the other hand, if he joined other ultimate god forces, he could still reap benefits and enter the Myriad Arts Academy. As long as the force behind him allowed it. Under normal circumstances, they would definitely allow it. If they deliberately stopped it, then the original favor would be lost. No force would do such a stupid thing. However, what Yi Chunfeng did not expect was that someone from the Myriad Arts Academy actually came. Moreover, it was the person who was known as the #1 genius of the Myriad Arts Academy in 100,000 years. Yang Yuchen, Vice Palace Master Yang. This person seems to be from a lower plane. Or perhaps, a mundane plane. Yi Chunfeng had heard of this rumor a long time ago. This Yang Yuchen might be the same kind of person as him and Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. At this time, Monorigin cult elder Su Fang looked at Duan Lingtian again and transmitted his voice. You can enter the Myriad Arts Academy if you join the Monorigin cult. The Monorigin cult will not stop you. At the same time, my previous promise will not change. Su Fang's meaning was very simple. After Duan Lingtian joined the Monorigin cult, he could also enter the Myriad Arts Academy as a disciple of the Monorigin cult. The Monorigin cult would not stop him from entering the Myriad Arts Academy. In addition, he would also receive a lot of resources and preferential treatment from the Monorigin cult. Almost at the same time as Su Fang transmitted his voice, Duan Lingtian also received voice transmissions from the other 8 ultimate god factions. Their words were basically the same as Su Fang's. Joining the factions behind them would not affect his entry into the Myriad Arts Academy. For a moment, Duan Lingtian was a little hesitant. What should he choose? He couldn't help but look at Yang Yuchen again. This mid-level ultimate god expert who claimed to be representing himself and not the Myriad Arts Academy had not promised him any benefits so far. Although he felt that Yang Yuchen was reliable, he couldn't just follow him into the Myriad Arts Academy without anything in return, right? If that was the case, it would be better to join one of the other 8 major factions aside from the Monorigin cult and then enter the Myriad Arts Academy. At most, he would have the identity of another faction. As for me, Yang Yuchen met Duan Lingtian's gaze and guessed what Duan Lingtian was thinking. He gently shook his head. I can't give you what they are offering. I won't hide this from you. I represent myself, and what I have is limited. I'm very poor. Chapter 4092. I'm very poor. Not only was Duan Lingtian stunned by Yang Yuchen's words, but even the people present on the scene were stunned. However, when the other ultimate god-level forces regained their senses, they were not surprised. This was because Yang Yuchen had previously said that he represented himself and not the Myriad Art Academy. These people represented the forces behind them. The resources that they could mobilize were naturally not something that Yang Yuchen alone could compare to. Since Yang Yuchen had said that he was representing himself, it meant that he could not simply use the Myriad Law Academy's resources. Under such circumstances, the things Yang Yuchen could offer were naturally limited. Duan Lingtian regained his senses and took a deep look at Yang Yuchen before bluntly saying, "Vice Palace Master Yang, since you've personally come here, you must have a certain level of confidence that I'll join the Myriad Law Academy." As soon as he spoke, Duan Lingtian directly pointed out the purpose of Yang Yuchen's visit. "Since you can't offer better resources, what makes you think I'll join the Myriad Law Academy? If you're so sure that I won't join the Myriad Law Academy, why are you here? Do you have nothing better to do?" Because of this, Duan Lingtian felt that Yang Yuchen must have something else to say. As soon as Duan Lingtian spoke, the Mon-Origin Divine Sect Ultimate God Elder Su Fang and the others who were originally relieved finally regained their senses and their expressions changed slightly. That's right. If Yang Yuchen was not confident, he would not have come. This person was a medium ultimate god. Not only was his strength above them, but his status was also higher than theirs. He was on par with the medium ultimate gods of their respective heavyweight ultimate god forces. He's indeed the number one person among the younger generation in the 7 prefectures. When Yang Yuchen heard Duan Lingtian's words and saw the deep meaning in Duan Lingtian's eyes, he was stunned at first before taking a deep look at Duan Lingtian. "You've realized it so quickly." As soon as he finished speaking, he did not continue to speak. Instead, he transmitted his next words to Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian heard the voice transmission, he did not pay much attention to it at first. However, when he was halfway through, his expression turned solemn. In the end, his eyes even shone brightly. At this moment, many people were also observing Duan Lingtian. When they saw Duan Lingtian's eyes shining brightly as he stared at Yang Yuchen, they immediately realized something. Duan Lingtian is communicating with Yang Yuchen, the Vice Palace Master of Myriad Arts Academy. This Yang Yuchen should have promised something, but what did he promise? What can he do by himself? Now, not only were the people from the various ultimate god forces curious, but even the people from the Chunying school, including Yi Chenfeng, were also puzzled. It was obvious that what Yang Yuchen had mentioned to Duan Lingtian through voice transmission was very interesting to Duan Lingtian. However, since he was here as a representative and couldn't use the resources of the Myriad Arts Academy, what could he personally offer to Duan Lingtian? Moreover, it was something that Duan Lingtian was interested in. Others didn't know how Duan Lingtian was treated in Chunying school, but as the higher-ups of the Chunying school, they knew very well, Duan Lingtian might not be interested in ordinary things. In addition, Duan Lingtian was not interested in all the benefits that the major ultimate god forces had promised. It was obvious that what Yang Yuchen had promised him was more valuable to him than what the ultimate gods from the major ultimate gods factions had promised him. What did he promise Duan Lingtian? Now, it was not only the people from the Chunying school who were curious, but also the people from the major ultimate god forces. Vice Palace Master Yang. At this time, an ultimate god expert from a major ultimate god force looked at Yang Yuchen and asked with a wry smile, "I wonder what you promised Duan Lingtian? Look at him now, he's obviously more interested in what you promised him." Now, if they still didn't know that Yang Yuchen had come prepared, they would have wasted their eyes. It was too obvious. If I wanted to let you know, would I have told him through voice transmission? When everyone's gazes landed on Yang Yuchen glanced at the person who asked the question indifferently and asked a question in return. His words shut the other party's mouth. It made sense. Yes. If Vice Palace Master Yang was willing to let others know, why would he communicate with Duan Lingtian halfway through? What do you think? Just when everyone thought that Yang Yuchen's words made sense, Yang Yuchen looked at Duan Lingtian and asked with a smile. I'm willing to join the Myriad Arts Academy. Duan Lingtian also had a smile on his face. The excitement in his eyes had completely disappeared at this moment as if nothing had happened. However, his loss of composure earlier had already betrayed him. Duan Lingtian, what's going on? What did he promise? Zhen Fan, Zhen Yunfeng, and Yi Chunfeng's questions rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. Even Lu Fenggu, the old ancestor of the hidden sword progeny who was usually calm, could not suppress his curiosity and asked Duan Lingtian. The relic of an ultimate god. Duan Lingtian did not hide the truth in the face of the four people's questions. As his voice fell, he added, please keep it a secret. The relic of an ultimate god. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the four people's hearts trembled, but in order to not stand out, their faces did not change at all, allowing the waves to surge in their hearts. However, soon, Yi Chunfeng was the first to react and said, Duan Lingtian, don't let this relic of an ultimate god get to your head. Not all relic of an ultimate god is a fortuitous encounter. Some relic of an ultimate god is only for sightseeing and is of no help to those who enter. You have to ask clearly, don't be fooled by others. Yi Chunfeng reminded. Elder Yi, don't worry. I know what to do. Duan Lingtian said through voice transmission. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Yi Chunfeng's eyes could not help but flash with curiosity. He was curious about what the relic of an ultimate god was that Yang Yuchen had promised Duan Lingtian. However, although he was curious, he did not ask further. Some things should be stopped at the right time. If he continued to ask, it would be a little abrupt and difficult. A moment later, Lu Fenggu and Zhen Yunfeng also sent voice transmissions to Duan Lingtian, reminding Duan Lingtian as if they had discussed it with Duan Lingtian in advance. Finally, after Zhen Pingfan came back to his senses, he also reminded Duan Lingtian. I'm willing to enter Wanli Law Palace. Duan Lingtian's words made the faces of the ultimate god experts from various major forces turn ugly. They did not expect to be intercepted like this. Duan Lingtian, what did Vice Palace Master Yang promise you? Mon-Origin sect elder Su Fang was the first to ask through voice transmission. His tone was a little colder and was not as enthusiastic as before. Although the ultimate god experts from other ultimate god level forces also asked him through voice transmission in the next moment, they were much more polite. Although Duan Lingtian did not tell them the truth, he still apologized to them. As for Mon-Origin sect elder Su Fang, he directly ignored him and could not be bothered with him. This made Su Fang's face even more gloomy. Duan Lingtian, a mere mid-level divine emperor, dared to ignore him like this? Damn it! Did he think he could do whatever he wanted and ignore a lower-level ultimate god like him just because he had Yang Yuchen's support? Congratulations, Vice Palace Master Yang. In the next moment, Su Fang congratulated Yang Yuchen before bidding his farewells and leaving. But when he left, he glanced sideways at Duan Lingtian, and the depths of his gaze were filled with coldness. At this moment, Su Fang gave Duan Lingtian the feeling of being stared at by a poisonous snake. He wants to kill me? Looking at Su Fang's back in the distance, Duan Lingtian's eyes also flashed with coldness. With Yang Yuchen's departure and Duan Lingtian's resolute attitude, the remaining ultimate god experts did not say anything even though they felt it was a pity that they could not recruit Duan Lingtian. After congratulating Yang Yuchen and saying goodbye, they also left. In the blink of an eye, only the people from Chunying School and Vice Palace Master Yang Yuchen from Myriad Arts Academy were left. Vice Palace Master Yang, before Duan Lingtian could finish his sentence, Yang Yuchen interrupted him. Duan Lingtian, you don't have to call me Vice Palace Master Yang from now on. From today onwards, you can just call me Senior Brother. Yang Yuchen smiled. Senior Brother? At this moment, not only was Duan Lingtian stunned, but the people from Chunying School were also dumbfounded. Was this really the Vice Palace Master of Myriad Arts Academy? Was he really a mid-level ultimate god expert? A mid-level ultimate god expert directly called Duan Lingtian, a mid-level ultimate god expert who was not even 3,000 years old, his junior brother, after meeting him? Was he planning to accept a disciple on behalf of his master? Duan Lingtian. At this moment, the smile on Yang Yuchen's face disappeared and was replaced by a serious expression. He said bluntly through voice transmission, "I came this time not only to invite you to join Myriad Arts Academy, but also to let you join our inner branch, the Myriad Arts Academy's inner branch. Since the inner branch appeared, its purpose has been to protect Myriad Arts Academy. Of course, in Myriad Arts Academy, apart from the higher-ups, very few people know about the inner branch. Now, including you, there are only 5 people in the inner branch." Hearing Yang Yuchen's voice transmission, Duan Lingtian was a little puzzled. "Vice Palace Master Yang, you didn't tell me this just now." He was a little puzzled. He had been tricked. Vice Palace Master Yang of Myriad Arts Academy must have done this on purpose. Earlier, he had only told him about the ultimate god's relic that would be of great help to him and that as long as he joined Myriad Arts Academy, he would be allowed to enter. But now, after the people from the other major forces had left, Yang Yuchen suddenly said that not only would he let him enter Myriad Arts Academy, but he also wanted him to join the inner branch. Listening to Yang Yuchen's words, his so-called inner branch was the guardian branch of Myriad Arts Academy. This was not in line with his original intention. This wouldn't restrict his personal freedom, right? He did not want to be restricted. In response to Duan Lingtian's voice transmission, Yang Yuchen smiled and said, "I promised you before that only those from the inner branch can enter the ultimate god's relic." Chapter 4093. Only those from the inner palace could enter the ruins of an ultimate expert? Upon hearing Yang Yuchen's words, Duan Lingtian was stunned for a moment before he shook his head. "Then I won't enter the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace. I think I should consider entering the Crimson Bright Heavenly Palace or the Zhongling Grotto Heaven. Vice Palace Master Yang, please go back." What a joke! Did this Yang Yuchen take him for a fool? In the beginning, he didn't mention anything about the inner palace. He only mentioned it later on. If this wasn't a trap, then what was? How could a mid-level ultimate god be so shameless? Duan Lingtian suddenly felt Yang Yuchen had refreshed his understanding of divine venerable powerhouses. Initially, Yang Yuchen promised him benefits that he could not refuse. Later on, Yang Yuchen told him that he would have to pay a price if he wanted to reap the benefits. Maybe even personal freedom. However, when they heard Duan Lingtian's words, everyone in the Chunying School, including Yi Chunfeng, broke out in cold sweat for him. Duan Lingtian was too arrogant. This was a mid-level ultimate god expert. Were you not afraid of being killed by him with a slap? No, or rather, being crushed to death with a finger? On the other hand, Yang Yuchen's expression remained calm when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He smiled faintly and said, "Why? Are you worried that the Myriad Law Palace will restrict your freedom and bind you to the Myriad Law Academy?" Duan Lingtian did not say anything, but he still nodded. Although Myriad Law Academy stood at the peak of the Xiangang land and wasn't the least bit inferior to those godly venerable level forces, it didn't mean that he was willing to stay in Myriad Law Academy and protect it. He had many things to do. Moreover, after doing those things and reuniting with his wife and family, it was unlikely that he would continue to stay in the Myriad Law Academy. You don't have to think like that. Yang Yuchen shook his head gently. The reason I didn't mention it to you before is that it doesn't matter. Now, I presume you're thinking. Once you enter the Myriad Law Academy's inner palace, you'll be bound by the inner palaces and even the Myriad Law Academy's branches, right? At this point, Yang Yuchen glanced at Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian frowned slightly, Yang Yuchen smiled and said, "If that's what you think, you don't have to. If that was really the case, I would have explained it to you earlier. Although the mission of the 10,000 Law Academy's Inner Academy is to protect 10,000 Law Academy, it's not an obligation. Let's not talk about the distant past. Just the current generation of 10,000 Law Academy, including the four of us, there are two people who aren't in 10,000 Law Academy and aren't even in the Profound Handle land. When you're still in the Myriad Law Academy, you need to protect the Myriad Law Academy. But if you want to leave, whether it's temporarily or permanently, even if you're still alive, the Internal Palace won't force you to return to the Myriad Law Academy. It's fine even if you don't come back. Of course, if you leave the Inner Academy for more than 10,000 years, you'll be completely removed from the Inner Academy. As long as you're a member of the Inner Academy, you'll be able to enjoy all kinds of special treatment that belongs to the Inner Academy. 10,000 Law Academy is in trouble. Even if you're in the 10,000 Law Academy and don't want to help, the Inner Academy won't do anything to you other than expel you from the Inner Academy. Even if you return to the 10,000 Law Academy afterward, the 10,000 Law Academy won't reject you and you can continue to be a student of the 10,000 Law Academy. However, you can't enter the Inner Academy anymore. In addition, the promise I gave you earlier is actually only given to people who have made a certain amount of contributions to the Inner Academy under normal circumstances. This time, I'll make an exception for you. Because I think you're worth the Inner Academy paying this price. When he reached the end of his sentence, he looked at Duan Lingtian intently. Earlier, when Duan Lingtian heard Yang Yuchen's words, he was somewhat surprised. He knew that there was no obligation to enter the 10,000 Law Academy because if one wanted to enter the 10,000 Law Academy, one would have to pay an exorbitant tuition fee if they could not guarantee a top ranking among their peers. Under such circumstances, it was normal for there to be no obligation. However, according to Yang Yuchen's words, members of the Inner Academy enjoyed superior resources that many ordinary students of the 10,000 Law Academy could not enjoy. Yet, under such circumstances, there was no obligation? This was somewhat shocking. However, Duan Lingtian was not in a hurry to say anything to Yang Yuchen. He first sent a voice transmission to Yi Chenfeng to ask for his opinion. Yi Chenfeng quickly responded, "I've never heard of the 10,000 Law Academy's Inner Academy." However, his words shouldn't be false. However, you still have to think carefully before you enter the Inner Academy. Although the 10,000 Law Academy's Inner Academy doesn't sound like there's any obligation, have you thought about it? If you receive a favor from the Inner Academy and choose to stay out of it when you have the opportunity and ability to help the 10,000 Law Academy, won't you give birth to inner demons? Once you have an inner demon, your next heavenly tribulation might become a death tribulation. The people chosen to enter the 10,000 Law Academy's Inner Palace must be people who know how to repay kindness. These kinds of people usually won't be able to stay out of the 10,000 Law Academy's crisis at such a critical moment. Hearing Yang Yuchen's words, Duan Lingtian was shocked. He was confused by the situation. He had forgotten about the inner demons. At the same time, Yang Yuchen's voice transmission continued, "I don't know what's in the relics of the ultimate powerhouse he promised. However, since you're so interested, it must be useful to you. Although you can come and go freely in the 10,000 Law Academy, if you enter the 10,000 Law Academy's Inner Academy and go to the relics of the ultimate powerhouse, you'll have formed karma with it. Otherwise, you won't be able to escape. Before you encounter an inner demon, it's illusory and illusory, but once you encounter it, you'll often die and your Tao will disappear. I've told you everything I need to say. As for what to do, it's up to you. Even if you don't enter the 10,000 Law Academy, those 9 godly venerable level factions probably won't refuse your entry. As for the Vice Palace Master Yang Yuchen, his reputation is quite good, so he won't do anything to you." Yi Chenfeng transmitted his voice. Yi Chenfeng's words made Duan Lingtian fall into contemplation. He was indeed very interested in the relics of the ultimate powerhouse mentioned by Yang Yuchen and wanted to enter because there was something he wanted there. However, once he was tied to the 10,000 Law Academy's inner academy, some karma was bound to arise. This was different from directly entering the 10,000 Law Academy. In particular, Yang Yuchen had just told him that not even the inner academy's inner academy could enter the relics of the ultimate powerhouse and had to make contributions first. However, in order to rope him into the 10,000 Law Academy, Yang Yuchen gave him this opportunity for free. Or rather, this couldn't be considered free. Godly venerable level experts are indeed thinking far ahead. After Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart, he glanced at Yang Yuchen again and finally said, "Vice Palace Master Yang, I'm willing to enter the 10,000 Law Academy." When Yang Yuchen heard this, the smile on his face suddenly became even brighter. "I said, you can just call me senior brother. When are you going to leave Chunying School and go to the 10,000 Law Academy? If it's not long, I'll wait for you at Chunying School. If it's too long, I'll go back first and come to pick you up in advance." Yang Yuchen smiled brightly, and the way he looked at Duan Lingtian also changed, becoming much gentler. "Just give me a few days," Duan Lingtian said. "Then I'll wait for you at Chunying School." Yang Yuchen nodded and then looked at the patriarch of the Ba Dao lineage, Lu Fenggu. Among the people present, he had only seen Lu Fenggu once, so he had some impression of him. "Elder Lu, the Chunying School won't be unwelcoming to me, right? If not, I'll go out and wait by myself." Yang Yuchen's words made Lu Fenggu's heart tremble violently. He then smiled bitterly and said, "Vice Palace Master Yang, you must be joking. It's the Chunying School's blessing that you can stay for a few days. How can we not welcome you? Vice Palace Master Yang, please. I'll arrange a place for you to rest on the Ba Dao Island where the Ba Dao lineage is located." Lu Fenggu said and invited Yang Yuchen to the Ba Dao Island. "Okay." Yang Yuchen nodded and left with Lu Fenggu under the envious gazes of many of the Pure Sun sect's elders. All they could see was the silhouette of their departing backs. When Yang Yuchen's back disappeared in front of everyone's eyes, they looked at Duan Lingtian again, their eyes full of envy. "I'll drink with you in the next 2 days as a farewell." Zhen Pingfan transmitted his voice to Duan Lingtian. Although he hadn't said much, he had been in constant communication with his father, Zhen Yunfeng, and Yi Chenfeng. He also knew that Yi Chenfeng and Duan Lingtian had analyzed the pros and cons, so he didn't say much. "Okay." Duan Lingtian grinned. The reason he said he would stay for a few days was mainly to say goodbye to Zhen Pingfan and Yi Chenfeng. As for the others, he didn't know them well, so there was nothing to say. In Chunying School, Zhen Pingfan and Yi Chenfeng were the only two people he was in contact with and owed a lot to. If there was one more person, it would be Zhen Pingfan's father, Zhen Yunfeng, the great ancestor of Yunfeng. In the next few days, Duan Lingtian and Zhen Pingfan stayed for 2 days, during which Zhen Yunfeng was also present for half of the time. He told Duan Lingtian a lot about his understanding of the heavyweight ultimate god forces and also told him a lot about his experience when he went out in the past so that Duan Lingtian wouldn't be at a disadvantage. After parting with Zhen Pingfan, Duan Lingtian went to Hidden Sword Island where the Hidden Sword sect was located and stayed with Yi Chenfeng for a day. During the day, the two talked about sword principles and a lot of other topics. "Actually, you didn't have to say goodbye to us." Yi Chenfeng smiled and said, "You just need to condense a law clone of other laws and let it stay." He knew that Duan Lingtian had mastered many laws. This was because Chunying School had investigated Duan Lingtian and knew that Duan Lingtian had entered other law secret rooms of the Tianlong clan and the Linghu family in the past. After all, there are some differences between the original body and the law clone. At least, I think it's more sincere for the original body to say goodbye to you. Duan Lingtian smiled. At the same time, he sighed in his heart. He hadn't been in Chunying School for long, and he didn't expect to leave again. Chapter 4094. 3 days later. Duan Lingtian left Chunying School with Yang Yuchen. Zhen Pingfan and Yi Chenfeng walked them all the way to Chunying School. Lu Fenggu also stood with them. However, unlike them, Lu Fenggu was here to send Yang Yuchen off. As for them, they were here to send Duan Lingtian off. Junior Uncle Yi. When Duan Lingtian and Yang Yuchen boarded the divine artifact spaceship and it gradually disappeared into the distance, Zhen Pingfan retracted his gaze and said with a bitter smile, "Originally, I was thinking, if Duan Lingtian joined any force and you became an upper god emperor in the future, if that force also invited you, you could also join. You guys build a foundation there so that when I join in the future, there would be someone to protect me. But now it seems that my hope is destined to be an extravagant wish." Zhen Pingfan sighed. "Why is it an extravagant wish?" Yi Chenfeng smiled faintly. "Can't I join Myriad Law Academy?" When Zhen Pingfan heard this, he was stunned at first, then he smiled bitterly. "Junior Uncle Yi, I'm just joking. You must not be like this. Duan Lingtian joined Myriad Law Academy because Yang Yuchen gave him what he wanted. Its value is higher than what other heavyweight forces gave him. At least, that's how it is in his eyes. So, when he joined Myriad Law Academy, I never thought of persuading him. But Junior Uncle Yi, you really don't need to." Zhen Pingfan shook his head. In his opinion, it was already unbelievable that Duan Lingtian could be invited by Myriad Law Academy. Even if Yi Chenfeng became an upper god emperor, Myriad Law Academy would not take the initiative to invite him if other godly venerable forces invited him. Unless Yi Chenfeng entered the godly venerable realm, it might be possible. High divine emperors, to the Myriad Law Palace, were really nothing. Why? Do you think Myriad Law Academy will not invite me? Yi Chenfeng smiled faintly. How about we make a bet? Zhen Pingfan continued to shake his head. Unless you, Martial Uncle Yi, step into the godly venerable realm in Chunying School. Otherwise, you're definitely not fated to enter the Myriad Law Palace. As for Martial Uncle Yi, is it possible for you to continue staying in Chunying School after becoming a high god emperor? Even if you want to stay, I'm afraid my father and the others won't let you stay. Because that will delay you too much. Now that you've entered the upper god emperor realm, I don't dare to say anything about the other heavyweight ultimate god level forces, but the other 9 heavyweight ultimate god level forces that came to invite Duan Lingtian should all send people to invite you. Zhen Pingfan continued, you can't really reject them and continue to stay in Chunying School, right? Even if you enter the God Venerable Realm in the future, the Myriad Law Academy will send someone to invite you, and they'll be willing to pay a certain price for it. But, is it worth it? That's right. Was it worth it? If Yi Chenfeng entered the Upper God Emperor Realm, he would be able to enter most of the heavyweight ultimate God level forces. He, who had great potential, would definitely soar to the sky with a better platform and more resources. If he waited to enter the God Venerable Realm in Chunying School because of the Myriad Law Academy's paid invitation, it would undoubtedly be a very disadvantageous thing to do. During that time, if he entered other heavyweight ultimate God level forces, he might be very close to the Middle God Venerable Realm, or he might have already entered the Middle God Venerable Realm. After listening to Zhen Pingfan's well-meaning words, Yi Chenfeng smiled. In the end, you just feel that once I enter the Upper God Emperor Realm, Myriad Law Academy won't take a fancy to me. Zhen Pingfan didn't say anything, tacitly agreeing. It's still the same as before. How about you and I make a bet? Yi Chenfeng smiled and said, I bet that after I enter the Upper God Emperor Realm, someone from Myriad Law Academy will definitely come. Impossible. Zhen Pingfan shook his head. In the history of Myriad Law Academy, there has never been someone like you in the outside world. Even so, they have never taken the initiative to invite them. Those who have been invited by Myriad Law Academy without exception are all existences in the God-venerable realm. Moreover, if an ordinary lower god is too old, Myriad Law Academy won't take a fancy to them. Previously, in order to help Duan Lingtian organize the information of the heavyweight ultimate god-level forces in the Xiangang land, he had put in a lot of effort, so he knew more than a dozen heavyweight ultimate god-level forces, including Myriad Law Academy, like the back of his hand. Just say, do you dare to bet with me? Yi Chenfeng was somewhat helpless and tired. Is there a need? You will lose. Zhen Pingfan frowned slightly. Was this martial uncle of his trying to give him something in a roundabout way? It seemed like it wasn't something ordinary. This thing couldn't be casually accepted. Duan Lingtian naturally didn't know about the conversation between Zhen Pingfan and Yi Chenfeng after he left. Now, he was standing in Myriad Law Academy's Vice Palace Master Yang Yuchen's divine artifact spaceship, listening to Yang Yuchen introduce him to Myriad Law Academy. Although Duan Lingtian had read a lot of descriptions and records about the Myriad Arts Academy from the memory jade token that Zhen Pingfan had prepared for him, Duan Lingtian did not expect that Duan Lingtian would not be able to read about the Myriad Arts Academy. However, those descriptions and records were all superficial things. Now, Yang Yuchen was introducing Myriad Law Academy to him, further unveiling the mysterious veil of Myriad Law Academy for him. After learning about the 10,000 Law Academy, Yang Yuchen began to introduce the inner progeny of the 10,000 Law Academy to Duan Lingtian. Just as I told you earlier, there are only 5 people in the inner progeny, including you. There are only 3 people in the academy, including you and me. There is also a senior brother and a senior sister. They are currently not in the Xiangang land. They may or may not return in the future. With Yang Yuchen's further introduction, Duan Lingtian also learned about the origin of the Inner Palace branch. It was actually established by the youngest disciple of Myriad Law Academy's founder. It wasn't a core branch, but its purpose was to protect Myriad Law Academy. In Myriad Law Academy, the core branch was the Palace Master's Legacy branch. If Yang Yuchen wanted to take over the position of Myriad Law Academy's Palace Master one day, he would have to leave the Inner Palace branch and join the Legacy branch. The Inner Palace branch was hidden behind the scenes and had a certain degree of independence. Myriad Law Academy wouldn't care too much about it, and it couldn't obtain anything extra from Myriad Law Academy. As for the relic of the Supreme Powerhouse that Yang Yuchen had promised him, it belonged to the Inner Palace branch. It was a relic discovered by an ancestor of the Inner Palace branch. That relic was suspected to be the place where the Supreme Powerhouse passed away. That Supreme Powerhouse trespassed the law of time and grasped one of the 4 Taos of heaven and earth, the Tao of control. He had learned all of this from Yang Yuchen's voice transmission. Moreover, Yang Yuchen had also told him that he had grasped the Tao of control after entering the relic. At the same time, he had also comprehended the law of time inside, but his attainment in it was not as good as his own. That relic belonged to the Inner Palace branch and didn't belong to Myriad Law Academy. In the history of Myriad Law Academy, it wasn't that no one had coveted the relic of the Supreme Powerhouse. However, those who coveted it and acted on it didn't have a good ending in the end. When you enter the branch of the Inner Palace, you can leave when Wanda Law Palace is in danger. However, if you become stronger in the future and it's within your capabilities, I still hope that you can help if someone covets the resources exclusive to the branch of the Inner Palace. Consider it a promise that the branch of the Inner Palace wants from you. Of course, if it's beyond your capabilities, the Inner Palace branch won't force you. At this point, Yang Yuchen's expression suddenly turned solemn. Of course, that's not a problem. Duan Lingtian thought for a moment and finally nodded in agreement. In his opinion, this was what he should do. Moreover, if he really had the chance, he could end this karma. Senior Brother Yang. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had changed the way he addressed Yang Yuchen. The current generation of 5 people in Myriad Law Academy's Inner Palace branch. What's your ranking? Third. Yang Yuchen raised his eyebrows. The 2 people who aren't in Myriad Law Academy and aren't in the Profound Handle land are our eldest senior sister and second senior brother. In the future, you can call me third senior brother. Currently, in Myriad Law Academy, apart from you and me, you still have a senior sister who's also my junior sister. You can call her fourth senior sister. Yang Yuchen said. In Myriad Law Academy, our Inner Palace branch has always lived in seclusion. Coupled with the fact that there aren't many people in the first place, we don't have much of a presence. Apart from some higher-ups, very few ordinary Myriad Law Academy students know about our Inner Palace branch. They might know that I'm the Vice Palace Master, but they don't know that I'm from the Inner Palace branch. The reason I'm looking for you this time is to invite you to join the Inner Palace branch. As for entering Myriad Law Academy, it's just in passing. Don't look at me like that. Although I'm the Vice Palace Master of Myriad Law Academy, I'm also the leader of this generation of the Inner Palace branch. In my eyes, the Inner Palace branch is first, followed by Myriad Law Academy. In fact, Yang Yuchen's words were somewhat harsh in the eyes of the entire Myriad Law Academy as a Vice Academy Master. Normally, he would not have said such things. However, now that he regarded Duanling Tian as his junior brother and one of his own, he did not have so many concerns. In Myriad Law Academy, you can classify the people inside as 3 types of people. The first type is the ordinary students and teachers. The second type is the people of the Inheritance branch. The third type is the people of the Inner Palace branch. Our Inner Palace branch has the least sense of presence and has no interest in competing with them. However, if you want to compete, you can do so. However, you won't be representing the Inner Palace branch. You'll only be representing yourself as an ordinary student. After listening to Yang Yuchen's words, Duanling Tian finally understood one thing. The Inner Palace branch had a certain degree of independence in Myriad Law Academy. In Myriad Law Academy, the Inner Palace branch would not fight for any resources for him. The only preferential treatment he enjoyed was the resources that belonged to the Inner Palace branch. As for the rest, he would have to fight for it himself. As an ordinary student. Yang Yuchen continued, even for me, I've always relied on myself to fight all the way. Your fourth senior sister is the same. Eldest senior sister and second senior brother are no exception. Chapter 4095. Third senior brother. Duanling Tian changed the way he addressed Duanling Tian. Has the inner court always had so few people? Yes. Yang Yuchen nodded. That's what I've always said. Throughout the history of the Myriad Arts Academy, the number of inner court disciples was only 8 at most. How does the inner court recruit people? Duanling Tian asked again. He was curious about this. Just like him. It seemed like Yang Yuchen had allowed him to join the Myriad Arts Academy's inner court on his own. Geniuses. Yang Yuchen's reply to Duanling Tian was simple. Moreover, they have to be geniuses from a lower realm. Our inner court doesn't accept geniuses from the realms of gods. It's not discrimination, but it's a tradition of the inner court. Even the youngest disciple of the first-generation patriarch of the Inner Palace, the founder of the Myriad Arts Academy, came from a lower secondary plane. Yang Yuchen paused for a moment before he looked at Duanling Tian and said with a smile, it's the responsibility of the current leader to strengthen the inner court. Back then, after second senior brother left after eldest senior sister, he threw the burden of being the leader to me. I'm very picky and haven't been able to find a suitable candidate to strengthen the inner court. It was only when I saw the floating image pearl that you displayed your strength at the 7 Prefectures banquet in the 7 Prefectures land that I knew you were the person I've been looking for. You're qualified to join the inner court. Duan Lingtian was shocked by Yang Yuchen's words. He did not expect the inner court of the Myriad Arts Academy would only accept geniuses from lower realms. No wonder there were so few people. It would be strange if there were many people in such a strict selection method. Naturally, at the same time, Duan Lingtian could imagine his fourth senior sister, second senior brother, and eldest senior sister whom he had yet to meet were not ordinary people. All in all, when you arrive at Myriad Jurisprudence Palace, everything will be done according to the Academy's rules. Although you are a member of the Internal Palace, not many people actually know about the Internal Palace, and the Internal Palace doesn't have any special privileges. Of course, as long as you don't take the initiative to stir up trouble, I, your third senior brother, am not someone to be trifled with. At this point, Yang Yuchen's eyes glinted brilliantly. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded and then asked, "Third senior brother, when can I enter the relics of the Supreme Powerhouse?" He had chosen to enter the Myriad Laws Academy and even agreed to join the Inner Palace for the sake of the Supreme Powerhouse's relic that Yang Yuchen had previously promised. Otherwise, he wouldn't have planned to join the Myriad Laws Academy's Inner Palace. In particular, from what Yang Yuchen had said, the so-called Inner Palace did not have much of a presence in the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace, nor did they have any special privileges. Although he had gathered a few monstrous geniuses, he still had to rely on himself. Don't worry. Yang Yuchen smiled. We'll talk about this when we get back to the academy. Third senior brother, suddenly, Duan Lingtian thought of something. Why did you, fourth senior sister, second senior brother, and eldest senior sister enter the Myriad Laws Academy's Inner Palace? Did you join willingly? In his opinion, as monstrous geniuses, no one would be willing to join the Inner Palace, which had no special privileges, if there were no practical benefits. Willingly? When Yang Yuchen heard this, the corners of his mouth twitched subconsciously, and then he sighed. Actually, we're the same as you. We were attracted to the Inner Palace by the Supreme Powerhouse's relics. Apart from that, there's nothing attractive about the Inner Palace. Yang Yuchen's words enlightened Duan Lingtian, and he immediately asked, did fourth senior sister, second senior brother, and eldest senior sister also comprehend the Tao of Control? No. Yang Yuchen shook his head. Eldest senior sister has mastered it, second senior brother has mastered the embryonic form. As for your fourth senior sister, well, she's about to master the embryonic form as well. Hearing Yang Yuchen's words, Duan Lingtian was surprised. So, third senior brother, you're considered one of the more outstanding ones in the Inner Palace? Yang Yuchen had mastered the Tao of Control. This was no secret in the Xiangang land, and even the higher-ups of the Chunying school knew about it. Otherwise, how could I be the leader of the Inner Palace? Yang Yuchen was not modest, and he smiled faintly. As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes flickered a few times. This is great. Even a newcomer like you who just entered the Inner Palace has mastered the Tao of Control. This time, you can stimulate that girl a little. Who knows, she might be able to master the embryonic form of the Tao of Control under your stimulation. Although Yang Yuchen did not mention who the girl was, it was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to guess that he was talking about his fourth senior sister, whom he had yet to meet. Duan Lingtian rode on Yang Yuchen's divine ship and spent many days before finally arriving at the destination of this trip, the Myriad Laws Academy. The Myriad Laws Academy was much bigger than Duan Lingtian had imagined. Yang Yuchen took him to the sky above the Myriad Laws Academy. Along the way, they met several old men who were in charge of patrolling. They were also teachers of the Myriad Laws Academy, and they respectfully saluted Yang Yuchen. Duan Lingtian could see that these people revered Yang Yuchen from the bottom of their hearts. It was not difficult to see that Yang Yuchen still had a lot of prestige in the Myriad Laws Academy. Our Inner Palace has an independent place for cultivation. It's located in an independent small plain, and the entrance is to the north of this floating island. Yang Yuchun brought Duanling Tian to a secluded place that was quite a distance away from the rest of the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace. The secluded place was completely empty, and with a casual wave of his hand, a golden command token rose into the sky and emitted a dazzling brilliance that illuminated the surroundings. A moment later, a floating island appeared in front of Duanling Tian's eyes. This floating island appeared to be completely barren. Waves of deafening beast roars could be vaguely heard from the island. At the same time, Duanling Tian could also feel the might of the beast roars. This island is also one of the training islands of the Myriad Laws Academy. There are many divine monster kings on it. Divine Fey King was a title given to great Fey who had reached the God King realm. Above Divine Monster Kings were Divine Monster Emperors, and Divine Monster Sovereigns, respectively corresponding to the Divine Emperor Realm, and Divine Sovereign Realm. However, the Inner Palace has a special Demon Exorcism token. As long as one has the Demon Exorcism token, the greater demons inside won't dare to come close. Once they do, the killing formation will be activated and the greater demons will be killed. As soon as Yang Yuchun finished speaking, he raised his hand, and a black and heavy token appeared in front of Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian caught it with his consciousness. Let's go. Yang Yuchun beckoned to Duanling Tian and used his divine force to lead Duanling Tian into the floating island. Along the way, Duanling Tian saw many great monster kings glaring at them with bloodthirsty eyes. However, deep in their gazes was a genuine fear. Are they afraid of the exorcism token? Duanling Tian wondered. Before he could recover his wits, Duanling Tian discovered that Yang Yuchun had brought him to the north of the floating island, above a perilous peak. Yang Yuchun made a series of hand seals with both hands and pushed forward. Divine force whistled through the air and the void trembled. Soon, a door appeared in front of them, upon which 4 words flickered. Inner Palace. Come on in. Yang Yuchun beckoned to Duanling Tian before he took the lead and stepped into the spatial door. Duanling Tian hurriedly followed. During this entire process, Duanling Tian didn't hesitate in the slightest because he knew it was impossible for Yang Yuchun to trick him or harm him in such a matter. With Yang Yuchun's strength, if he really wanted to do anything to him, all he needed to do was move his finger. Why would he go through so much trouble? After stepping through the door, Duanling Tian's vision turned dark and bright. He found himself in a quiet garden. The garden was crisp and clear. Smoke could be seen in the distance. There were many birds flying and some small animals wandering around. It gave off a peaceful feeling. A small stream ran through the entire garden and led to the depths of the garden. One could not see the end of it. A paradise. It was truly a paradise. This was Duanling Tian's only thought at this moment. At this moment, as he stood here and looked at everything in front of him, he felt as though his heart had completely calmed down. It was as though he had undergone a spiritual baptism. 4th junior sister, come out and receive a guest. Yang Yuchun's words completely shattered Duanling Tian's calm state of mind. Receive a guest? While Duanling Tian was still shocked by Yang Yuchun's words, a delicate voice was heard. 3rd senior brother, if you bully me again, I'll complain to eldest senior sister when she comes back. If you really push me too far, I'll leave the Xiangang land and find her myself. She'll help me. He heard her voice before he saw her. After a few moments, a beautiful and graceful figure appeared before Duanling Tian's eyes in a timely manner when a voice that was pleasing to the ear with a hint of resentment sounded. A gust of wind blew and the figure appeared. It was obvious that his 4th senior sister had trespassed on the law of wind. Yang Yuchun laughed dryly. 4th junior sister, I was just joking. Look. I found you a little junior brother. From today onwards, you're no longer the youngest in our inner palace. Someone will call you senior sister. Yang Yuchen changed the topic. As soon as Yang Yuchen finished speaking, the yellow-clad young girl with a graceful figure, delicate appearance, and pure and flawless eyes shifted her lively gaze to Duan Tian, who was standing next to Yang Yuchen. Immediately after, her pure and quick-witted eyes lit up. "Little junior brother? I have a little junior brother." The girl's beautiful face bloomed with a brilliant smile. She was innocent and pure, causing one to feel pity for her. At this moment, Duan Tian's heart was in an upheaval. This was his fourth senior sister? A young girl? Before this, he had thought about his fourth senior sister's appearance more than once. He thought that no matter what, she should be about the same age as him, but he didn't expect that it would be a young girl who looked only 15 or 16 years old. She was about the same age as the mysterious Duan Xiaoyu who called him Big Brother. Chapter 4096. If she only looked like a young girl, it would not be a big deal. However, the problem was that this fourth senior sister, in front of him, did not only look like a young girl, but her character was also like a young girl. She was full of innocence and innocence. "Little junior brother, your little junior brother." The young girl walked in front of Duan Tian and circled him a few times. "Not bad, not bad. You're more handsome than third senior brother and second senior brother. Little junior brother, why don't you call me senior sister? I'm your fourth senior sister. If you don't listen to me, I'm going to spank you." When the young girl saw Duan Tian looking at her and not reacting for a long time, she could not help but feel annoyed. At the same time, she raised her hand and slapped Duan Tian's back. The speed of the slap was so fast that it caused Duan Tian's expression to change slightly. In the next instant, Duan Tian teleported and disappeared from his original spot. When he reappeared, he was already deep in the field. However, before he could fully appear, he realized that the young girl had already arrived at the place where he teleported and was waiting for him to appear. Without any hesitation, he teleported a second time. What shocked him was, as soon as the second teleportation was launched, the girl left the place where the first teleportation landed before the shadow had time to dissipate. She appeared at the place where the second teleportation landed after the second teleportation. Then, the young girl's palm easily crushed the spatial storm behind him, which he had hastily mobilized to defend himself. With a "pa" sound, her palm landed on his butt. The slight burning pain was no different from being bitten by a mosquito to Duan Tian. However, Duan Tian was currently staring at the young girl with a dumbstruck expression. This was because he realized that this young girl seemed to be an emperor god. Although there was nothing strange about her being an emperor god since she was ranked second only to Yang Yuchen in the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace, however, the other party was only a young girl who looked like she was only 15 or 16 years old. Moreover, her personality was only 15 or 16 years old. In this short period of time, the impact she brought to him was not small. "Little junior brother, if you don't call me senior sister, I'm going to spank you again." The young girl was a little annoyed, and her face was full of anger. As for Duan Tian's shocked expression, she completely ignored it. "Senior sister." This time, Duan Tian didn't hesitate at all and said, "Hello fourth senior sister, hello fourth senior sister." He was really worried that the other party would do the same thing to him again. Although that little bit of pain was nothing to him, being spanked by a girl who looked like she was only 15 or 16 years old made him feel uncomfortable in his heart. At the same time, he could not help but send a voice transmission to Yang Yuchen, who was standing at the side with his arms crossed and watching the show with a faint smile on his face. Third senior brother, fourth senior sister is. He really wanted to ask if this fourth senior sister was acting like herself or pretending to be a young girl. He could imagine that this fourth senior sister of his was definitely not young. After all, she was an existence who came to the Xiangang land from a lower realm. It was also because of this that he couldn't help but suspect if this fourth senior sister was pretending to be young. If she wasn't pretending to be young, then there must be a problem with her body. In this world, there were some cultivation methods that if one started to cultivate at a young age, once a problem occurred, it could cause the cultivator's appearance to no longer change. Even their temperament and personality would stop at the moment when the problem occurred. This was also a problem with the body. However, judging from the situation just now, he felt that this fourth senior sister did not seem to be pretending to be young. It was as though she was really following her heart. Little junior brother. Yang Yuchen sent a voice transmission and explained to Duan Lingtian in a timely manner, "Your fourth senior sister was originally an orphan who was abandoned in the mountains in the mundane realm. She was born and raised by the heavens. She grew up with a pack of wolves and shared a room with tigers and leopards. It was only after she was 10 years old that she gained sentience due to an accident. That accident was the turning point in her life. That fortuitous encounter allowed her to be reborn. From then on, she left the wild beasts in the mountains and entered the human world. At that time, although she knew she was a human and learned some common knowledge about humans, she was still young. Coupled with the fact that she was inexperienced in the world, she was used by someone and slaughtered an entire city. Later on, a powerhouse wanted to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens and kill her. However, although that powerhouse defeated her, he did not kill her when he discovered her true nature. Instead, he adopted her and took her in as his adopted daughter. Due to that fortuitous encounter, she obtained a peerless cultivation method that was engraved in the depths of her mind. Coupled with the rebirth from that fortuitous encounter, with someone to guide her, she improved by leaps and bounds. It did not take long for her to surpass her adoptive father. Originally, everything was developing in a good direction. However, on her 16th birthday, her adoptive father, whom she had been waiting for, did not return. She waited until the next day for news of her adoptive father's death. At that moment, she was greatly traumatized and fell into the devil Dao. Not only did she avenge her adoptive father, but she also annihilated the sect behind the person who killed her adoptive father. She even made a name for herself in the mundane realm where she came from. After she ascended to the Devata realm, her personality became more and more ruthless. She made enemies everywhere she went until she met her eldest senior sister who was an ordinary person in the Devata realm. It was eldest senior sister who saved her when she was almost killed. After spending some time with her, eldest senior sister learned about her past and began to take pity on her. She was slowly influenced by eldest senior sister. In her eyes, eldest senior sister was the second person in this world who treated her well, apart from her adoptive father. Initially, eldest senior sister did not plan to keep her by her side. She wanted to part ways with her before they returned to the realms of gods. However, what no one expected was that the talent and comprehension she displayed in front of eldest senior sister shocked eldest senior sister. After observing her for a period of time, eldest senior sister brought her back to the profound Handle land, brought her back to the 10,000 Law Palace, brought her back to the inner palace. Her current state is not an act. It's a result of her great change. She's a pitiful person. Apart from that, she's not very old. She's not even 10,000 years old. However, I'm sure she's older than you. For this reason, it's not a loss for you to call her senior sister. When he spoke up to this point, Yang Yuchen disregarded the fluctuation in Duan Ling Tian's heart and continued. Right, if you don't want to suffer, try not to go against her. Try to give in to her, although she's not even 10,000 years old, she's already a senior god emperor. As soon as Yang Yuchen said this, Duan Lingtian's heart stopped beating. His eyes widened in shock. At this moment, he even forgot to pity his fourth senior sister. All he felt was shock. A senior god emperor who was not even 10,000 years old? It should be known that even in the pure Yang sect, Elder Yi Chen, who claimed that as long as he stepped into the upper divine emperor realm, he would be able to receive an invitation from a heavyweight divine venerable level force. Elder Yi Chen was already close to 20,000 years old. Yi Chenfeng had not even become a senior god emperor yet. However, his fourth senior sister was not even 10,000 years old, but she was already a senior god emperor? For a moment, Duan Lingtian looked at the young lady in a different light. He no longer treated her as a young lady. What a joke! How could a young lady in your family be a senior god emperor? Fourth senior sister, I'm Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian smiled and greeted the young lady in front of him carefully. He now knew that this person was a complete demon cultivator before she came to the Mystic Handle land. She would kill an entire family at the slightest provocation. Of course, he also knew that there was a reason for it. It was not that the young lady was a murderous person. The young lady was already beaming with joy when Duan Lingtian called her fourth senior sister. Now that she heard Duan Lingtian's self-introduction, she also said, "Third junior brother, fourth senior sister's name sounds much better than yours." At this point, the young lady paused for a moment. Her bright eyes flashed a few times. "Do you want to know my name?" Duan Lingtian felt helpless in his heart. He felt like he was coaxing a child, but he did not show it on his face. "I'd like to hear the details." At the same time, Duan Lingtian also felt some anticipation in his heart. "Sounds better than my name? I don't think I've heard a name better than mine since I came from the mundane realm. Are you for real? You can't be narcissistic, right? My name is Lang Chunwan." The young lady's expression turned solemn as she said seriously. When Duan Lingtian heard this name, he felt as though he was in a whirlwind. How dare she say that her name is better than mine? Isn't she too full of herself? At the same time, Duan Lingtian's third senior brother, Yang Yuchen's voice transmission rang in his ears. "Little junior brother, fourth junior sister's surname is Lang, because she feels like she was raised by a pack of wolves. The Chun character is one of the characters in her adoptive father's name. As for the Yuan character, it's one of the characters in eldest senior sister's name. In her eyes, her name is the best in the world. She won't allow anyone to refute it. You must not doubt her opinion. Otherwise, you'll suffer again." Yang Yuchen reminded Duan Lingtian when he reached the end of his sentence. When Duan Lingtian heard this, the first thing he thought of was the slap earlier. His heart tightened immediately. Then, he forced a bright smile on his face and gave Lang Chunwan a thumbs up. "Fourth senior sister, your name is indeed better than mine. This name should only exist in the heavens. It's rare to find one in the mortal realm." Although Duan Lingtian said this, he felt helpless in his heart. He was really worried that his fourth senior sister would slap him again. Although it did not hurt, it was really embarrassing. Most importantly, he was powerless to resist and could only endure it. This name should only exist in the heavens? It's rare to find one in the mortal realm. When Lang Chunwan heard Duan Lingtian's words, her eyes lit up. "Little junior brother, you're really amazing. You can recite a poem. I like you." Chapter 4097. Yang Yuchen stood at the side and looked at Duan Lingtian with a slightly dazed gaze. The smile that was maintained on his face had completely froze at this moment. Why didn't he realize that this guy was such a bootlicker? Didn't they say that geniuses were proud? Even he, a bystander, couldn't bear to listen to this bootlicker. However, when he saw his fourth junior sister beaming with joy, he couldn't help but give Duan Lingtian a thumbs up secretly. His bootlicker was really good. He actually gained the recognition of this young lady so quickly. He remembered that when this young lady first came to the 10,000 Jurisprudence Palace, he spent a few hundred years before she finally acknowledged him as her senior brother. Comparing oneself to others would only make one angry. "Little junior brother, how did you get tricked by third senior brother?" Lang Chunwan asked Duan Lingtian. Yang Yuchen, who was standing aside, couldn't help but twitch his mouth. What did she mean by tricked? Was he that kind of person? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but laugh. Fourth senior sister, I don't think I was tricked by third senior brother. He promised to let me enter the remains of the ultimate powerhouse. Duan Lingtian knew that Lang Chunwan had entered the remains of the ultimate powerhouse, so he didn't hide anything in front of Lang Chunwan. Remains of the ultimate powerhouse? Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Lang Chunwan was a little surprised. He really allowed you to enter the remains of the ultimate powerhouse? He didn't need you to contribute anything to the inner palace? He said that as long as I enter the 10,000 jurisprudence palace and the inner palace, he could make an exception and let me in. Duan Lingtian said with a vigilant look. Could it be that he doesn't have the authority to make an exception and let me in directly? If that's the case, I'm afraid I can't enter the 10,000 jurisprudence palace and the inner palace. As he said this, Duan Lingtian looked at Yang Yuchen suspiciously, then his gaze landed on Lang Chunwan again. He has the authority. Lang Chunwan stared at Yang Yuchen as she said, every generation's leader of the inner palace has a chance to make an exception and let someone enter the remains of the ultimate powerhouse. Back then, when I entered the inner palace, he wasn't willing to give that chance to me. He even lied to me and said that it was a test for me and that it would help me grow. At that moment, Lang Chunyuan's tone was filled with resentment. As for Yang Yuchen, after coughing once, he smiled awkwardly. Fourth junior sister, isn't it because I feel that you're stronger than little junior brother? Furthermore, I left you a chance and found you a junior brother. Isn't that good? Haven't you been urging me to find you a junior brother or junior sister? Yang Yuchen tried his best. Up, Lang Chunwan snorted. Fortunately, you gave the chance to junior brother. Otherwise, I wouldn't have let you off. Even if I can't beat you now, when my strength surpasses yours in the future, I'll hang you on the mountain gate of 10,000 Jurisprudence Academy and spank your butt 100 times in front of everyone. Yang Yuchen's expression froze when he heard this. However, this subtle change was still noticed by Duan Lingtian, which made Duan Lingtian secretly shocked. Did his third senior brother really think that his fourth senior sister had a chance to surpass him in terms of strength? His third senior brother was also a famous genius in the mysterious gangland. He entered the ultimate god realm when he was just over 10,000 years old and entered the medium ultimate god realm when he was 20,000 years old. Looking at the current generation of the mysterious gangland, his achievement could be considered as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Very few people could achieve this at his age. But now, he seemed to think that Lang Chunwan had a chance to catch up to him, or even surpass him. For a moment, Duan Lingtian gained a deeper understanding of Lang Chunwan. It seemed that this fourth senior sister was not as simple as he currently thought. His current understanding of this fourth senior sister was that she was a high god emperor who was not even 10,000 years old and had just broken through not long ago. As for the rest, he knew nothing. However, since his third senior brother was like this fourth senior sister must have other extraordinary aspects. Fourth junior sister, arrange a place for junior brother to stay. Yang Yuchen only wanted to leave this place immediately so that this little girl would not embarrass him again. Now, I'll take junior brother to the academy to complete the enrollment procedures. Even if Duan Lingtian entered the inner palace, as a member of the inner palace, he would still have to complete the enrollment procedures in 10,000 Jurisprudence Academy. The inner palace also belonged to 10,000 Jurisprudence Academy. This was an unchangeable fact. Junior brother, I'll definitely arrange for your cultivation place to be better than third senior brothers. Before Duan Lingtian left with Yang Yuchen, Lang Chunwan said to Duan Lingtian with a grin, completely ignoring Yang Yuchen's angry expression. This little girl's strength had not surpassed his yet, but she dared to act so recklessly. If she really did surpass him in the future, perhaps she could really hang him outside 10,000 Jurisprudence Academy and spank him. It seems that I have to work harder to cultivate. If this little girl really catches up to me, then I won't have the face to see anyone. Yang Yuchen secretly made up his mind. After this time, he would bring his junior brother to complete the enrollment procedures and arrange some follow-up matters. He would cultivate in seclusion and strive to consolidate his cultivation as a medium ultimate god as soon as possible. It's too difficult to consolidate the cultivation of a medium ultimate god. It's more than 10 times harder to consolidate the cultivation of a lower ultimate god. Yang Yuchen felt a little helpless. That little girl's cultivation speed is at most on par with mine. However, her fortuitous encounter in the mundane realm seems to have allowed her to naturally not spend time consolidating her cultivation. Even eldest senior sister said that her fortuitous encounter might have something to do with an ultimate god. Moreover, it's not an ordinary ultimate god. It was also because of this that Yang Yuchen felt that his fourth junior sister Lang Chunwan had a chance to catch up with him in the future and even surpass him. This was because Lang Chunwan did not need to consolidate her cultivation at all after each breakthrough. Her cultivation would automatically consolidate and it would be a perfect consolidation. This was the case in the past and it was the same when she stepped into the upper Divine Emperor realm some time ago. Therefore, he suspected that his fourth junior sister might not need to consolidate her cultivation after she stepped into the ultimate god realm. Her cultivation would automatically consolidate perfectly after her breakthrough. Under such circumstances, she could save a lot of time compared to others. It was not impossible for her to surpass him. When Duan Lingtian left the inner palace with Yang Yuchen, Yang Yuchen also imparted the handprint to Duan Lingtian so that it would be convenient for Duan Lingtian to enter and exit the inner palace in the future. At the same time, he also gave his soul orb to Duan Lingtian. Send me a message if there's anything. Now, I'll take you to complete the enrollment procedures. As the Vice Palace Master of Myriad Law Academy, although Yang Yuchen's authority was not so great that he could cover the sky with one hand, it was not difficult for him to make an exception and recruit a student. Moreover, this student was the recently famous Heaven's Pride of the 7 prefectures, Duan Lingtian. Since the 7 prefectures' grand banquet, Duan Lingtian's reputation had risen to another level. Even many people in Myriad Law Academy had heard of him. Duan Lingtian came to our Myriad Law Academy? Vice Palace Master Yang personally brought him here. Could it be that Vice Palace Master Yang invited him here? Our Myriad Law Academy has never taken the initiative to invite external students, right? I don't know. Maybe Vice Palace Master Yang decided to accept such a student on the spur of the moment? Under the curious gazes of a group of people, under Yang Yuchen's lead, Duan Lingtian went through the enrollment procedures of the Myriad Arts Academy. In just a quarter of an hour, the Myriad Law Academy's student token was in his hands. When they heard Duan Lingtian address Yang Yuchen as third senior brother, they were shocked. I thought Vice Palace Master Yang was going to accept him as a disciple. Vice Palace Master Yang is accepting a disciple on behalf of his master? He accepted such a junior brother? Although most people in Myriad Law Academy did not know that Yang Yuchen was from the inner palace, they knew that Yang Yuchen had a senior brother, a senior sister, and a junior sister. Those who did not know about the inner palace only thought that they came from the same master and supported each other. That was why there was a ranking of senior brother and junior sister. Those who knew about the inner palace naturally guessed that Yang Yuchen had accepted Duan Lingtian into the Myriad Law Academy when they learned that Yang Yuchen had brought Duan Lingtian back to the Myriad Law Academy and addressed Yang Yuchen as third senior brother. This caused an uproar among the Myriad Law Academy's higher-ups. Some of the higher-ups who looked down on the inner palace expressed their dissatisfaction to the current palace master of Myriad Law Academy. Vice Palace Master Yang took the initiative to recruit students from the outside, breaking the Myriad Law Academy's rules that have been in place for many years. After this, in the eyes of others, I'm afraid the Myriad Law Academy is no longer as sacred as before. That's right. Our Myriad Law Academy has always been a place where people come and go as they please. However, this time, we actually took the initiative to invite an outsider to join us. This is damaging our reputation. However, in the face of these people's attacks, the current Palace Master of Myriad Law Academy only replied indifferently, "The Myriad Law Academy doesn't have a rule of not recruiting students from the outside. It's just that nobody took the initiative to recruit students. As for the Myriad Law Academy's sacred status and reputation, if a new student can affect it, then the Myriad Law Academy might as well close down." As soon as these words came out, no one dared to object. Looks like the rumors are true. The Palace Master might really see Yang Yuchen as his successor. Some people in the inheritance bloodline were worried. We can't allow this to happen. That Yang Yuchen is from the inner palace. Even if he joins our inheritance bloodline for the position of Palace Master, I'm afraid his heart is still with the inner palace. What should we do? This matter can't be delayed any longer. If this continues, the academy will really become the inner palace's. Even if the inner palace had a glorious past in the past, it has declined and shouldn't reappear in front of others. Chapter 4098. Little junior brother, you can stay here or go back to the inner palace, Yi Futian said. After Yang Yuchen brought Duanling Tian to the Myriad Arts Academy's student dormitory, he brought Duanling Tian to the Myriad Arts Academy's student dormitory. The student dormitory was divided into a few areas. Although they were all single dormitories, some of the single dormitories were in the same building. Some of the single dormitories were independent courtyards with each student having a floor. The best single dormitories were independent courtyards for each student. Yang Yuchen arranged for Duanling Tian to stay in the most ordinary single dormitory because he felt that even if he arranged it for Duanling Tian might not stay there. Even if he did, he would only stay for a few days. The environment of the inner palace's independent dimension was much better than here. Back then, the ancestor who founded the inner palace had cut off half of a godly venerable faction's divine essence mine and brought it there. Third senior brother. Duanling Tian glanced at the student dormitory and did not dislike Yang Yuchen's arrangement because he now knew that he could change dormitories at any time as long as he had divine essence in hand. Now, he was more concerned about what Yang Yuchen had promised him. When will you let me in the Supreme Expert's relic? So soon? Yang Yuchen smiled and said, since I've promised you, I naturally won't go back on my word. How about this, I'll let you in a year. Before that, I want to check if the spirit energy in the Supreme Expert's relic is stable. Although the Supreme Expert's relic was left behind, the spirit energy inside still needs to be provided by us. Otherwise, the Supreme Expert's relic would have been completely annihilated many years ago due to excessive consumption. Yang Yuchen said. A year? Duanling Tian heard this and although he was not very satisfied, he did not say much. A year's time was not considered long. Third senior brother, go do your own thing. After a moment of silence, Duanling Tian broke the silence and said to Yang Yuchen. Yang Yuchen heard this and nodded. Okay. In short, if anyone bullies you within the academy and outside the rules, feel free to contact me. Of course, Yang Yuchen was just speaking casually. He knew very well that after knowing that Duanling Tian was his junior brother, very few people would dare to bully Duanling Tian outside of the rules. After Yang Yuchen left, Duanling Tian took out the dormitory key he had received when he went through the admission procedures. He glanced at it and saw the number written on it. Block 2, 603. This was also the dormitory assigned to him. Whoosh! Duanling Tian's figure flashed as he arrived before a dormitory. Shockingly, there was a stone tablet floating in front of this dormitory, and 2 words were inscribed on it in a flamboyant manner. Building 2. Then, Duanling Tian's gaze locked onto a room on the 6th floor. The number on the door was 603. It's a bit like the university dormitories on Earth in my previous life, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. In his previous life, he had never gone to university. This was something he had always regretted. In a flash, he arrived in front of the door of the room, inserted the key, and opened the door. The room was neither spacious nor narrow. A standard bed was placed there. It was clean and spotless. Obviously, someone usually cleaned it. "Brother, are you new?" Duan Lingtian was just about to enter the room when a voice suddenly sounded in his ear. A person walked out of room 602 next door. It was a young man with a strong body and a simple and honest face. The young man was close to 2 meters tall, half a head taller than Duan Lingtian. At this time, he had a smile on his face. "My name is Tan Fei. I live in room 602 next door. From now on, we'll be neighbors." Tan Fei seemed to be a little enthusiastic. Looking at his appearance, there was not the slightest pretentiousness. Obviously, he was just speaking from his heart. "Duan Lingtian." Duan Lingtian nodded at Tan Fei. Then, without saying anything, he stepped into the room and closed the door behind him. The current him was not interested in getting to know anyone. So what if he got to know someone? It was fine if their relationship was shallow. However, if their relationship was deep and he offended someone in the future, he might implicate the other party. Previously, when he was in Chunying school, after learning about the Monorigin spirit sect style, he knew that sometimes, making friends was not necessarily a good thing. Who knew when his friends would be implicated by him? Duan Lingtian? When Tan Fei heard Duan Lingtian's name, he could not help but be stunned. Why does this name sound so familiar? However, this guy is truly arrogant. Those who don't know him might think he lives in a dormitory with a courtyard. Those who lived in a dormitory with a courtyard either had a strong background or were quite strong. They did not lack divine crystals, so they would not live in the worst dormitory. Tan Fei shook his head and no longer thought about it. He left the dormitory directly. He came out because he had something to do. Coincidentally, he met his new neighbor. He did not purposely come out to get to know him. Although I, Tan Fei, don't have a strong background and my strength is ordinary, I don't want to be friends with someone as arrogant as you. Tan Fei thought proudly in his heart. Of course, Duan Lingtian was unaware of Tan Fei's arrogance. After entering his room, he activated the formation compass and enveloped the entire room. Then, he sat cross-legged on the bed and thought about his experience in the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace. He was mainly thinking about his fourth senior sister. His fourth senior sister looked like a 15 or 16-year-old girl. She had a harmless personality, but deep down, she was a ruthless person. However, based on what he had seen so far, her attitude toward him was not bad. However, I'd better not go to the inner sect for the time being. She seems to be quite interested in me. If she keeps watching me, it won't be so convenient for me to cultivate. As long as he activated the formation, nobody would deliberately disturb his cultivation unless they wanted to become enemies with him. However, he had a feeling that his fourth senior sister was not an ordinary person. She might not care so much about the rules. After Tan Fei left the student dormitory in Block 2, he went all the way to the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace's trading area, the Myriad Jurisprudence Bazaar. He had come out this time to purchase some divine pills to assist in his cultivation. After arriving at the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace, he heard many people talking about a person who was personally invited by Vice Sect Leader Yang Yuchen to join the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace. Vice Sect Leader Yang personally left the palace to invite someone? In the history of the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace, there's no such precedent, right? Who's that person? Why is he so important? Tan Fei was slightly surprised. At the same time, he was slightly envious. A person who was personally invited by vice sect leader Yang to the palace and accepted as a disciple on behalf of his master would definitely enjoy special treatment in the palace. A single courtyard dormitory was probably not worthy of that person's status. When he thought about his dormitory, Tan Fei felt a sense of loss. Comparisons were odious. However, he also knew in his heart that the difference in treatment between him and the other party was more because the other party was stronger than him. His talent and comprehension were not something he could compare to Duan Lingtian. In the beginning, Tan Fei only heard people talking about the student who was specially recruited by Yang Yuchen. He did not hear the other party's name. However, when he heard someone mention the other party's name, he was stunned. Duan Lingtian. Could it be the new guy I saw just now? The guy from room 603? Tan Fei's eyes widened in disbelief. A person who vice sect leader Yang specially invited to live in a dormitory? Is this a joke? Experiencing the hardships of the common people? Starting from the bottom? Also, no wonder I thought his name sounded familiar. So, he's the genius from the Chunying School of the Seven Prefectures. The champion of the Seven Prefectures banquet. He's a super genius who mastered the sword principle before the age of 3000. His cultivation has also entered the realm of a middle-level divine emperor. In addition, he's good at the law of space. His attainments are also very deep. He's already mastered the second teleportation. The more Tan Fei thought about it, the more shocked he was. Such an amazing person is living next door to me? Could it be God's arrangement? If such a big shot were to casually pluck a strand of hair from his leg, it would probably be enough to save me 30 years of hard work, right? Tan Fei seemed to have completely forgotten that he was still yelling about how he disdained to be friends with the other party. So fragrant. So fragrant. That Duan Lingtian, did he choose which academy to enter after entering the academy? Tan Fei thought to himself, he shouldn't have chosen yet, right? The Myriad Arts Academy was divided into many academies, each with a different focus. There was the War Academy, the Divine Arts Academy, the Divine Pill Academy, the Divine Weapon Academy, and the Divine Botany Academy. The War Academy's focus was naturally on improving one's strength. The Divine Arts Academy's focus was on the study of cultivation techniques. There were also people who comprehended the Tao and mastered amazing combat strength. All in all, they were all different paths leading to the same goal. The Divine Pill Academy and the Divine Pill Academy, as their names implied, were places that studied the Tao of divine pills and divine weapons. The Divine Botany Academy's focus was on the hybridization of various divine trees and divine plants. For example, a divine plant with 2 rare divine fruits. After hybridization, would a divine fruit with better medicinal effects be born? However, no matter which academy it was, the students inside, except for some who didn't care about life and death, still put cultivation first. The others could only be regarded as hobbies, and they would play around while cultivating. The 1000-year heavenly tribulation was approaching step by step. No one dared to be negligent. It was fine if he didn't enter the Divine King realm, but once he did, he would have to face the heavenly tribulation that occurred once every 1000 years. However, he will most likely choose to enter the War Academy. This kind of practical genius, what he cares about the most is his strength. However, there seems to be some rumors saying that his ability to refine divine pills isn't small. He can even refine a peak king level divine pill. I wonder if this news is true or false. Tan Fei's eyes became brighter and brighter. Duan Lingtian. That was the student in the dormitory next to him. It was his neighbor. There was a saying that distant relatives weren't as good as close neighbors, and it was referring to people like them. I must build a good relationship with him, I must build a good relationship with him. Such a big shot isn't someone I can come in contact with at any time. As long as he gives me some pointers, it will be enough for me to enjoy for the rest of my life. Chapter 4099. The dormitories within the Myriad Arts Academy were all secluded small courtyards with mountains and rivers inside. Of course, the mountains were fake mountains and the water was just a small pond. However, even though the area was not big, it still gave off a peaceful feeling as if one was in nature. Whoosh! Suddenly, a figure appeared outside one of the dormitories like the wind and said with a smile, "Wang Yunsheng, if you're not cultivating, why don't I come in and have a seat?" It was a handsome young man in a flowing green robe. When he smiled, he gave off a warm feeling. As soon as he finished speaking, a voice was heard from the stone house in the small courtyard. "What's the matter?" As soon as the voice was heard, the stone house's door opened. Then, a tall and sturdy young man with a pair of cold eyes slowly walked out of the stone house. When he came out, his gaze fell on the newcomer. Seeing the sturdy young man, Wang Yunsheng, walk out of the door, the elegant young man did not stand on ceremony and entered the small courtyard in a flash. He sat down on a bench next to the small pond in the small courtyard and placed his arms on the back of the bench naturally. He crossed his legs and smiled at the sturdy young man as if he was the owner. The sturdy young man's expression remained indifferent when he saw this. It was as if he was used to the person in front of him acting so casually. "Speak, what's the matter?" the sturdy young man asked with a hint of impatience in his tone. "You know that Duan Lingtian, a genius disciple of the God Emperor level sect Chunyang school in Tongling province, one of the 7 prefectures, has come to Myriad Law Academy, right?" the young man asked with a smile. "Yes." The sturdy young man nodded faintly. "You're here for this?" the young man chuckled. "I heard that your Monorigin Divine Sect's godly venerable expert personally came and was rejected by him. Since he looks down on your Monorigin Divine Sect, as one of the Monorigin Divine Sect's holy sons, can you swallow this insult?" The young man's words were provocative. "Humph." Wang Yunsheng snorted coldly. "Xiaofan, you came all the way here just to tell me this? If the news I received is correct, Duan Lingtian didn't only reject the Monorigin Divine Sect, but he also rejected the Hanlin Divine Mansion." The elegant young man came from a heavyweight godly venerable rank faction, the Hanlin Divine Mansion. Some time ago, the godly venerable rank experts from the Hanlin Divine Mansion went to the 7 prefectures Chunyang school to invite Duan Lingtian. Whether it was Wang Yunsheng or Xiaofan, they were both well-known figures among the younger generation of the Monorigin Spirit Sect and the Hanlin Divine Mansion. The reason they came to the Myriad Law Academy was not only because there were some things they were interested in, but also because they wanted to see the strength of other geniuses of the same generation. Wang Yunsheng and Xiaofan had fought for a while when they first came to the Myriad Arts Academy. Both, in the end, Wang and Dun Lingtian was. Over time, although the two of them did not become friends, they were more familiar with each other than ordinary people. Wang Yunsheng's personality was cold, so he naturally ignored Xiaofan. However, Xiaofan did not mind Wang Yunsheng's estrangement and came to visit again and again, which made Wang Yunsheng feel quite helpless. After all, it would be difficult for him to defeat Xiaofan if they were to fight. Of course, the reason why he could recognize Xiaofan was because Xiaofan was not a mediocre person. Geniuses were all proud. To gain his recognition, one must either know him when he was young or be at least as strong as him. In Wang Yunsheng's eyes, Xiaofan was undoubtedly the latter. "You're quite well informed." Xiaofan smiled. "How about it? Are you interested in testing out this genius who was personally invited by Vice Palace Master Yang to join the academy? You should know that even you and I don't have such treatment. Moreover, Vice Palace Lord Yang seems to have accepted him as a disciple on behalf of his master and called him little junior brother." There was no lack of instigation in Xiaofan's words. "If you want to test him, do it yourself. Don't think of using me as a tool," Wang Yunsheng said lightly. Boring. Xiaofan stood up and shrugged. I'm just casually asking you. If you're not willing to do it, then don't do it. I'm here this time mainly to discuss a deal with you. Xiaofan's expression turned solemn when he spoke up to this point. Then, he looked around vigilantly before he sent a voice transmission to Wang Yunsheng, causing Wang Yunsheng to frown slightly. After a moment, Wang Yunsheng's brows relaxed, and a hint of brilliance flashed in his eyes. I don't have to do this, right? You can do it yourself. Aren't you tempted by that thing? Wang Yunsheng looked at Xiaofan suspiciously. Xiaofan shook his head. Indeed, I want that thing. However, just like the other fellows, it's not convenient for me to make a move. After all, I'm worried that I'll offend him because of this. It'll be fine if he dies halfway and can't grow. However, if he grows and bears a grudge, I'm afraid I'll be in a bad situation. Although I have the Hanlin Divine Residence behind me, I'm not an existence that can't be abandoned in the Hanlin Divine Residence. You're different, Wang Yunsheng. You're a direct descendant of that senior from the Monorigin Divine Sect. Xiaofan sighed. To put it bluntly, we don't dare to offend him too openly. However, you, Wang Yunsheng, don't have this concern. Humph. Wang Yunsheng snorted coldly. In my opinion, you're not necessarily afraid of his future, right? Currently, you're more afraid of Vice Palace Master Yang, right? Xiaofan smiled awkwardly when he heard this. Although he did not say anything, there was no doubt that he tacitly agreed with Wang Yunsheng's statement. This was the truth. Do you know who posted this mission on the dark net? Wang Yunsheng asked Xiaofan. Without waiting for Xiaofan to respond, Wang Yunsheng continued, even if you don't know, tell me your guess. I have some idea in my heart, but I'm not too sure. I'm afraid my guess is similar to yours. Xiaofan smiled. Then, the two of them looked at each other and spoke at almost the same time. Yang Yuchen. Yang Yuchen, the Vice Palace Master of the Myriad Art Academy. He was also Duan Lingtian's third senior brother. Of course, when they mentioned this name, they did not mean that Yang Yuchen was the one who posted the mission to test Duan Lingtian and suppress Duan Lingtian on the dark net. Instead, they wanted to say that it was related to Yang Yuchen. Otherwise, Duan Lingtian would not have been targeted. It's most likely someone from the branch of Legacy. I just don't know who it is. Moreover, you know that in the Myriad Art Academy, the dark net missions are issued directly through that divine weapon. Unless an existence above the level of a high-level ultimate god intervenes, it's very difficult to find out who it is. But, is that possible? That divine artifact, many people speculate that it belongs to that person. The dark net was a secret trading platform within the Myriad Art Academy. It was usually not put out in the open, but many people knew of its existence. The existence of the dark net mainly relied on a divine weapon. It was said that it was a high-level divine weapon that had already developed a weapon soul. However, it was not the kind of high-level divine weapon that was offensive or defensive, but a high-level divine weapon that was auxiliary in nature. Within the Myriad Art Academy, as long as one performed a set of hand gestures, one could open the dark net mission posting interface. One could issue a mission there and pay the deposit at the same time. If the mission was completed, one would need to pay the remaining balance. In the history of the Myriad Art Academy, there were people who deliberately did not pay the balance, and in the end, no one had a good ending. The dark net divine weapon punished those who violated the rules of the dark net according to the amount of balance. The heavy punishment was death, while the light punishment was some minor punishment. However, as long as the person was not executed, they still needed to pay the balance after being punished. Moreover, it's not like you don't know, the dark net is only open to existences below the level of ultimate god. Even if it's a mission issued by a big shot from the branch of Legacy, it must be through someone else. Xiaofan said. That's true. Wang Yunsheng nodded, and then his eyes flashed. You don't dare to accept this mission, but I do. It just so happens that I also want to see how strong the person who rejected the Monorigin sect is. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Yunsheng performed a set of hand gestures in the air. In the next moment, a grey mirror image appeared in the void. There were two faintly discernible words formed on it. If one looked closely, it was not difficult to see that it was the words, Dark Net. Mission Browse. Wang Yunsheng said lightly. In the next moment, the grey mirror image in front of him showed a list of missions arranged from top to bottom. Moreover, it was constantly scrolling and changing. It was not until Wang Yunsheng called for it to stop that the mirror image stopped scrolling. The third one. Wang Yunsheng stared at the third line of missions in the mirror image. The title of the mission was to test and suppress the genius Duan Lingtian from the 7 prefectures. Even if it was just a test, the reward was so generous that Wang Yunsheng was tempted. If the suppression was successful, the reward would be even more generous. Even Wang Yunsheng's eyes lit up at this moment. At the end of the mission, there was a note that only those below the God Emperor realm could accept it. Usually, only those below the God Emperor realm could see the mission. Those above the God Emperor realm could not see the mission even if they summoned the Dark Net. In fact, this mission was mainly issued to Wang Yunsheng, Xiaofan, and a group of outstanding young geniuses in the Mystic Gang land. Xiaofan had seen this mission before. That was why he came to find Wang Yunsheng and asked if he was interested, because he knew that although Wang Yunsheng knew how to summon the Dark Net, he rarely looked at the missions posted on it. He would only take a few glances at it when others reminded him. Accept the mission. Wang Yunsheng said and accepted the mission. At the same time, in another part of the Myriad Arts Academy, a mid-level God Emperor who was cultivating suddenly sent out a message. Master, someone has accepted the mission. I just don't know who it is. But we will know soon. At the same time, many people who were paying attention to the mission for the Duan Lingtian on the Dark Net found that the mission had been accepted by someone. Who could it be? Chapter 4100. The Dark Net's existence in Myriad Law Academy was not a secret. In fact, anyone who had stayed in Myriad Law Academy for a period of time would know about the existence of the Dark Net. As for the higher-ups of Myriad Law Academy, they were even more aware of the existence of the Dark Net. At the same time, they also knew that the Dark Net had existed since Myriad Law Academy was founded. Many people suspected that the Dark Net's divine artifact was in the hands of the current Academy Master of Myriad Law Academy and had been passed down from generation to generation. However, no one had confirmed this, so it had always been a suspicion. However, the possibility of this was very high. Otherwise, how could the Dark Net have always existed in Myriad Law Academy and not have been attacked? In the history of Myriad Law Academy, it was not that the higher-ups of Myriad Law Academy had never launched an attack on the Dark Net, but in the end, nothing was done. They could not find the source of the Dark Net. After all, even if some people in Myriad Law Academy wanted to investigate, they would not be able to trace it back to the current Academy Master. Of course, they did not dare to. Therefore, under such circumstances, no one had suggested attacking the Dark Net in recent years, because everyone knew what was going on. The Dark Net might have been created by the Academy Master himself. Even if it was not, it was definitely supported by the Academy Master. In the history of Myriad Law Academy, no Academy Master had ever targeted the Dark Net since its existence. It was as if every generation of Academy Masters had tacitly acknowledged the existence of the Dark Net. Duan Lingtian. At this moment, anyone who saw that the Dark Net's mission against Duan Lingtian had been accepted started to pay attention to Duan Lingtian. Those who could directly see the mission against Duan Lingtian through the Dark Net were only Myriad Law Academy students below the God Emperor level. Those above the God Emperor level could not see it. However, not long after, existences above the God Emperor level also learned about this mission from others. They also knew that this mission had been accepted by someone else. Someone issued a mission against Duanling Tian on the dark net. Before Tan Fei could leave the Myriad Law Bazaar, he heard many people discussing this matter. After frowning slightly, he immediately returned to the dormitory. In the dormitory, Tan Fei made a set of hand seals and the dark net appeared. Then, he saw the content of the mission against Duanling Tian. Probing and suppressing could obtain different rewards, and one had to make a move in public. Let's remind him. Tan Fei's eyes flickered. He eventually walked out of his dorm and went to dorm 603 next door, which was also Duanling Tian's dorm. Then, he knocked on the door. Inside dorm 603, Duanling Tian wasn't cultivating. He was currently using the memory jade slips he had obtained when he had gone through the admission procedures to understand the various aspects of the Myriad Art Academy. With the passage of time, his understanding of the Myriad Arts Academy also deepened. It was only when he heard a knock on the door that he came back to his senses. Is it him? Although Duanling Tian had set up an isolation array, he didn't block out any sound, so the knocking on the door could be heard clearly. Duanling Tian frowned. Although he didn't know why the other party was looking for him, he still went to open the door since he had nothing to do. As soon as he opened his mouth, he asked bluntly, "What's the matter?" He had already met the person in front of him before. He lived in dorm 602 next door, and those who lived there were naturally all students of the Myriad Arts Academy. There were no exceptions. Duanling Tian, is it convenient for you to come in and talk? Or do you want to come to my place? Tan Fei seemed to be a little vigilant. He looked around a few times and asked Duanling Tian. Come in. Seeing this, Duanling Tian was puzzled. It seemed that Tan Fei really had something to talk to him about. However, he couldn't figure out what Tan Fei wanted. After Tan Fei entered, he casually closed the door and then looked at Duanling Tian and asked, Duanling Tian, you're new here. Do you know about the existence of the dark net? Dark net? Duanling Tian was puzzled. This was the first time he had heard of this. Even the information he had learned about the Myriad Arts Academy didn't mention this dark net. It seems that you still don't know. Seeing the puzzled look on Duanling Tian's face, Tan Fei smiled bitterly. Or rather, Vice Palace Master Yang didn't have time to tell you about this. The Dark Net is the name of a platform unique to the Myriad Arts Academy. On it, you can post and accept missions. When Tan Fei saw that Duanling Tian did not know about the existence of the Dark Net, he took the opportunity to introduce the Dark Net to Duanling Tian. He told Duanling Tian about the origin of the Dark Net and its current prosperity. The Dark Net is suspected to be an auxiliary artifact that has given birth to an artifact soul. It's suspected to be in the hands of the past Myriad Arts Academy masters. Although these were only guesses, when Duanling Tian heard from Tan Fei that the past palace masters of Myriad Jurisprudence Palace had never personally issued any orders against the Dark Net. Moreover, it seemed as though they had tacitly agreed to the existence of the Dark Net. Therefore, Duanling Tian felt that these two guesses were most likely true. Otherwise, how could the attitude of the past Myriad Arts Academy masters toward the Dark Net be explained? Someone issued a mission against me? While Duanling Tian was frowning slightly, Tan Fei also made a set of hand seals in front of Duanling Tian. Immediately, a mirror image appeared in the void. In the mirror image, the words Dark Net appeared, and the surroundings were gray and hazy. Duanling Tian watched Tan Fei's operation and soon saw the person targeting him on the Dark Net. It was a mission that was only available to existences below the Emperor God level. It was to test him and even suppress his limelight. The reward was very generous. At the very least, even Duanling Tian was quite tempted. It's been accepted? Soon, Duan Lingtian discovered that this mission against him had been accepted, and no one else could accept it. This mission is only available to existences below the Emperor God level. Because it's clearly stated, existences above the Emperor God level can't see this mission when they open the dark net. However, although they can't see this mission, they can learn about it from others. Now that someone has accepted the mission, it won't be long before someone comes looking for you. At this point, Tan Fei's expression was solemn. Duan Lingtian, your strength has been known since the 7 Prefectures feast. It's no secret. Under such circumstances, if someone still accepted the mission against you, it's enough to show that the other party is not an ordinary person. This mission is only available to existences below the Emperor God level. The only person who has the confidence to accept this mission is one of the most outstanding Emperor God students among the younger generation of Myriad Law Academy. Among them, there's no lack of prodigies from other godly venerable factions. You must not be careless. Tan Fei reminded him. Understood. Duan Lingtian nodded and smiled at the same time. Thank you for reminding me. However, can you teach me the hand seals to open the dark net? Now, Duan Lingtian was very curious about this dark net in Myriad Law Academy. At the same time, he felt that it was very novel and magical. It was somewhat similar to the computer websites on Earth in his previous life. However, the computer websites on Earth in his previous life were products of science and technology, while the dark net in Myriad Law Academy was a completely different product. It seemed to be controlled by the auxiliary artifact's soul. And this was not impossible to achieve. That auxiliary artifact must have many formations hidden in it that cover the entire Myriad Law Academy. It's not impossible to activate the dark net, and let the people in Myriad Law Academy conduct secret transactions. However, this dark net is somewhat similar to some of the platforms on Earth in my previous life. For example, Taba and Taba are both taking what they need. The person who refined the auxiliary artifact behind the dark net couldn't have also been to Earth, right? That's not right. Earth is just an insignificant civilized planet in one of the mundane realms between heaven and Earth. Let's not talk about other places. Just the Yanhuang realm where Earth is located has many civilized planets, and some of them have more advanced technology than Earth. Those places also have similar networks and platforms. It's also possible that the person who refined the auxiliary artifact came from a technologically civilized place in this mundane realm. While Duan Lingtian's mind was filled with thoughts, Tan Fei also taught Duan Lingtian the hand seals to activate the dark net. Duan Lingtian also activated the dark net in front of him. This set of hand seals is only useful within the Myriad Law Academy. It has no use outside. Tan Fei reminded him in a timely manner, the dark net is limited to the Myriad Law Academy. Whether it's accepting a mission or completing a mission, it must be carried out in the Myriad Law Academy. For example, if you're asked to kill a divine demon, the mission won't be completed until you bring the divine demon's corpse back to the Myriad Law Academy. If there's no way to prove a mission, it's impossible to complete it. For example, sending a letter to someone. The person receiving the letter is not within the dark net, so the dark net has no way to confirm whether the mission is completed or not. Of course, this kind of mission won't be posted on the dark net. It can be posted directly at the Myriad Law Academy's mission office. Generally, the people who post missions on the dark net intentionally conceal their identities. To put it bluntly, the person who posted the mission doesn't want others to know that it was him who posted the mission. He doesn't want to see the light of day. For example, the person who posted the mission against you didn't want others to know that it was him who posted the mission. Otherwise, he would have offended more than just you. There's also Vice Palace Master Yang. Tan Fei's words gave Duan Lingtian a deeper understanding of the dark net. At the same time, he felt that the dark net was becoming more and more interesting. I'm curious. Who was the person who accepted the mission against me? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Of course, he knew that he would only know who the person was when the other party came knocking on his door. Duan Lingtian, be careful. I'll take my leave first. Having said what needed to be said, Tan Fei took his leave. Thanks. Although he didn't intend to interact with Tan Fei in the beginning, now that Tan Fei had taken the initiative to inform him of this matter, he still owed Tan Fei a favor. The Apex. Chapter 4101. After Tan Fei left, Duan Lingtian continued to learn about Myriad Art Academy. While he was distracted, his attention was still on the dark web. Then, he opened the dark web again and began to browse the various missions posted on it. The missions were either limited to existences below the Emperor God level or had no cultivation requirement. As for the missions that were limited to existences above the Emperor God level, he didn't see a single one. I reckon that I can't see this kind of mission because my cultivation is not high enough. The one who set up this dark web is either the weapon soul of the auxiliary divine weapon or someone is controlling the dark web by relying on the formation that covers Myriad Art Academy. There are only these two possibilities. When I opened the dark web for the first time, it seemed to have confirmed my cultivation level based on the divine power that appeared when I made the hand seals. However, as the saying goes, there's no smoke without fire. Since the dark web was set up by the weapon soul of the auxiliary divine weapon, it should be close to the truth. Moreover, if it was arranged for someone to manage the dark web, it would be impossible for the information to be hidden so tightly after so many years. If it was the weapon soul, it could be explained. After all, as long as the weapon soul's master doesn't order it, it definitely wouldn't speak nonsense in front of others. Speaking of weapon souls, Duan Lingtian was no stranger. His high-grade divine sword, the Seven Orifices exquisite sword, had a weapon soul. In the past, it was the weapon soul of another divine sword. In the beginning, the other party's attitude was somewhat cold. However, after she became the weapon soul of his divine sword, she was completely loyal to him and obeyed his every word. Even if he wanted her to self-destruct, she probably wouldn't even frown. The weapon soul of a divine weapon existed because of the divine weapon and lived for its master. The master of that divine weapon should be the current sect master of Myriad Art Academy without a doubt. Moreover, after each generation sect master stepped down, this divine weapon should be passed down to the next sect master and passed down from generation to generation. That's why the dark web has been able to last until now. Duan Lingtian looked at the missions posted on the dark web and found that there was even a mission to kill someone. However, no one had accepted it for the time being. Is the person to kill someone inside Myriad Art Academy or someone outside? If it's someone from the Myriad Arts Academy, would the Academy Master of the Myriad Arts Academy tolerate it? The Myriad Arts Academy also had its own rules. Killing each other was strictly prohibited within the Academy. If one wanted to kill someone, they had to sign a life and death contract before killing. No one would care. However, if the other party didn't sign a life and death contract with you and you killed them, then you would be violating the rules of the Myriad Arts Academy, and you would be directly executed. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian could not help but send a message to his third senior brother, Yang Yuchen. Yang Yuchen, as the Vice Palace Master of Myriad Arts Academy, should have a better understanding of this. There's no doubt that the dark net is indeed controlled by the artifact's artifact soul. The inner palace has some ancient books that have been passed down to generations of leaders. Now that I have them, they prove this point. And the dark net divine artifact should be in the hands of the palace master. Yang Yuchen said. Should? Duan Lingtian was puzzled. Even his third senior brother didn't know? I can only say that it's only right. Yang Yuchen sighed and said, there's a 1/3 chance of this happening. Of course, this is also the most likely possibility. 1/3? Duan Lingtian was even more puzzled. Was the possibility so small? Without waiting for him to continue asking, Yang Yuchen continued, there are two other possibilities. One of them is that the Dark Net divine artifact is in the hands of a reclusive powerhouse in the Myriad Arts Academy, a reclusive powerhouse that very few people know about. It's even possible that only the Palace Master knows about it. This kind of powerhouse would not appear unless the Myriad Arts Academy is in danger of being wiped out. Of course, it's hard to say whether such a powerhouse exists. But what's certain is that in the many years of the Myriad Arts Academy's history, there has been more than one such powerhouse. It's just that they rarely appear. Even if there is, I'm afraid that only the Palace Master knows about it. At this point, Yang Yuchen paused for a moment before continuing. The second possibility is that the artifact soul of the Dark Net artifact is an independent existence. It does not recognize the Palace Master as its master, but the Palace Master knows of its existence and acquiesces to its actions. No matter which possibility it is, it means that the Palace Master has tacitly approved of the Dark Net's existence. Speaking of this, Yang Yuchen paused for a moment before continuing, as for the issue of the Dark Net's assassination mission you mentioned. Actually, this is quite sensitive. In the past, when the Dark Net first appeared in the Myriad Arts Academy, not many people dared to issue assassination missions on it. Until a courageous person issued an assassination mission and actually killed the target. After that, the entire Myriad Arts Academy was shaken. Hearing Yang Yuchen's words, Duan Lingtian's pupils shrank slightly. Third senior brother, was the person who was killed also a student of the Myriad Arts Academy? Or was it someone from the outside? If it was someone from the outside, Duan Lingtian would not be surprised and would not find it surprising. However, if it was someone from the outside, how would the Dark Net determine whether the target was correct? After all, the Dark Net only covered the Myriad Arts Academy. How would it know someone from the outside? It can't be someone from the outside, Yang Yuchen said. Yang Yuchen said, the Dark Net only covers the Myriad Arts Academy. You can issue an assassination mission, but you can only kill people from the academy. The Dark Net doesn't know anyone from the outside, so they won't accept such a mission. On the Dark Net, you can issue a mission to kill a student or a teacher. If you want, you can even issue a mission to kill the Palace Master. For example, someone once issued a mission to kill the current Palace Master of the Myriad Arts Academy. It's just that no one accepted the mission. Hearing Yang Yuchen's words, Duan Lingtian was stunned. Someone dares to issue a mission to kill the Palace Master? Is he crazy? Isn't he worried that the artifact soul of the Dark Net's artifact will tell the Palace Master who issued the mission? Yang Yuchen smiled. The person who issued the mission is either crazy or probing. Of course, there's a third possibility. Probing. It must be someone who asked someone to issue such a mission and then hid in the dark to see if something happened to the person who issued it. As for the third possibility, it's the Palace Master himself who issued the mission for fun. When he heard the first two possibilities, Duan Lingtian thought it was normal. However, when he heard Yang Yuchen mention the third possibility, Duan Lingtian was speechless. Was the Palace Master that bored? Do you think the Palace Master wouldn't be that bored? Although Yang Yuchen wasn't in front of Duan Lingtian, he seemed to be able to see through Duan Lingtian's heart through the transmission. Of course, he didn't really see through Duan Lingtian's heart. He was just guessing. The current Palace Master of the Myriad Arts Academy is different from the previous Palace Masters, Yang Yuchen smiled. Let's not talk about anything else. Just the fact that he wants me to be his successor shows that he's different from the previous sect master. No matter how outstanding the previous Palace Master was, he wouldn't have thought of handing over the entire academy to someone from the inner palace. However, he doesn't seem to have the slightest concern. As the leader of the Legacy Branch, he doesn't care about the feelings of the others in the Legacy Branch. If I hadn't met him, I wouldn't have believed that someone could do this. Yang Yuchen's tone was filled with emotion as he spoke. Clearly, even he felt that some of the actions of the current palace master of the Myriad Arts Academy were inconceivable. In the history of the Myriad Arts Academy, there have been many cases of students and teachers being killed. Apart from the 3 people who were killed inside the academy, the rest died outside. However, only 2 of the 3 people who were killed inside the academy were found. Before the murderers were executed, they admitted that they had accepted the mission from the dark net. As for the mastermind behind the scenes, he hasn't been found and should be safe and sound. Because of this, many people have begun to question. Is the dark net really in the hands of the palace master? If it's really in the hands of the palace master, why doesn't he care about the missions that cross the bottom line of the Myriad Arts Academy's rules? Of course, there are also people who think that in order to gain more authority over the dark net, even if it's in the hands of the palace master wouldn't destroy it like this. As such things continue to happen, the dark net's authority in the academy grows. Everyone knows that the dark net can cross the bottom line of the Myriad Arts Academy's rules. Of course, accepting missions that cross the bottom line of the academy's rules carries a certain degree of danger. Unless it's done flawlessly, only the dark net knows about it. Because of this, some people who complete missions outside, kill people, and bring back the corpses and other things that can prove the identity of the deceased back to the academy. These people tend to live well. The dark net won't betray anyone. Yang Yuchen's words gave Duan Lingtian a deeper understanding of the dark net. At the same time, he had some doubts. Was this really the work of the palace master of the Myriad Arts Academy? If so, what was the point of doing this? To put more pressure on the students and teachers of the Myriad Arts Academy? To train them? Or was it for other reasons? Duan Lingtian felt that the more he understood, the more he couldn't understand the dark net. I wonder, when will the person who accepted the mission to test me and suppress me in public come to challenge me? After ending his communication with Yang Yuchen, Duan Lingtian thought about the mission that targeted him being accepted by someone else. For a moment, his attention couldn't help but be attracted. 5 days later, he finally got the answer he was waiting for. Duan Lingtian, come out. A thunderous voice sounded outside the second dormitory. Not only did it alarm the group of students in the second dormitory, but even the students near the sword were alarmed. It's Wang Yuntian. In next to no time, someone recognized the young man's figure that stood in the air outside the dormitory, and he revealed a surprised expression. It's him that accepted the assignment that targeted Duan Lingtian? You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.